Angry Robot presents this unabridged recording of Within Without by Jeff Noon, read by Toby Longworth. Zone 1, Sing Song, West Whirling, Navigation Square, Packpin's Yard, Waxwain. Chapter 1. Fontanelle Incident. The corridor measured less in width than his shoulders did, so he had to move along it sideways, shuffling his feet, one step, another step, squeezed by the person in front and the one behind, and all the many others behind and ahead, each adding their own pressure, a long line, a long, long line of supplicants, so many hundreds of people, each one hoping to reach the next stage of their journey where the corridor might widen, or even open out into a room or a grand chamber, where at last they could relax their bodies and breathe easily again, like any living soul should. But still the corridor contained them. Shuffle, 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 1 or 2 inches at a time, and so it went on. Nyquist craned his head and looked back along the queue, hoping to see his companion. Of course Teddy had played the fool, stepping down from the train, gazing around in wonder at the vastness of the station for only the endless line of people, the frowning ones, the gleeful ones, those who cried, and those who sang, and those who moved along with their eyes closed, perhaps in a kind of waking sleep. They were so used to this kind of motion. But not Nyquist, no. He was uncomfortable, and he wanted only for it to end, to be released from this torment. Damn that Teddy. He should never have brought him along on this case. Nyquist turned to view the wall of the corridor as it passed by. Posters advertised the delights of the city, with views of great barriers of glass and steel, huge wooden gates, and doorways sealed with padlocks and chains, every scene rendered in an overly romantic fashion. Often there was only the wall to look at, and the many thousands of messages scrawled there over the years, the decades, the messages of love, of hate, items for sale, the slogans for this or that political persuasion, the poems, the caricatures of faces, famous or unknown, dates set down as a simple statement of being here, of waiting here, shuffle, shuffle, and most of it in his garden, sipping on a glass of lemonade. Nyquist asked him, "How long does this take, usually?" "There is no usual, only the wait, only the queue. Nothing else exists, until it ends." It was said with a smile, but Nyquist couldn't tell if he was joking or not. And then the man frowned at the sports pages. Thornhill out for a duck, caught at silly mid-on. Tut, tut. They really need to focus there. Nyquist turned his attention to the woman in front. She was looking increasingly fretful, as she struggled to contain her children and her pile of luggage. He asked if he could help. Her reply came in a strangled voice. "I just want to get through this, thank you. I just want this to be over." "It will be. It will be." His voice a whisper, for he was unsure. According to his watch, 20 minutes had passed since he'd joined the queue. It seemed like an age. The youngest of the children started to cry. "Don't worry, we'll be moving soon." This spoken by the man behind. He'd folded up his newspaper and had now lit a cigarello. "There are always these little delays. I find them quite restful myself." He let out a thin stream of smoke, a perfect example of what smoke should look like in a perfect world of smoke. It rose to the ventilation duct above, where it battled with the clogged dust on the grill. Nyquist's mind settled into a pattern of panic and calmness, one after the other, alternating, and in this way the minutes went by, until at last the queue started to move again. The children grabbed their suitcases, and their mother held one bag in each arm, and another under her elbow. He asked if he could carry one for her, and she said, "Yes, thank you." His own suitcase sat edgewise on the floor, and he left it there, pushing it along with his feet on each step. He glanced back. The man behind stubbed out his cigarello on the wall and placed the unsmoked half inside a silver case. "I told you he would soon be on the move." Nyquist peered over the man's shoulder, desperate to catch sight of Teddy, but there was still no sign of him, only one face after another, from clearly seen to blurred to a haze in the distance, and so the queue went on in both directions, forward and back. The corridor widened slightly. They were shuffling along at a faster pace now. Nyquist almost stumbled, but the woman in front, he'd learned that her name was Mrs. Bradshaw, was now more at her ease, happy to be moving again. He noticed for the first time that 2 of the kids were twins, Their entirely identical faces stared up at him. One of them screwed up her nose, and the other followed suit, both giving Nyquist the same rude expression. He refused to acknowledge them. Instead, he stared at the wall. A poster advertised the delights of the latest smash hit recording by June Holler. Her face glowed with intangible beauty. The melody of the song popped into his head and stayed there. The man behind him said proudly, "I've done a little work for Miss Holler now and then. Yes, a very nice lady." But Nyquist really didn't want to get into a conversation. And the people moved on, along what must surely be the longest corridor in human history. "It's almost 4 o'clock. Wait, any second now." Nyquist waited. Nothing happened. Mr. Kamar kept his eyes on his watch face. Wait, and now! A great cry went up. All along the line from both directions, every traveller shouting out at once, in one voice, "We are the queue!" Kamar joined in with the chant, and then he held a finger up to Nyquist's face, indicating silence, and the cry came again, even louder now. "We are the queue!" Down the line, each person adding their forward propulsion to the person ahead of them. A suitcase landed on Nyquist's foot. His tie was tightening around his neck, his legs were tangled up one around the other, and he would surely have fallen if falling were possible in such a tight space, amid such a weight of flesh upon flesh. Words were written in black ink on the wall, the black now greying, ages old. "There is only the queue. Nothing but the queue. We are the queue." He could look neither forward nor back, only towards it, which he did, knowing no other life, one step at a time, one more, until, at last, he fell. He fell forward, into space. Empty space. Mrs. Bradshaw grabbed her bag from his hand and strode quickly away, her children in tow. Likewise, the crowd dissipated, moving off in their own directions. Nyquist looked around, trying to get his bearings in this huge space, a processing hall with a high ceiling and faraway walls. There was a now. Nyquist had been asked to take on cases in delirium before today, but he had always turned them down. The city's reputation was terrible, with rumours of people getting lost forever, or even worse, getting found in the wrong place at the wrong time of day, or getting left behind, or pushed ahead, trapped in tiny spaces, in silent rooms, or walking the streets at night aimlessly, seeking a doorway, an entrance, a port, or gate, a border to cross, just any goddamn way to escape the place. It was easy to be caught here forever, for the rest of your life. At least, such were the stories told. Another crowd emerged from the nearest corridor, a sudden logjam giving way, all of them pushing to get ahead of their neighbours. The lines at the booths were already 50 or more people long. Nyquist longed for silence, for a space of his own, a room with 4 walls, but there was only the chaos and the noise. Well, he could only hope that Teddy made his own way through the crowd safely, and maybe they could meet on the other side. There must be a waiting room or a meeting place, or he could get them to make a tannoy call. Would that be possible? "This way, quickly now." It was Mr. Kamar. He led Nyquist across the floor, expertly evading all comers, introducing himself fully along the way. "Sanish Kamar of Kamar and Kamar. Here, take my card." He slipped something into Nyquist's shirt pocket. "At your service." Nyquist looked at him, blank-eyed. His head was ringing. Kamar added, "Import-export. 20 years in the business, so I know my way around borders, all the shortcuts, all the rules, and how to sidestep them." He smiled, keeping up the pace. "This is your first visit, I take it?" "Yes, I thought so." Free of the corridor's constraints, Nyquist now had a better chance to take in Mr. Kamar's appearance. He had shiny, jet-black hair, far darker than his age should allow. A smile was never far from his lips, and his eyes twinkled behind his tortoiseshell spectacles. He was dressed in a white 3-piece suit and tie, and yet, despite the heat, not a drop of sweat showed on his brow or upper lip. Every movement he made was precise and elegant, nothing wasted. In contrast, Nyquist felt like something found on a junk heap. He said, "I can't go through yet. I'm waiting for someone." Kamar shook his head. "Nobody waits. Not ever. No, you never wait. Come." Nyquist made one last attempt at spotting Teddy, but there were too many people in the grand hall, and many more arriving from one entranceway after another. The noise level rose to a constant babble. A tannoy blared, its message undecipherable. Travellers crisscrossed in front of him, walking their own diagonals across the hall. Birds flew back. No, no, no. Intermingle is the region between the original border and the new one, which are named, respectively, Sing Song and Fontanelle. And we've just crossed over Sing Song. Nyquist was confused. So every border has a name? Of course, of course. We, the people, give them names, as we choose. Over the years, certain of them stick and become permanent. They are our children, after all. Before Nyquist could ask anything more, they were gathered up by a surge of new arrivals. They moved on quickly. He had never experienced anything like this, so many people in the same place, all seeking the same thing in their own different ways. Acceptance. One wish, one wish, one wish. Let a gate open for me. A sudden cry of alarm went up. 2 young men went for each other, their fists swinging wildly. People scurried around them, forging new paths, but otherwise ignoring the fight. Life goes on. It must go on. I have to get through. Nyquist and Kamar took up a position at the end of a queue. Now, don't worry. Do you have your passport, your papers, your identity card? Good, good. Nyquist nodded to each question in turn. I still don't know why I need a passport. You are not only entering a new city, but also a new country. Yes, this is how you must think of it. We do things differently here. More people came in behind them, and they moved along at a swift pace. I have a knack, you see, of picking the right queue. It's a gift of mine. And soon enough they closed in on the customs booth, where an official sat in wait. Only a few people stood before them in the line. Beyond the booth was a wall. It looked to be made of a shimmering, ghostly pale light, shaded with dots and sparkles of mint green and silver. The Fontanelle barrier. It looked enticing, welcoming. Nyquist was fascinated by it, and he wondered if Teddy had already made his way through. Yes, that was possible. Kamar drew his attention. Follow my lead. Don't say anything unnecessary. No answering back, no witticisms. Respond to all questions simply. Keep your face in neutral. Expect the best. The line moved on, one person after another, crossing through the border without trouble. Yes, the gate lay ahead, and the city beyond that, waiting for them. Nyquist took hope from this, until he noticed a sudden commotion at the next booth along, where a young couple with a child were being turned away, refused entry. The mother was shouting at the official, while the father held the child to him. But there was nothing they could do. The next traveller in line had already taken their place. Seeing this, Kamar spoke in a half-whisper. Some people smuggle illicit thoughts into the city. In here, in the dark of the skull, they think they cannot be seen, that the bone is thick enough. He shook his head sadly and lowered his voice even further. But the story goes, they have people who can read minds, right there, in the booths. I don't know. What do you think? Can you imagine such a thing? Nyquist couldn't. He couldn't imagine anything. Only the Fontanelle barrier and his need to pass through it. Next applicant, please, quickly. The official called Mr. Kamar forward. Nyquist's thoughts returned to his suitcase and that mysterious object in his mind. What could it be? The vision was so clear, even as the object itself was indistinct. It was a dark mass, like a dead bird, or a tangle of black hair. No, it was more regular than that, mathematical, and the object changed as he thought of it until it became a circle, a perfect black circle. Had he made a mistake? Packed something illicit without realizing? Or maybe Mr. Kamar himself? Yes, that must be it. Nyquist was being used as a mule, a smuggler of another man's goods. Import-export. Wasn't that the man's line of work? Someone called his name. Nyquist! Mr. Nyquist! It's me! Over here! He looked over to the next queue along and saw Teddy Fairclough standing in line, safe and sound, and he felt a surge of relief. Teddy smiled and waved at him, but Nyquist didn't have time to respond. Next, please. Step forward. Mr. Kamar was already moving away, passing through the Fontanelle barrier, his white-suited form vanishing into the wall of light. Someone gave Nyquist a nudge from behind, urging him on. He walked to the booth, hoisting his suitcase onto the shelf, as instructed. Anything to declare? Nyquist shook his head. The official didn't even look at him. She was writing on a clipboard. Speak clearly. Yes or no? No. The official glanced up. She smiled and nodded. It was a smile of absence, but her eyes were focused and sharp and keen. Her hair was hidden behind a tightly bound piece of grey cloth, and her tunic was the same colour. Her badge told her surname, Maddox. Behind her stood a well-built man, his arms folded, his features expressionless. He had the look of a long-time guardsman, a bruiser in a uniform waiting for an excuse. Unless, of course, this was the fabled mind-reader. Nyquist felt all his sins were now on full view, made public. "Papers." Nyquist handed over his documents. The official examined each item in turn. She looked up at his face, checking it against the photograph in his passport. "Business or pleasure?" "Business." Maddox read the entry for occupation. "Private inquiry agent?" "That's right." "Someone's in trouble, are they?" "Something like that." "And how long do you intend to stay in delirium?" "A few days. It all depends on—" "Open your suitcase, please." He did so. His hands were trembling. Officer Maddox must have seen this, surely. The locks clicked open, and he raised the lid. She started to search through his belongings, lifting things up, peering beneath. His razor and comb. The book. The notes he needed for the job in hand. She lifted up one of his shirts. It was his favourite, Mr. Peacock brand. Ice blue. Linen. Short-sleeved. Perfect for the hot weather. The officer paused in her search, making a clicking noise with her tongue. "Is there something wrong?" Nyquist asked. She didn't reply, but her face showed concern. She pulled the blue shirt free, revealing the base of the suitcase. There was something hidden there. Nyquist looked on with astonishment. It was a black circle, about 3 inches across, sharp-edged, with a shimmering quality to it. "Do you know what this is?" Officer Maddox asked. Nyquist could only shake his head. "Speak clearly, yes or no." He stared at the circle. "No." His hand reached into the case. "Please, be careful." His hand moved back. "I don't understand. What is it?" Officer Maddox didn't respond directly. She asked, "This is your first visit here?" "Yes, but the suitcase was fine this morning, when I packed. Whatever this is, I don't know how it got here. I'm not trying to—" "To what?" "To smuggle anything across the border." Maddox looked at him properly for the first time. A moment passed. Not a single expression moved across her face. He kept on. "My belongings must have been tampered with, here or on the train." He tried to think. Had he left his case unattended at any time? To get a sandwich, or to visit the gents? Yes, once or twice, but Teddy had always been there, left in charge. Could Teddy have? No, it was ridiculous. Why would the lad do such a thing? "I really don't know what's going on." The man at the back of the booth unfolded his arms and took a step forward. Nyquist felt his anger rising. "I don't like it when people mess with my belongings." "Of course not." Officer Maddox was probably employed for her unreadable expressions. The sweat gathered on Nyquist's brow. He could hear the people in the queue muttering, some of them calling out loud, anxious to be processed. He was holding everything up. "Don't worry about anyone else," Maddox told him. "They can wait." She met his gaze, her face placid. But then she smiled properly, with some warmth behind it. "We're very sorry, Mr." She rechecked his papers for his name. "Nyquist. We've been having a spot of trouble lately with some of our borderlines, including sing-song. Intrusions are common." "I really don't get what you're saying." A droplet of sweat fell on the counter. Maddox continued. "The City of Delirium and the Central and Outlying Customs Office, as well as the Department of Border Control, apologizes for any inconvenience caused." The smile stayed in place as she added. Blackness glistened. Officer Maddox took a step back to allow Brunswick access to a work desk. He dropped the circle into a glass bowl filled with water or some other clear liquid. Once submerged, the circle dissolved, turning the liquid grey, and then faded completely. Nobody spoke a word during this operation. Nyquist's gaze returned to his suitcase as Officer Maddox replaced his shirt and his other belongings. She produced a small bottle, like an old-fashioned perfume spray, complete with nozzle and bulb. She squeezed the bulb repeatedly, causing a fine mist to spray into the air. This jet was directed down into his suitcase, over Nyquist's clothes and other personal items. It was odourless. Maddox closed the suitcase and pushed it into Nyquist's care. "Proceed on your way. Quickly." The official's primary mood had returned. "What was that thing?" "Next." The next person in line made his way to the booth. Nyquist walked on, over to the Fontanelle barrier. a shining border of projected silvery green light that marked the true entrance to the city of delirium. The of light caught the young man, setting his face aglow so that every emotion was shown clearly, the joy, and then the shock, and then the pain. He screamed. Nyquist couldn't move. He was too surprised. Teddy had fallen to the floor, right in the middle of the borderline. His body writhed about, arms and legs juddering, a high-pitched whine coming from his lips. His eyes were screwed shut. At last, Nyquist managed to pull away from his frozen state. He bent down to Teddy to help him. But the lad wouldn't keep still, no matter how tightly Nyquist held him. All around, people were chattering and gasping on both sides of the border. The green lights of Fontenelle were blinking on and off at a rapid pace. An alarm sounded, the noise of it like a knife to the brain.
"Teddy, what's wrong? What is it?"
The poor kid, still shivering, still shaking. No words. Officer Maddox was marching over from the booth with Brunswick close behind. But Mr. Kamar was there, on the other side of the border. "Pull him through," he said. "Pull him! Come on, let's do it!" Kamar and the chauffeur grabbed hold of Teddy and dragged him through the barrier. People clapped and cheered the action. A camera flashed. Green splashes of light clouded the air. Nyquist got to his feet and made his own way across. It was only a yard or so, but it felt like many miles were being travelled. The lights of Fontenelle played across him, casting their warmth onto his face and hands. He looked around in a daze. The two customs officials stood just the other side of the border, cursing, looking worried, or, more than that, there was sheer anger on Maddox's face. Evidently, they had no jurisdiction beyond the line. Teddy was getting to his feet, helped by Mr. Kamar. The young man's face was stricken, his eyes wide open, his skin ashen. He couldn't stop shivering, and his hands shook at his sides. Nyquist, too, was confused. The city had already made its claim on them both. Chapter 2. Guttersnipe and Jackanapes. The two men walked along the driveway, carrying their suitcases. It was the hottest day of the year so far, July the 20th, 1960. Nyquist's jacket lay draped over his forearm, and his shirt was open at the collar. His hair was plastered to his skull. They passed a large garden, a dried-up fountain. A lone gardener was at work, watering the flower beds with a hose-pipe. Apart from that, the grounds were empty. The house came into view around a bend, a large place, a new-build mansion, mid-50s style, mock Tudor beams mixed with sections of pebble dash. Asymmetrical in outline, with an even newer section still only half built, the exposed woodwork partially covered in tarpaulin. The place had the look of a modern artwork. Teddy was all agog. A sleek-bodied Aston Martin was parked on the gravel. He leant against the bright red sports car and struck a pose. "How do I look?"
"Like someone out of Manor."
After which, they had passed through 5 different tolls on the way here and been questioned at 3 barriers and negotiated 2 roadblocks, and at each toll he'd paid a fee out of his own pocket, and at each barrier the chauffeur answered one query after another from one official after another, and at each roadblock they'd had to wait for 10, 15, 20 minutes as their papers and IDs were checked and rechecked. They also had to pay 4 bribes, and now this. No one to greet them. No instructions. On a whim, Nyquist pushed at the door. It swung open. Teddy peered into the hallway. "This is weird. I was expecting guards, barbed wire fence, snarling dogs." He scratched at his palm. "Because Craven's meant to be a recluse, right? I read that in Movie World."
"Maybe he's got no one to fear."
"Let's see." The young man led the way, stepping into the extensive hallway. He gave a whistle at what he saw. A gleaming steel staircase rose from the centre of the hall, leading to the upper floor. The walls on both sides of the hall displayed paintings of abstract art.
"Hello? Anyone home?"
No one answered. They left their cases in the hallway and moved on, taking a corridor that led deeper into the house, looking through open doors along the way, living room, kitchen, downstairs bathroom, all exquisitely furnished, all deserted. Teddy said, "I can't wait to see Mr. Craven, up close, but I'm nervous. Does it show?" Nyquist wondered yet again about the wisdom of bringing the young man with him. Edward Fairclough was 20 years old, a runaway. He was very much a youngster looking for a story to call his own, dressed to the nines in clothes he'd picked up second-hand from market stalls. His hair was long at the front and spruced into a quiff, as was the fashion. A dark red box-cut jacket, pale lilac shirt, purple tie, matching pocket handkerchief, ace of hearts cufflinks. Eyes blinking, twitchy muscles, but slowly finding his feet, learning the steps. The gumshoe dance. The kid was always on the go. He watched Nyquist avidly and took notes and made endless lists and asked far too many stage and screen in his mansion hideaway. Oh, look, is that blood? Or is it wine? A large splash of dark red on the wall. It's probably wine, right? They came to a music room, complete with numerous guitars in racks, and a Steinway piano whose ivory keys had been smashed into pieces, probably with the claw hammer that lay on the stool. The French windows gave a view out onto the rear of the house. A swimming pool, a lawn beyond that, and then a line of trees. They walked on, taking yet another corridor.
Have you noticed what's missing?
Visible objects, are we? It's like something out of Alice in Wonderland.
In what way?
The young man's voice affected a higher pitch. Why, only this morning I saw at least 6 or 7 things that weren't there.
I don't recognize that line. Did you make it up?
Probably. Teddy noticed something. What do you make of this? Nyquist followed his gaze. There was a black circle on the wall. Someone had scrawled an arrow pointing to the circle and a warning, whatever you do, don't look through here. Terrible things ensue. What do you think? Teddy asked. Fancy your chances? Nyquist frowned. He didn't answer. He was thinking of the incident at the customs booth and the thing found in his suitcase. The circle on the wall seemed to be the same kind of object, but a little bigger, some 4 inches across. That's Vince's handwriting, Teddy said.
How do you know that?
I've seen his autograph, haven't I? And a letter he wrote. He sent it to his fan club. Nyquist leaned in towards the circle. He saw the interior darkness gleaming, shimmering, with a strange liquid quality to it. Teddy carried on talking, pride taking him over. I'm a member, of course. Number 45791, North of England branch. Joined 1958. He realized that Nyquist wasn't paying any attention. His boss was staring at the circle, his face only a few inches from it. Teddy coughed. So, what do you think the terrible things might be? But Nyquist still didn't respond. His eyes would not easily look away. He had the feeling of being watched, of being examined even, studied closely. It was easy to imagine a face pressed up against a circle on the other side of the wall. The circle was a hole, and yet it seemed solid enough. Nyquist's hand moved toward it. Teddy touched him on the shoulder. Come on, let's find Vince, shall we? The remark broke the spell. Neither of them spoke as they moved down the corridor. The mood had changed. The house was in stasis, and the same conditions settled over both men. Their footsteps made no sound on the carpeted floors. Shh! It was Teddy who broke the silence. Do you hear that? They both stood where they were.
It's a voice,
Nyquist answered. He spoke in a whisper. More than one. There was a closed door nearby. Teddy listened, placing his ear against the panelling. He said, It's a man and a woman, talking. Now the woman was crying, a sound of utter pain. I know that howl of despair, Teddy added.
In what way?
I know that howl of despair, in all its beauty. It's famous. And with that he pushed open the door. Nyquist followed him inside the room, which was lit only by a fluttering light projected from a slot in the wall. It was a small household cinema, a viewing room. There was a large screen on the opposite wall where a young couple embraced, a scene of death and love intermingled. Their faces were expertly lit, softly shaded, pale, and etched with shadows. Nyquist watched, entirely fascinated, as the woman wrapped her arms around the man and made again her famous howl of despair, as Teddy had called it. Her fingers were darkened by blood where they touched at the man's chest, his torn shirt. He was dying, and his companion said in a breathy voice, Danny, Danny, my love, I will never leave you. We'll be together again in heaven. I know we will. Wait for me, darling. Wait for me. Nyquist could sense Teddy standing close by. He could hear the murmur as the lad mouthed the lines of dialogue to himself, in perfect step with the actress. This was Vince Craven's most popular film, Violent Impulse, an overly romanticized tale of a low-down gangster and his moll, and the fiercely ambitious police captain who chased them down to this car park behind a nightclub. And there was the police car, seen in the background of the shot, its siren cutting into the woman's words, the man's scarcely drawn breaths. The camera moved in closer and closer on the man's face until it filled the screen entirely. The film was overlaid with a glowing transparent effect, lending the actor's already handsome features a kind of golden shimmer. It was quite uncanny. The character's eyes closed. The music swelled, the string section rising into sweetness, the acceptance of fate. Teddy gasped. He sighed. He whimpered. Even Nyquist was moved, without knowing why. His eyes started to water, and he felt in his soul a most profound love. It was an automatic reaction. It lasted a moment only, this feeling, fading as the closing credits played out. Yet the memory lingered as an ache in the heart. The beam of light flickered away. The viewing room was dark. As Nyquist's eyes adjusted, he made out a lone figure sitting in a chair, facing the screen, the only member of the audience. "Mr. Craven?" There was no reply, only a movement, the shoulders hunching over and the head lowering to the chest. An attempt at disappearance.
"We have an appointment."
The figure held up a hand, a call for silence, and then his voice was heard, a broken sound. "Who are you?"
"John Nyquist. Your manager called me."
The hand again, waving this intruder away. But then the figure relaxed a little. He drew a few heavy breaths. The head raised itself and turned towards Nyquist and Teddy. "Shall I turn on the light?" Teddy asked. No, not yet." It sounded like a wounded animal. Nyquist moved back a step and gestured for Teddy to do the same. They both stood there, looking down at this stooping shape. He was reaching for something. A bottle, perhaps. They heard the sound of drinking, and a sigh. The figure rose to his feet and walked over to the window. The darkness had now faded enough for Nyquist to see that they stood in a medium-sized room whose windows were covered by blackout curtains. The late afternoon sun was seen around the edges, and then the curtains were pulled apart one from the other, and the man stood at them, looking out into the garden. His face was still half in shadow. There was something wrong with him, that was evident from the way he stood, his attitude, the sound of his voice. Nyquist spoke softly.
"Mr. Craven, you need our help. Is that right?"
"Yes."
"Your manager wouldn't explain what the problem was."
"I am the problem." Each word carried equal weight, without cipher, and then he turned round and showed himself fully. Nyquist had seen a couple of Vince Craven's films and heard the best-selling songs. He'd seen that man's photograph many times in the newspapers and the Sunday supplements. Craven was a good-looking man, as witnessed by the scene from Violent Impulse they had just viewed. But now, in the flesh, this close up, he was truly dreadful to look upon. It wasn't that he had grown ugly, or old, or put on weight, or lost weight. No, none of that. In fact, his face bore the same features as ever. He was 31 years old. But there was something missing. Something human, or more than human. His essence. Nyquist hated to call it soul, but still there it was. Enough was enough. He said to Teddy,
"Turn on the light, will you?"
Vince Craven stood tall and proud as the light came on. He was putting on a front, a show of bravado, as a drunkard might when looking in the mirror. His face was clearly seen, and Nyquist and Teddy both stood there, looking at this exhibit. His complexion was pale, without colour. His cheeks still had their renowned sculptural quality, and his hair was still as stylish and as burnished as in his photographs. Yet, despite all this, he could no longer be called a handsome man. His eyes were the worst affected, devoid of lustre, of any kind of inner light. Nyquist looked over at Teddy. He saw the utter dismay on the young man's face, witnessing one of his heroes in this way, so very different from the famed public image seen in photographs, movies, and record sleeve covers. When Craven spoke again, his voice took on a mannered quality. "I'm sorry, gentlemen, for my impoliteness. Yes, my manager persuaded me to ask for your help. I trust your journey was comfortable." Teddy blustered into speech, his nerves taking him over. "It was, yes, Mr. Craven. Vince, that is, if I may call you that. I mean, the limousine was fantastic. What a ride!" Craven smiled, but there was no life in it, no joy, none, and it lasted a few seconds only. He lifted the bottle to his lips. It was a gin bottle, empty now. Craven frowned at it, puzzled. He let it fall from his hand to the carpet. Nyquist said,
"Why do you need us?"
"I want you to find someone for me. Someone very precious. Very close to me."
A relative?
Yes, of course. Let us say that. Here he stopped and bit at his lips. His eyes closed. His torso was taken over by a series of tremors. Teddy stepped forward. "Are you all right, Mr. Craven?" No, don't touch me. Don't you dare." It was a physical revulsion, extreme in nature. Craven's entire body jerked away from the slightest contact, and his hand came up to brush repeatedly at the point on his lapel where Teddy's fingers had almost landed. "Don't you ever do that. Never again." Teddy was distraught. I didn't know. I would never." "And put that terrible thing away." He was referring to the camera in Teddy's hand. Nyquist tried to calm the situation.
The lad wasn't a no.
No, of course he wasn't. Craven's expression relaxed a little. Of course not. His voice grew quieter until he said with a harsh whisper, "That bloody film. It always gets me going." And with that he gestured that they all leave the viewing room. In the corridor they fell into line. Teddy couldn't keep his mouth shut. "I never thought I'd ever actually be inside your house, Mr. Craven. Not at all. It's like a palace. A run-down palace. Oh, you don't mind me saying that, do you? It's just that, well, it could do with a bit of a clean. I like to keep things clean. It's very much what I do at the office, filing papers in alphabetical order, or date order, or according to subject matter, whichever might be best. I haven't made my mind up yet. And then there's the accounts. I like to keep them up to date. Things like that." Craven didn't crack a smile, but he said, Sure, kid. And maybe I should hire you." "Me? Really? You think that might actually happen? Is that even remotely a possibility?" "They keep leaving me." "Who? Your assistants?" "Assistants, agents, manicurists, secretaries, mothers, lovers, fans." "Well, I'd never leave you. Not ever." The walls held shelves of books, including some of the latest best-selling spy thrillers. A gramophone's lid was propped open, with the sleeve of Craven's best-selling record album, Last Night at Benny's, on prominent view. The room was a kind of bachelor's retreat. Strangest of all were the two cabinets placed in the middle of the space. They were identical, each the size of a telephone box, their sides made entirely of glass. The lighting was discreet, warm and soft. Nyquist walked up to the first cabinet. He couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. For within the glass, upright, if a little hunched, was the figure of a man. Or at least the upper portion of a man. The chest, arms and head. This torso ended in a ragged line around the stomach area. The half-figure floated inside the cabinet with no visible means of support. More of a ghost, really. The semblance of a person in the form of pure energy. The body was translucent. Not exactly transparent, but composed of thickened light. There was no other way Nyquist could describe it. Light had congealed almost into a solid, a dense vapour. And within this body other smaller shapes or lines existed, arranged in a web of blue and gold. They looked like veins, or a nervous system. But there were no inner organs. Not one ounce of flesh or blood was present. The face of this entity was human in shape and expression. It looked like a reflection of a man torn from a looking-glass, given form, and then frozen. Nyquist stepped back from the cabinet to better view the occupant. The eyes were hollow, the see-through skin rotten, peeling, the inner shapes suspended. Not a single spark jumped, not a colour flashed or gleamed. Craven had turned on the gramophone. The sound of his own singing voice filled the room, crooning to a jazz band accompaniment. The atmosphere was odd, to say the least. Nyquist could not untangle his own emotions. Fear, doubt, revulsion, downright awe. He saw that Teddy was standing transfixed at the other cabinet, which held a similar figure, made of the same translucent substance as this one. This second figure was complete, from head to foot. It was, however, sexless, possessing no evidence of genitalia, male or female. Marks of damage were visible on the body, on the chest, the neck, both arms, one leg, and portions of skin, or light, were missing here and there. The face was half ravaged. A kind of sickness was eating away at it. Teddy was staring in wonder at this apparition. He had the look of a witness to a miracle.
"What the hell is this?"
Nyquist asked. "My selves," Craven answered, "or at least my former selves. Gentlemen, you are witnessing my first two attempts at a public image, Mr. Jackanapes and Mr. Guttersnipe." He pointed to each cabinet in turn, as though introducing his friends at a party.
You give these things names?
I don't give them names. They have names. Craven dismissed the concept with a wave of his hand. Sadly, neither of them quite took to my body, and had to be discarded. My manager, Irma, offered to buy them from me. She wanted to put them on public display in a gallery, and charge people to view them. He sighed, and stroked his hand over the glass of the cabinet near to where Teddy was standing. They do not last long, without the flesh's support.
You mean they're dead?
Teddy asked, his voice pained. Oh, yes, very much so. The cabinets preserve their bodies, nothing more, slowing down the rate of decay. I can keep them here for many years, with careful attendance. Teddy took gross. Craven nodded, and then he said in a low voice, Oberon is no longer with me.
You mean you've had him removed from your body?
Teddy shook his head, puzzled at this.
But I don't know why you would choose to do such a thing.
Craven shrugged. I have pursued fame for a good number of years now. With Oberon's help, I was transported into the hearts and minds of the populace. We have worked together for 4 years, touring, recording, being photographed, television and radio appearances, interviews galore. People loved us. They loved us truly. And always, no matter how I was feeling, no matter how the blues came calling, he was always there for me, always dazzling, his body sparkling under the lights. Craven's voice trailed off.
You grew tired of it?
Nyquist asked.
Of fame?
I did, in a way. But there is a fact I must share with you, and I trust you will keep it a secret from the public. Nyquist gave a nod to this. And you, young man, do you... That he collapsed into the armchair. A rag doll would have more substance. His voice was equally as damaged, each word drawn out to its limits. He still lives. I'm certain of it. He took some little strength from this. Oberon is out there somewhere, in this city, this terrible and beautiful city. I can picture him, travelling through one barrier after another, leaping the walls, seeping into the borders. The 1 million. But Nyquist wasn't sure.
We'd be looking for a ghost. I don't know any other word to use. It doesn't bode well.
Craven stood up from the chair and walked up close to Nyquist. He said, I am weakening without him.
I can see that.
Craven raised a hand to his forehead, pointing to the centre of his brow. I have a wound here. Can you see it? Nyquist couldn't. The man's brow was a little wrinkled, nothing more. I have 12 such wounds at different places on my body, the points of contact, where my image was attached to me. Sometimes, in the night, they glow, and they itch, and when I dream, I picture them leaking with strange ichors. My sheets and my pillow are stained, and when I examine the wounds in a mirror, when I peer inside them, can you imagine what I see? Can you? There seemed no answer to such a question, yet Craven leaned forward, as though to reveal the wound more clearly, and he said, I see Oberon, as he was in his prime, when we were first attached. Nyquist was curious, but he replied, somewhat coldly,
Mr. Craven, I can't see the wound.
You can't? Not even a trace? Nyquist was about to speak, when Teddy interjected.
I can see it.
Craven leapt at this. You can?
Teddy, come on.
It's right there, clear as day.
And here also, yes? Craven was holding up his hands, first one, then the other, showing the wrists. Teddy nodded. All of them, all present. Nyquist saw the simple, undying love Teddy held for Craven, and the film star was pleased at the young man's response, lie or otherwise. He intoned, I am a creature of the 12 wounds. I still hear Oberon speaking to me, seeking me out, I'm sure of it. He wants to come home. His eyes filled with tears, and his voice sounded half-strangled in his throat. We were cut in two, sliced apart. He pressed at his brow, at the imagined wound. Now do you see why I need your help? Nyquist looked over to the glass cabinets. The 2 images floated freely, suspended in their ether. Their hollow faces stared back at him through sightless eyes. Chapter 3. Level 6 on the fame chart. Dinner was served. The 4 people were positioned north, south, east, and west at the grand table. Nyquist was sitting opposite Vince Craven, while Teddy Fairclough faced Irma Culpepper, Craven's manager, a sharp-looking woman who seemed intent on pandering to her charge's every whim when she wasn't telling him off for being so stupid or so selfish. A butler stood to attention near the wall when not serving food or speaking sotto voce to the kitchen maid who carried the food from the far distant kitchen. These members of staff had appeared as if from nowhere as the dinner gong had sounded. The table was divided by white lines, corner to corner. These diagonals served as demarcation zones. The butler, name of Parsons, always made sure to place each person's cutlery and plates in the designated area, and any violation of this rule by a diner brought a white-gloved hand into play, a nudge, a tap, and all was perfect once more. Craven was drunk from the get-go, stumbling into the dining room when the other 3 had already started on their first course. He didn't eat much in the way of salt. His face looked red, inflamed. He was suddenly short of breath. Irma stood up. She was a good 20 years older than he was, but she took on the role of nurse quite naturally, leaning the singer back in his chair and wiping his brow with a napkin. She whispered something into Vince's ear, and this had a calming effect on him. When she returned to her chair, Craven had settled down a little, but his cheeks were still flushed, and spittle covered his lips. Poor Teddy was confused by this behaviour, torn between staring wide-eyed at his hero and wanting to look away. Craven missed the cheese and biscuits course entirely, having fallen asleep at the table, one arm cradling his head. Teddy had spent most of the dinner trying to make conversation with him, a series of flirts and compliments that Craven had taken in good humour to begin with, and then with increasing rancour, until at last he had shouted the lad down and called him a terrible name. A brave smile trembled on Teddy's face, and he rubbed his hand along the table's edge, a nervous gesture. Irma Culpepper smoked one cigarette after another, with the air of a duchess at a society ball. She was the epitome of elegance gone awry, her bounteous greying hair escaping from a multitude of pins and slides, her eyes bloodshot, cheeks retreating to the bone. Her patience wore thin as the meal progressed, and her once-upon-a-time golden goose showed his darker side. Bitterness threatened her tone. Nyquist made conversation with her as best he could, but only when Craven had fallen into slumber did she speak freely. She asked Parsons to take care of the actor, which was done by hauling the drunken mass into a vaguely upright position and manhandling him out of the room. It was a well-practiced action. Perhaps every night ended in a similar fashion. Teddy watched all this with a pained expression on his face. Nyquist inquired after the lad's state of mind. "Oh, sure, boss. Never better. Tickety-boo. Top of the world." The young man's eyes were glazed over, and his face shone with dampness.
"Maybe it's time for bed, eh?"
"I think so, yes. Only—"
"What is it?"
"I think there's something wrong with me."
"You mean you're ill?"
"I think I must be, because—" He paused, an anxious look on his face. Irma said, "Teddy, do you want me to leave?" No, not really. Maybe you can help. I'll try. You've lived here all your life, in delirium." She laughed. "I moved here, 20 years ago. Is that good enough for you?" Teddy nodded. "I guess." He took a breath to steady himself, and then he held his hand out, his left hand. For a moment no one said anything. There was a kind of discoloration on the palm of the hand. It was green in colour, a silvery green. The colour reminded Nyquist of something. "I can't stop scratching at it. It gets really painful." Irma leaned over to get a better look. "Let me see." She took Teddy's hand in hers and tilted it this way and that. The patch of colour seemed to move slightly on his skin, at least from where Nyquist was sitting. He asked Irma, "Do you know what it is?" She sat back in her chair, her expression giving no clue to what she was thinking. Teddy asked, "Irma, is it very bad?" Now she smiled and said, "The opposite." She took a sip of red wine. "In fact, Teddy, you're a very lucky person. In all my years here, I've never had this happen to me. And here you are, just a few hours in town, and—" Teddy cried out, "What is it? Just tell me." She answered in a calm voice, "A boarder has spoken to you." "How do you mean, spoken?" His voice was trembling. "Beckoned to you, offered something of itself, and paid you in kind for the joy of passing through. Come closer. That's right. Irma re-examined the patch of skin. Nyquist shifted in his seat. Teddy's hand was covered in a silvery sheen. You could only really see it from close up. And within this sheen a few sparkles of green light danced and hovered, an inch or so above the skin. Nyquist remembered where he'd seen that same colour scheme. He said,
"Something happened at the border. This afternoon. When we first arrived."
"At the train station? Which one? Ashengate?"
"That's right."
Irma mused.
"Everything whirled around in a haze. My legs gave way under me."
Irma nodded. She explained, "Sometimes a border gives something to us, a trace of itself. I would see it as a gift, a blessing."
"It doesn't feel like that."
"Any true citizen would wish such a thing upon themselves. I know I would.
I need to get rid of it."
"Now, please, Teddy, don't worry. It will fade away in a few days."
"You're sure about this?"
Nyquist asked. "Absolutely."
Teddy took some strength from this. He stood up and made his way to the door, but stopped halfway. He spoke to his boss.
"You'll do your best?" "I'll make sure you're all right. Don't worry."
"It's not that. I mean, you will help Vince, won't you? Mr. Craven, I mean."
"I will."
"You promise?"
"We'll start tomorrow."
Teddy smiled weakly. He murmured his thanks and left the dining room. The butler had not returned from his task of putting Vince Craven to bed. Irma poured herself another glass of wine.
"The young fanatic. I could write a book about them, or an academic study."
Nyquist asked,
"But he'll be all right, won't he? With his hand?"
"Let's hope so."
"You were lying about it fading away."
"It usually happens that way. At other times. Well, one hears stories."
"Do I need to be worried?"
"Myths and legends. All great cities have them. Now, tell me about yourself."
His story took 10 minutes, no more. The basics. By then it was coming up on 11 o'clock. He drunk more alcohol than he was used to. Irma's ashtray was overflowing with stubs. She balanced chunks of Wensleydale and a cracker and cursed the world for being as it was, filled with magical daggers and wild beasts. Nyquist added his own items of sacred meaning. The room grew soft and fuzzy in his eyes. He felt he was listening to a fairy tale, as, from some half-hidden store of emotion, Irma told the story of Vince Craven.
"I found him acting on stage at a little backstreet theatre, where the blue halo border crosses Albertine's barrier. One of the more unsavoury parts of town. Oh my, if you could have seen him back then. He was a few years out of school, working as a carpenter's apprentice. He had joined an amateur dramatic society and had earned himself one of the secondary roles in Hamlet. He could not handle the verse, even in his few lines, but his presence on the stage, his face and movements under the lights, well, I don't mind saying it, he mesmerized me."
"How old was he?"
17. Just. He had a quality about him, something that encompassed both the male and female values. He never lost that. A few years later I saw him again, at a larger theatre. He had blossomed in the interim, both in looks and talent. I chatted with him after the show and signed him up the next day. We never looked back."
Her fingers trembled as she lit yet another cigarette.
"Until, that is, these present days."
"What happened to him?"
Irma squinted a little as smoke got in her eyes.
"There is such a loneliness in Vince, I swear, and the fans pick up on that. You do know his parents died at an early age, both of the same disease."
"Teddy mentioned something about that on the train."
"He was 11 at the time."
Nyquist thought briefly about his own childhood, his own mother and father. He well knew the sense of being lost.
"Vince's loneliness comes from his parents dying. Is that what you're saying?"
"It must do, don't you think? I honestly believe his constant search for a new image comes from that loss, that missing, well, love, if you don't mind me using a 4-letter word."
Nyquist nodded.
"When did Vince take on the image?"
"Nearly 4 years ago now, 1956, or a little earlier if you include the first 2 tries."
Irma frowned, either at the passing of the years or something else.
"That's when his career really took off, with Oberon's help."
"I can't see why anyone would need such a thing."
She studied him from across the table.
"How much do you know of the image transplant process?"
She didn't wait for an answer.
"Very little, I imagine, for the image creators are few, and they keep their techniques secret. I know next to nothing myself of how the new image is attached to the body, but I do know it works, and how." Nyquist refused a top-up.
"Still, Vince was always a good-looking man. Mesmeric, as you said. I'm wondering why he needed to enhance himself in this way."
He stared at her.
"Unless, of course, it was your idea?"
Irma smiled in response and said, "One can never be too charismatic, don't you agree?" She poured herself a refill as she explained. "There are 6 levels of fame. Vince had reached the 4th level and had stalled there. You see, it is difficult to jump from level 1 fame to level 2, but easy to jump from 2 to 3, and a little less easy to jump from 3 to 4. But the jump from level 4 to 5 is the most difficult of them all. For this task, he needed a little extra push. Amplification, if you will. It's a very expensive process."
"Is it a medical procedure?"
"Not at all. More magical than anything, or at least quasi-magical. The image field connects itself to the body, and that's one way to think of it, as a field, an area of effect. The image field is attracted to flesh and blood, rather like a symbiotic creature seeks a host."
"You've seen this happen?"
"If only. No, strictly out of bounds, I'm afraid. But from what Vince has told me, it really is quite extraordinary a feeling when the image merges with you."
"What are they made from?"
"Glamour. Pure, undiluted glamour. The most precious substance in the world." Nyquist recalled a slogan from a poster.
"It's not show business. It's glow business."
"Exactly, yes. And did you know that the word glamour originally referred to a witch's spell of enchantment? Hence the name of the people who bring image and flesh together, the enchanters."
"Who was Vince's enchanter?"
"Lizzie Pursglove. I will give you her details." Irma shook her head in dismay. Poor Vince. We've been together now for 10 years or so, as a business partnership. I have seen him at his worst and his best, but never like this before. No, never this bad."
"You really believe his image was stolen? He didn't have it removed, without telling you?"
"To be honest, I'm not sure. I didn't see him until a few days after, and I was shocked. He hadn't mentioned the loss of Oberon to me. And he looked terrible. He really did, curled up in the corner of the music room, weeping madly."
Nyquist recalled the broken keys of the Steinway.
"If he had Oberon removed in secret, where is it now? Hidden away somewhere?"
"Maybe. Or perhaps he destroyed it."
Irma shuddered at the very thought of such a thing.
"And if so, then he knows full well that your task is doomed to failure." She frowned. "We need to develop a means of self-supporting the image. How glorious that would be! The glamour itself, with none of the fleshy wiles to hold the talent back."
Nyquist thought about all this.
"The images have names. Oberon, Jackanapes, Guttersnipe. And to hear Vince speak, he seems to think of them as being alive in some way."
"Perhaps."
By now she was slurring her words slightly.
"I see them more as projections, actually. Yes, why not? A movie film twisted into 3 dimensions and applied to the flesh. I do sometimes wonder how it must feel."
The lip of the wine bottle clunked against her glass. It was empty.
"Oh, my. The worst part of any evening."
Nyquist picked at the crumbs of cheese on his plate.
"Let's consider that Vince is telling the truth."
It took her a while to focus.
"That Oberon was stolen, you mean?"
"Yes."
"I tell you, it's not an easy thing to do. Not at all. Because the image really does not want to leave the body. Good God, no. It fights. It clings."
An expression of horror froze on her face.
"Irma, do you have any idea who would steal Vince's image?"
"Oh, I don't know. A crazed fan, perhaps?"
"Sure. I imagine Oberon would be the ultimate souvenir."
She started to laugh. Once begun, she found it hard to stop, not until it had run its course. The final guffaw was racked by self-disgust. With an angry jiff.
"I see. And this young man?"
"Guy Pursglove."
"Pursglove? That's the same name as—"
Yes. The witch in charge of Vince's image.
They are mother and son. You see the connection."
Truthfully, no.
Irma sneered. "Vince and Guy were lovers at the time of Oberon's disappearance."
But why would the son steal his own mother's creation?
Jealousy, hatred, fear, the Oedipal complex. I don't know. You're the private eye.
True.
What's important is that Guy had access, and I'm sure that Vince told him all his dirty little secrets.
What would Guy, or anyone else, actually do with Oberon?
God knows. Make love to it, put it on display in their living room. They might even perform some kind of destruction ritual, just to spite Vince. He's made a lot of enemies on his way up.
Could they adopt Oberon as their own?
Maybe. It's said that the images choose their hosts. Nyquist knew they were nearing the end of their conversation, so he asked perhaps the most important question.
Is Vince in danger?
He's dying inside. Slowly, by degrees. It was said quite matter-of-factly, and yet beyond the blank expression, a shadow of pain was cast. She finished the thought by adding, "Only Oberon can save him now. Reattachment."
But he's not in physical danger.
Not as such.
Only he seems to believe that he has wounds on his body.
Irma actually smiled at this. You know, I have cleaned those imaginary wounds of his many times over the last few days. All 12 of them. Believe me, I have earned my 10%. Now she shuddered a little. One of the points of connection still retains a little of Oberon's spirit, here, at the centre of his chest. She pointed at the place on her own body. That may be enough to give Vince these delusions, to believe that Oberon is still connected to him in some mystical fashion.
Teddy said he could see the wounds clearly. I thought he was saying this just to get at me, or maybe to impress Vince.
Actually, that infection on Teddy's hand might help him in this regard. One borderline responding to another.
The image occupies a borderline.
Where flesh meets glamour. She attempted a smile, and failed miserably. A darkness came into her eyes. Vince has a great sense of abandonment, but I have never seen him so low, so troubled, or so dispirited.
Are you worried about your livelihood?
I have other clients, believe me. No, I want only the best for Vince. I think of him as a close friend. I care for him. The emotions seemed true enough as she spoke then. But Nyquist had his doubts. Was Irma Culpepper telling the whole truth about Craven, and about the stolen image? He could not tell. The truth, as always, hovered just out of reach. She rose from the table, saying in a pleasant voice, "And now I must bid you good night." Nyquist remained in the dining room a moment longer, until Parsons and the maid appeared to clear the table. That was his cue. He made his way upstairs to the bedroom he'd been given. It was well furnished, with its own bathroom and even a cocktail bar. He might well be staying in an upmarket hotel. Getting undressed, he found the business card in his jacket pocket. Kamar and Kamar, for all your import and export requirements. He turned this over. Handwritten on the back was a single, "There, not there, there, not there," almost being written, almost making sense. And he woke up. According to his wristwatch, only half an hour had passed. He knew that Teddy's room was just next door, and he was tempted to see if the young man was awake. He really wanted to talk about Craven and about Oberon, and how the two intermingled and then separated. But instead, he lay there and tried to purge the thoughts from his mind. It must have worked, for some hours later he woke up again, disturbed by a noise. But the room was silent. The curtains at the window held a pale rectangle of light, nothing more. It was 3:05. There was a line of light under the bedroom door, and a shadow crossed it. Was it Teddy? Or Vince? Or perhaps an intruder? Nyquist got out of bed, pulled on a dressing gown, and looked out. The corridor was empty. His mouth was clammy with the after-effects of the wine. He opened Teddy's door. The bed was empty, the sheets pulled aside. He went in search of his assistant. On the landing he stopped, for a line of billowing smoke lay across the head of the stairs, forming a borderline. As he approached, he saw that the smoke was emitted from a series of tiny ducts embedded in the wall. Nyquist passed through the smoke. It was an odd sensation. He could feel it in his lungs and in his head, causing his vision to blur and his sense of time to stutter. Yet again he passed through the smoke. He seemed to be repeating the process over and over. The bottom of the stairs was another country, one he would never enter, but once more he passed through the smoke, and this time continued on down until he reached the hallway. His eyes were watering, and his nostrils were clogged. He felt light-headed. Perhaps this was a dream. Certainly it had all the properties of a dream, and yet everything seemed intensely real, touchable, knowable. The black circle on the wall with its handwritten warning taunted him. Don't look through here. He took that only as a shiver on his flesh until he came to the chamber where the two glass cabinets stood with their strange occupants. The music was coming from the gramophone. Craven's deep, velvety croon focused every emotion, playing the world-weary romantic fool to the hilt. The two cast-off images hung in their cabinets, perfectly still, not a tremble in their systems of light and colour. Had they been given the chance, these spirits might have enacted great dramas of conflict and love and pain and greed and desire, all for the public's delight. But now their motionless bodies added to the sense of loss in the underground retreat. Still, Nyquist was bound by them, and the sight took him over. The song continued, the lyrics teasing out a narrative of lost love, desperate affairs, and one last drink before closing time. Teddy Fairclough stood on the other side of the cabinets. He had not yet seen Nyquist, for his entire attention was focused on the two images. He gazed at one, and then the other. He appeared to be asleep, or at least half asleep. His eyes were drawn to the emptiness within the images, the drab colours, the frozen sparks. His left hand rose up, the one infected with the border. It had the look of a loosely fitted glove fashioned from a silvery light, within which tiny sparkles of green danced. Already, in just the few hours since dinner, the effect had intensified. These sparkles rose from the skin, whirling about in the air as though to make their way to the nearest cabinet, to connect in some way with the glass, or even to pass through into that interior realm. Teddy smiled, entranced. The sparks reached the glass, lingered there, and then fell back onto his palm. There was a look on the young man's face. It worried Nyquist. It was the look of someone who would gladly embrace the ghosts, each in turn, who might dance with them slowly around the room as the song played on. Chapter 4. Betwixt and Between. This is Radio 124 Delirium with the border forecast for the 21st of July. Good news. There will be 5 new boundary lines painted on Edgerley Road from 11 o'clock onwards. The old Horton wall will be broken down today, starting at noon. There will be dust, lots of it. The Fleetwood border will shift 5 feet to the southeast. By early evening, expect closures in the Undercroft area, random borders in Paws Hill, and a new boundary line encircling the Liberty of Verizon. The Guards Office at Eve Street North has declared an open border policy for all comers from 9 o'clock at night until 10. Expect crowds. Teddy was excited. He'd never seen a car radio before. Neither had Nyquist, but he kept this knowledge to himself. The lad kept turning the dial, hoping to tune into another station, preferably one playing rock-and-roll songs, finding only static and the occasional burst of classical music. Only the official station came through clearly enough to be heard, and that was non-stop talk of walls and barriers and checkpoints and ways in, ways out, ways through, ways under, and ways over. And for all you Q lovers out there, make sure you check out the 2.5-hour wait at Goodwin's department store. The car was a jet-black 1958 MG convertible, borrowed from Vince Craven's garage for the duration of the case. Nyquist was driving. The trees at the roadside were verdant and filled with blossoms, forming a temporary human barrier. A little later, a vast velvet curtain suspended from an overhead gantry was opened to let the car through. A couple of times the MG cruised along easily, as they hit one open border after another, all by chance, and life was glorious then. Teddy shouted a rallying cry of freedom. Nyquist laughed and warned him not to speak too soon. In delirium there was always another barrier waiting around the next corner, and the corner after that. The pavements were crowded with shoppers, buskers, work teams, street sellers. Some stores had long queues at their entrances, others had only a few in line, and then suddenly people would shift over to one of the emptier queues. They moved like a tide, ebbing and flowing, never settling. In this way, the city breathed in and breathed out. In this way, the city enveloped and repulsed and enveloped and repulsed. The two men chatted a little, of this and that. Nothing important. Nyquist had already asked about the state of his hand, but Teddy had been reluctant to answer beyond telling him that it was much better this morning. He kept his hand hidden when he could. Nothing was said about the incident in the middle of the night, in the cellar. Nyquist wasn't even sure if Teddy had known he was being watched, and it seemed preferable to keep it that way, for now at least. Irma Culpepper had given them a road atlas, but it did little good, as the expected routes were often blocked off, and new routes opened in a sideways direction. Sometimes these new routes were quicker, speedier, and other times they slowed transit down to a crawl. Placards marked with X's to mark the borderline of a newly formed realm. There were about a dozen vehicles trapped here, in this tiny enclosed space. The minutes went by, 10, 15, until at last the wall of paper was stretched too far, and it tore down the middle. The cars and vans honked their horns in celebration. The journey continued. They had to pay a fee at 17 different toll booths, which, although each was the same low price, added up to be one of the city's main sources of income. Bribes to waykeepers were often necessary, or coins dropped into slots to open gates. Despite all this, they finally arrived at their first destination, an area called West Whirling. Nyquist followed the directions of a parking attendant who guided them down into an underground car park. He sat in the seat for a while, staring at the list of names Irma Culpepper had given him. He said,
"Last night, Vince's manager told me that he'd taken a male lover, a man called Guy Pursglove. What do you make of that?"
Teddy twitched in his seat. It was always a suspicion, if you read between the lines. All the whispers and cold words in the gossip columns.
"According to Irma, Guy's not been seen for a while."
Nyquist looked across at Teddy. His hands were wound together in his lap, the right covering the left. Even then, the glow could be seen.
"Is something wrong?"
"No. Why do you ask?" The lad's hand squirreled itself away, down the side of the seat. Nyquist cautioned him.
"Let's not mention Vince's missing image to anyone, not unless it's absolutely necessary."
"Of course not. I made a promise to Vince, didn't I?" They got out of the car and took a staircase to street level, where they joined a queue, waiting to pass through a barrier. Only 5 people stood in front of them. Nyquist felt he was already an expert at waiting in line. No trouble expected. Ahead stood a well-fortified gate, homemade by all appearances, with bits of wood and wire and glass added over many years in a hotchpotch fashion. In the atlas, the gate was called Silver Shilling, and she asked for the correct word, adding, "Otherwise take your leave of this place." The turnstile and her voice had the same timbre, croak, croak. Her hair was more mist than hair. One of her eyes was soft of focus, never settling. Nyquist didn't know what to say. He looked to Teddy for advice, receiving a shrug in reply. So he tried,
"Given the gate's name, wouldn't a shilling do it?"
The woman laughed.
"It used to be a shilling long ago. Now it's a password."
She shifted forward on her stool.
"Well then, one more chance."
There was glee in her voice. Nyquist leaned over and said in reply,
"We're new in town. It's our first day here."
She stared at him, one eye weeping, the other clear.
"We weren't told about the password."
That got her laughing. She nearly fell off her stool.
"No entry, no entry."
A young woman pushed in. She whispered the magic words in the gatekeeper's ears, and the turnstile opened, and, "We do. Very well, actually. We're staying at his house." She nodded at this.
"Yes, I like Craven. He has a lovely image."
"Good. So, can we—"
"What was that film? The one where he played the young motorbike rebel? Oh, what was it called? You know, the one with the crazy mother, and the teacher who tried to—"
"Ask no more of life?"
"Yes, that was it. Lovely story, that one. Oh, and I think the way he sacrificed himself so that his brother could— Oh, I can't even bear to conjure it.
Her one good eye joined the other in tearing up. Teddy lowered his voice. How it is? We're trying to help Vince. He's fallen on hard times, and only Lizzie can save him. For a moment longer the old woman thought to herself, muttering away under her breath. Then she smiled broadly, showing a fine set of false teeth, and said,
Yes, yes, of course. We must help Mr. Craven. He must make more films and more records. So be it.
So you'll let us through?
Nyquist asked.
Indeed I will.
Without a password?
She frowned at this.
No one has passed through Silver Shilling without a password, not for many years past.
Nyquist groaned.
We really need to get through.
But you see how it is. I'm in a quandary.
How about this? Teddy held out his hand, palm upwards. The traces of the border sparkled and shone around his fingers, the colours rich and bright, more substantial than ever. The gatekeeper stared at the effect in wonder. She leaned in closer, and her nostrils twitched. Her eyes lit up, and she sighed deeply. And then she smiled broadly.
Yes, I do like that. Very nice. Oh, that's pretty. How marvellous.
And the turnstile creaked open, once, twice, and they went through, onto Tumbledown Road. After a few steps, Nyquist asked Teddy,
How did you know?
After what Irma said last night, about the borderline being a blessing, and I thought, of all people, a gatekeeper might love such a thing. There was a row of houses on one side of the road, and the remains of a fence on the other, many of its timbers reduced to ashes, the remaining uprights as black as tar. The ashes were collected in little see-through boxes, placed on view along the line of the now useless fence, as an exhibit of what had once been a barrier. On the other side of this ruined fence was a stretch of wasteland which ended in a haze of light, a mirage of some kind. The sun was almost directly overhead. Thin shadows. Not a breath of air. Irma Culpepper had explained over breakfast that Silver Shilling Gate led to a special part of the city, a sliver of land between four very different barriers, where the arcane arts were still practised. The weirdest people lived and worked here, including a number of the registered enchanters. Now they stood outside house number 9. Teddy worked the brass knocker. The door was opened by a girl in her late teens. She tucked an errant strand of hair under her lace hat and said,
She's not in.
We're looking for...
Mrs. Pursglove is not currently at home, I told you that. Nobody's in, only me.
Maybe you can help us, Miss
Chatwin. Elsa to my friends, of which I have none, thanks to all the work I have to do, day and night.
Lizzie works you hard, does she?
I toil and skivvy, but nothing ever gets clean. There's too many surfaces, see, and too many faraway edges, and too many corners. I can never find them all.
Her eyes wandered over to Teddy, and stayed on him, and she smiled. He smiled back. Her hand rose to cover a ruby mark on her cheek, hovered there, and then dropped again. And she added with a sudden pride, her eyes on the young man the whole time,
I'm Mrs. Pursglove's apprentice. I'm learning the trade. Not that I'm learning much, other than how to injure myself.
Nyquist tried Teddy's tactic.
We're working for Vince Craven.
Miss Chatwin frowned.
Oh, that man, swanning around like he owns the place.
You don't like Vince Craven?
I do not. Not one bit.
Teddy was dumbfounded.
Is that possible? It's very possible.
Fist the maid down the long hallway of the house. He couldn't make out the exact depth. The corridor was in constant trembling motion and seemed to have no definite end. There was a sudden flicker, and a doorway appeared in a wall, or at least he noticed it for the first time. The effect was unnerving. Miss Chatwin launched into a speech, focusing on Teddy.
I much prefer Kid Dynamo to Vince Craven, or Johnny Whirlwind, or Billy Boy Young. Now there's a handsome man. The way his image clings to his skin so closely, it gives me the shivers, it does.
I agree, he's a looker, Teddy said. Did Mrs. Pursglove create his image for him?
No, she did not. Far too delicate a job for Lizzie's hands.
Do you know where Lizzie is? He put on his best smile. We'd really like to talk to her.
She could be in many places, all at the same time.
How's that?
Well, see, sometimes there's only one Lizzie, and then there might be two, and other times there might be a trio of Lizzies, all lined up, all chattering away. I can't tell them apart most days.
What are they?
Nyquist asked.
Sisters? Triplets?
Keep counting.
More than 3?
Much more, and more again. But really, only one. One alone. It's just that...
Go on.
Elsa lowered her voice.
The thing is, Mrs. Pursglove's been through so many barriers and boundaries and travelled over so many borders. It's all part of her job, see? Well, I think she started to leave bits of herself behind here and here, trapped, so to speak. Do you see what I'm saying? In between the layers. Within, without. Betwixt and between. That's the way she says it. I tell you, she's sliced herself thin and arranged the slices like a flower, to be gazed at, to be admired. Not that it does her any good, always getting lost, she is. The number of times I've had to...
Her words ran on and on. Teddy interrupted the flow. And you want to be like her?
Not exactly like her. No, but I'd do it right, I would. No messing about. I'd be the best ever traveller of borderlines. You just wait, given half a chance.
Her brow creased into a single and very precise furrow.
But what do I get for my trouble and pain? Nothing much. A couple of second-rate spells, a few cast-off hexes.
There was a noise from inside the house. It sounded like a dog barking, but the sound was distorted. Elsa was suddenly agitated.
I'm sorry, I really do have to go. Please accept my apologies. I'll tell Mrs. Pursglove you called, thank you. I have cleaning to do, and then the clocks have to be wound.
She made to close the door. Nyquist placed his hand flat against the panelling.
One last question, Elsa, if you could.
No more questions, sorry.
What about her son? Lizzie's son.
Guy?
Her expression softened slightly.
What about him?
We'd like to talk to him.
Elsa shook her head.
They don't get on with each other. Not any more. Mother and child. Can you imagine? Always arguing.
She shivered, head to foot.
Sheer hatred.
Why is that?
With an irritated gesture, she blurted out,
That's it. That's all I can say. I have work to do.
Rays of light bounced off one surface after another, as in a hall of mirrors at a fun fair. Elsa said to him,
Be careful, the edges are sharp.
And she caressed the red mark on her face, a wound of former times.
Be wary, sir. Many boarders meet here, in this house. So many. So many.
And she was gone again, hidden by another shaft of light. The sound of glass on glass, scratching, shivering. Nyquist could no longer see the front door, nor was there any sign of Teddy. A strange crackling sound rent the air. He tried to speak, but the hallway was crowded with other noises, other voices, and the tingling sound of the mirrors as they moved and brushed and scraped one against the next. The kaleidoscope turned and turned and turned, in many sparkling colours. Now the planes shifted more fiercely, cutting across one another like sheets of ice. Scree, scree, screek. The maid had spoken truly. The borders of this house were many, and existed. Her reflection travelled from one mirror to another, around corners, along corridors, through doorways, leaving behind these shivers in the glass, each one a copy of her, each the same, each different, ever shifting. He saw her face, or what might once have been her face, for this was a face whose features shifted apart even as he looked at her. A creature of blur had taken occupation. He reached out a hand and met resistance, a shining glass surface. One more border. It could never be crossed. Lizzie shrieked at him, and then he was outside, and Elsa was slamming the door in his face. Teddy stared at him. Nyquist had a fearful look on his face, as if he'd seen a ghost, or many ghosts.
She's in there. I saw her.
Each word was spoken between a breath.
You mean Elsa?
No. A woman. The enchanter. Pursglove. She's hiding from us. At least
what?
I thought it was her. It might have been a reflection.
Nyquist rubbed at his eyes. You took a few steps inside, that's all. Only the maid was there. And a dog.
A dog?
Now he was confused.
I heard it barking.
Elsa and a little dog. No one else.
A few steps, that's all I took?
Yes, listen to me, that's all.
Without thinking to, Teddy had grabbed hold of the other man's shoulders, and slowly, under this hold, Nyquist calmed a little. He stopped shaking. They sat on a bench near the line of the burned-out fence. Both men were silent. Teddy was leafing through his road atlas. He tried to start a conversation. There are so many symbols, one for every kind of border. Look, there's a glossary. Nyquist didn't respond. A green circle means freely passable. A red square means blocked, and so on. There are many types of border: soft, hard, porous, semi-porous, insubstantial, abandoned, in ruins, unknown material, heavily armed, dangerous, nonsensical. The list goes on, and every week they issue new pages. He held up a few sheets of loose paper. It never ends. At last, Nyquist spoke. He apologized for his behavior.
There are secrets in that house. I fell under a spell.
Teddy nodded. He turned the booklet this way and that.
I think this is a bad case. It can only lead to trouble.
But you made a promise.
Promises get broken.
No, they don't. Teddy rose up from the bench. He stated the task simply. Mr. Craven needs us. We took his money.
We took half the money.
And we'll carry on, and we'll find Oberon, bring him home, and that's it.
Teddy.
That's it. That's all. Job done. Nyquist had to laugh at this. He had to groan, and sigh, and curse. But in the end, Teddy was right. They had a job to do, a case to solve. He unfolded a piece of paper.
There are 2 more people on the list. 2 more enchanters that Craven has had contact with over the years. Iona Youngblood and Edwin Fremantle. But there's no address given for Youngblood, only a question mark.
How about Mr. Fremantle? Nyquist read out the address on the list, and Teddy consulted his atlas. Messenger close. It's walking distance. They moved on, crossing over the line of ash. A housing estate had once stood here, but all that remained now was a hollow church and a run-down public house, both propped up by wooden buttresses. In the distance, a low-lying bank of white fog was seen. Nyquist had in mind a mirage, a soft borderline of heat on the horizon. It was easy to imagine they had entered a no-man's land, and indeed a spindly wooden tower had the feel of a lookout post. Maybe armed guards had once manned its heights. Not any more. There was nothing to guard. A host of rabbits skipped along, their fur marked with strange patterns of white and dark, as though they were caught between 2 seasons. The fog bank came near. Out how many borders he'd crossed already in the 2 days of this case, but very quickly lost count. Teddy led the way, guided by his atlas. A short alleyway brought them out into a large courtyard, bordered on all sides by houses. Most of them looked old and in need of repair. There was an air of abandonment, broken windows, boarded-up doors, a corner shop long since ransacked of its goods. Gardens were overgrown with weeds, and the walls were covered in graffiti. No entrance, private property, stay away. Each house had a different flag hanging limply on a pole. One end of an entrance road was blocked with old wardrobes, chairs, house doors, and the like, all stacked against each other to make a barricade. There were no ghettos in Delirium, only borders, some of them rigid, unpassable, others made of paper or smoke. Everything was jammed up next to everything else, and the borders trembled continuously. The sun beat down. A sudden noise, a sharp crack that seemed to set the burnished air aflame. Teddy jumped at the sound, but Nyquist didn't flinch.
It's all right,
he said. A corrugated iron fence pinged as another sharp cracking sound rang out. A pause, and then a third, this one making the dust at Teddy's feet rise up. He was dancing from foot to foot. Really? It's all right? You think so?
It's an air rifle. Just a few warning shots.
Nyquist walked up to a garden gate. It was topped with a double row of glass shards, and the length of the garden fence was edged with barbed wire.
Someone likes their privacy.
Teddy was at his back now, practically hiding himself.
Number 27, he whispered. The one we're looking for.
Nyquist nodded.
Is that Fremantle, do you think?
He pointed to an upstairs window, where a man's face was seen between the part-drawn curtains. The barrel of the air rifle poked through the gap. The would-be sniper shouted down at the 2 visitors.
What the hell do you want?
Edwin Fremantle.
Who wants to know?
My name's John Nyquist.
Never heard of you.
I'm working with Vince Craven. I'm trying to find out... Look, can we just talk, instead of shouting at each other?
This is my realm.
I'm sure it is.
The rifle was lowered a little.
Is this about Pursglove? And how she cocked up?
It might well be.
The man ducked away from the window. Teddy looked at Nyquist and said, "What do you think? Will he let us in?"
What I think is that Mr. Fremantle doesn't like Mrs. Pursglove.
Professional jealousy?
Maybe. And if so, he'll spill the beans, if we play it right.
The front door of the house opened, and a small boy emerged. He was 6 or 7 years old from the look of him, with curls of yellow hair and an unblemished face. He was carrying a tin tray, holding it out in front of him like a page boy at a grand affair. He reached the gate, and he held the battered tray high so that Nyquist could pick up the piece of card it held. It was an invitation. "Dear Sir or Madam, His Royal Highness King Edwin III invites you to visit his fair kingdom. Please observe all the necessary rules and bylaws, and refrain from violent or offensive behaviour." The page boy waited for an answer.
Lead on.
The boy turned on his heel and walked back up the pathway to the front door. They entered a darkened hallway. Stairs led up to the first-floor landing. On the landing, a young woman was sitting at a desk to the side of a doorway. Next to her was a giant of a man dressed in the livery of a servant, his velvet jacket far too small for him, the buttons straining at the breast and stomach. The woman at the desk indicated where Nyquist and Teddy had to sign a legal document. It was a waiver of some kind, with page after page of tiny print.
What am I signing?
Nyquist asked. She answered,
"The first document is simply to safeguard His Majesty from any legal comeback if events should go against you in your state visit. The second, here please, on the dotted line, allows you access to the country of Fremantle. And the third, here, that's right, thank you, the third makes you an honorary citizen of Fremantle for the next hour. Extensions are available for a small fee."
Teddy asked, "So Edwin is the king of Fremantle?"
"That's correct. The realm of 27 Messenger Close. Is there any other?"
You mean this house is his kingdom?"
"The vistas spread before us, yes, from wall to shining wall."
The door opened, and the two men were directed through. The page boy accompanied them. He said in a little pipsqueak voice,
"Your Majesty, I present Messrs. Nyquist and Fairclough, paupers of this land, seeking alms."
The page boy left. The door closed. Nyquist and Teddy stood at one end of the room, the main bedroom at the front of the house. The room still held a bed, pushed into a corner, but little else other than the throne and its royal occupant, and the two attendants or courtiers who stood in silence close by. The throne had begun its usage as a plain armchair, but over the years many accessories had been added, including cup-holders, a little fold-out shelf, a striped awning, a hair-salon hood dryer in pink, a fly-swatter, a magazine rack, a built-in transistor radio, a bicycle lamp. The king himself was almost hidden within these surrounding gadgets. He clicked his fingers, and the two courtiers moved. He stood firm. The king spluttered and shook in his high-backed chair and cursed at him, and the royal spittle sprayed from his lips.
"Curtsy, then, or bow, at the least, won't you?"
Nyquist didn't budge.
"God damn you, sir, play fair, at the very least, or else my lips will be sealed, from this day to the last."
Nyquist gave the tiniest bow he could manage that might still be called a bow. But Teddy gave it his best, bowing deeply at the waist.
"Splendid, splendid. Now, step forward. Let me see you."
They moved to the throne, both of them instinctively stopping at the edge of a red brocade carpet. There was a yard or so between them and the throne.
"I am Edwin Fremantle III, king of all I possess. Now, talk to me of that nasty witch Pursglove and the troubles she has caused. Let me revel in it."
You're rivals, are you?
Nyquist asked.
"Rivals. Enemies, more like. Once friends, once lovers, once compatriots, once owners of the same company, once monstrous beasts at each other's throats, once cradled in filth together, like a pair of diseased frogs in a stagnant pond, and now I hate the very air she breathes upon."
She applied the image to Mr. Craven.
"She did, and a lovely job it was, yes, I grant her that, despite her shortcomings.
Which are?
Too much drinking, and too much pill-popping. Her hands shake like jellies. Her mind the same, all wishy-washy. Once upon a time she might have applied an image to a spider, so delicate were her fingers, but now I wouldn't trust her with my reflection in the mirror, never mind my body and soul."
The king's gaze shifted towards the window.
"What is that noise? Intruders?"
Indeed, there was a noise from outside. It sounded like a teenager whooping. The king roared into the fullest version of his own splendour.
Push, push, push. Push, Graham. Push, Brian.
The courtiers responded with brute strength, putting their combined weight behind his throne. It started to move across the floor, toward the window. Nyquist saw that it was on wheels, little brass casters. A stone flew through the open window, aimed well, only just missing His Royal Highness. In rapid response, the king let off a shot with his airgun, and then one more.
Lazy good-for-nothings.
The sound of the kids faded as they ran away down the street.
There they go. I blame Queen Vera for this. She's the slattern who rules at number 25. God hate her and all the borders she crosses.
He returned his attention to his visitors, catching his breath as he did so.
I think we should retire to my private chamber. This way. Pull, pull. Stop. Turn. Push, push, push.
The courtiers went back to their designated tasks, their bodies straining, their faces stoical. Nyquist wondered if they were twins. They had very different haircuts, one a crew cut, the other a greasy quiff in the teddy boy style, but from their shared looks they were probably sons of the king. The visitors were led towards a doorway, an interior border protected by a beaded curtain. A hand-painted sign read, "Verboten." The king announced proudly,
My 10th child made that for me. Maureen. She's the artistic one.
"How many kids do you have?" Teddy asked.
19. Or is it 20? I lose count. No, 19 it is. And one on the way. Bless my soul, and all that borders my soul. 3 wives, one after the other, 19.5 kids, and still a good few more to pop forth, I reckon, if I keep eating the red meat. Anyway, what I wanted to say, that sign's modelled on the one at Checkpoint Charlie in Berlin. You know? Fancy, eh?
Teddy agreed. "Very stylish."
Stylish, yes. Ah, indeed, and why not? Worthy of a country. Fremantle, forward. That's our motto, by the way.
They entered a corridor. A door opened onto another room, little more than a storage cupboard, lined with shelves, all packed with goods. This was the king's private chamber. There was scant space for the 3 of them, alongside the throne. Their job done, the courtiers made their exit, and the door was closed behind them.
Brian and Graham are 2 of my finest, but even so, there are certain subject matters that must be kept from family.
This close up, the king was revealed in all his self-made glory. The stress he bore for his realm was shown in a twitch on the left side of his face. His fingers twitched as well, in time with his cheekbone. A severe lack of personal hygiene didn't help. To all outside appearances, he was a brittle fellow, half mad, pumped up with his own importance. But there was something off about the man. It couldn't be seen, nor measured on any device. It crept from his skin unseen, like a sickness, or a miasma. Teddy was breathing heavily in the tiny room. Nyquist could feel the same pressure. The king's face relaxed a little. He said,
I am sorry to bring you into this place, and to subject you to my presence, for I know that in close quarters I can be uncomfortable. I am—
He paused here, and his eyes closed momentarily. A great weight was upon him, and then he explained.
I have erected a border zone around my body. Only my willpower keeps it there. This body, is a country that must at all times be cut off from the world, or else the world—
And he forced himself to breathe.
Or else the world would be overwhelmed. Such is the fate of the—
He couldn't finish the sentence. Nyquist helped him along.
The fate of the king?
No, not that. But the fate of the wizard. The curse of Merlin, as we call it. I have taken on the tribe's ills, that my people might be cleansed and live freely.
The closer Nyquist looked, the more he could see an actual border zone on the man's skin. It was transparent, made from some gelatinous substance, rather like a thin layer of ectoplasm, and it breathed and slivered and shone when the overhead light hit it. The sins of the realm moved beneath it, in globules of pus and ichor, coloured purple and a sickly green. Was he truly making himself ill for the good of others? Or was it all an act, in hope of being worshipped? Either way, the smell this second skin gave off was intense and nauseating, in this tiny space. Every so often it would find the nostrils and lodge there. Teddy panicked again, struggling to breathe.
You want to leave?
Nyquist asked. No. I want to hear what the king has to say. Edwin III liked this response.
I will tell all I can of Lizzie Pursglove and her nefarious practices.
Nyquist decided to break the promise they had made, asking,
Did you know that Vince Craven's image has been stolen? Or at least has gone missing?
I have heard such. I thought them rumours only.
It's true.
I see.
the king ruminated.
Oberon is loose in the world. How interesting.
He looked from Teddy to Nyquist.
And you believe Lizzie might have a hand in this?
Perhaps. I'd certainly like to find her, to speak with her.
You've been to her house, I take it?
She's not there. Or she was hiding from me.
Nyquist frowned.
It was quite a place.
Oh, it's a house of strange magic. Time after time I warned Lizzie that her experiments would get the better of her one day. She never listened.
You're a fellow enchanter, is that true?
Until recently, yes. I am now focused on other activities.
But you know about images, and how to create them, how to fix them, and so on.
I do.
Teddy asked, "Why did you retire?" The king looked at him.
I was not happy with certain directions in image research.
And Lizzie Pursglove was involved in this new work.
She was.
He turned to Nyquist.
Whatever you saw, or might have seen in her house, was almost certainly an offshoot of these ventures.
Can you tell us more about that?
You have to understand, the Enchanters' Guild is a tight-knit circle. I have sworn numerous oaths of fealty. They are lifelong contracts.
Nyquist sighed.
All I want to do is find Lizzie and talk to her about Oberon.
The king stared into space.
Lizzie. She could have been my third wife, but alas, I played it all wrong. Ah, me. I should have a border wrapped around my heart, I swear, to stop all intruders. Oh.
Something was happening to King Edwin. Pain crept across his face, took residence in his eyes and the down curve of his mouth. He started to rock back and forth in his chair, and the various accessories clattered into each other, two of the swinging arms catching. Edwin was weeping uncontrollably. Nyquist asked him what the matter was, gaining no answer. The three men jostled, and Teddy bumped into the throne. The horrible smell rose from the king's second skin, more powerful than ever. Teddy had trouble taking one single good breath. His hand shot out, seeking the door handle.
Nyquist, I can't breathe. I need to...
He struggled with the handle. "Let me out!" The king's skin crawled with life, a glistening, sickening version of life. Nyquist gagged. At last Teddy pulled the door open. The king fumed and snorted. He struggled to rise from his seat, pushing aside the accoutrements. Teddy hurried out of the room. Nyquist slammed the door shut and turned immediately on the king, saying,
"So what's really going on?"
He made his point clear without further use of words. The king fell back in his seat, almost vanishing into his complex array of gadgets. One by one, the folding arms all swung to, like a spider encasing itself in its own legs, to play dead. It might have been armor. It might have been a cage. A voice, the slurping sound as the skin fell back into place. But the king tore at it again, and this time found purchase, and he peeled the layer away from his face, and he took a deep, gulping breath. Sweat escaped from his pores.
I wear it for too long a time. Longer every day.
There was desperation in his voice, a need to be loved.
And yet without this border, what would I be? I would be exposed to the world. I would be naked under the sun, under the moonlight, naked in the eyes of women and men as I walk on the street and in front of my own family.
Did Lizzie reject you?
The king's eyes bore the brunt of his torment.
When I think of what we could have done together, the images we might have nurtured and given new homes to, if only she had focused herself.
He managed to smile.
You'll have seen Dandelion, I presume.
Dandelion?
June Holler's image.
I've seen her on the screen. Aye. Do you know where we might find him?
The king shook his head.
Sad kid. I feel sorry for him.
Why?
Oh, Lizzie loves him well enough, but she never gave him what he truly wanted.
An image of his own?
Precisely.
Nyquist started to put it together. Lizzie and Guy were at each other's throats over Guy's need of an image of his own. This might well have led him to steal Oberon for himself.
"I really need to find Lizzie," he said, "and her son."
The king glanced aside. He had calmed down and was using the chair's fitted handkerchief to wipe his face. The loose border skin still hung down from his cheeks and neck, but it was already dissolving.
"You know where Lizzie is, don't you? Edwin, talk to me. Why are you protecting her?"
His answer was slightly off-target, but intriguing.
Poor Oberon.
"Why do you say that?"
He will be used as a pawn in their vile experiments.
"There? You mean Lizzie's working with someone else?"
Not with, but against. Two enchanters seeking the same outcome, rivals at the core.
Nyquist made a guess, remembering the third name on Irma Culpepper's list.
"Do you mean Iona Youngblood?"
The king looked nervous. He nodded vigorously.
If Lizzie was the best of us, then Iona was the worst, the very worst. We worked together in the beginning, all three of us, on the same magical endeavours.
The memories brought momentary pleasure, too soon lost.
We split apart. It was a terrible period in my life.
Nyquist didn't let him wallow for too long.
"Where does Oberon fit into all this?"
They will both have need of him, if their work is to continue.
"You're making the images sound real, as though they're alive."
They are alive, fully alive.
It was a simple statement, no argument.
They are sentient beings, a species of their own.
"Can you enlarge upon that?"
Several different emotions met and clashed in the king's eyes. He let them play out, and then made his decision. He sat forward in his chair as he spoke.
The images are living beings. They call themselves the sentine. They think and they feel, as we do. Perhaps more than we do.
Nyquist didn't push for further information. He knew it would come.
I will admit freely, I am not on the level of Iona or Lizzie. They are the true masters of their craft, and know far more of the Sentine and where they come from.
"The images are visitors."
The king smiled deeply.
Immigrants. They come to us from far away, far, far away. Another world. And here and there, in the walls of delirium, in the borders, there are weak spots, secret places, crossing points. This is where they gather, the enchanters, seeking the new arrivals as they come through.
Edwin stopped talking. It was evident from his face that little more would be forthcoming on the subject. His confession was over, and those secret places would remain so, at least for the time being. Nyquist tried a different tack, remembering one of Irma Culpepper's remarks at last night's dinner. He said,
"Someone told me recently about the relationship between borderlines and adopted images."
It's a complicated subject.
"She talked about the border where flesh meets glamour."
Sounds like someone feeling her way in the dark.
"Yes, probably. How do you see it?"
The king sighed.
I have, in my younger days, walked that same border.
"You wore an image."
For a few hours only."
The chair's handkerchief came in to dab at the king's eyes, but it was already drenched from its previous tasks, a useless rag. Edwin continued.
Those hours we shared, I shall never forget them. Never.
"And you've never been tempted since?"
No. How could I do such a thing?
He paused, before revealing the name of his lost image.
Cognito was diseased, sickened from the passage across. He died on my flesh.
The king's face showed his full pain, in first skin and second skin. But then his expression hardened. He gritted his teeth and said,
Bring your boy back in here. I must have words with him.
Nyquist knocked on the door and asked Teddy to come back inside. It felt even smaller a space than before. Edwin shifted in his chair.
Show me your hand. Come on, I saw it immediately you entered my palace.
Teddy looked worried. Nyquist came to his rescue.
"What are you trying to prove, Freemantle?"
You asked about borders and about images. Well, I have news for you. Your friend here is a perfect example of the two meeting as one.
Nyquist was confused, and he didn't know what to say. But Teddy was intrigued. The hand was outstretched. Edwin clicked a switch, and the throne's bicycle lamp came on, swinging out on an angled strut, its beam shining directly on the strange substance that moved and trembled on Teddy's hand. By now, to Nyquist's eye, it appeared to be halfway between mist and mercury. Even as he watched, it split into several smaller globules, each moving in a different direction across the curves and dips of skin, and then crawling back together to once again form one entity. It settled in the hollow of the palm. The sparks of light twinkled inside the silver medium. The king's eyes squinted.
You found this at Fontenelle, yes?
Teddy nodded. Edwin sat back in his throne and steepled his hands against his chin. Then he explained,
The boundaries are weeping their own tears, as they succumb to the sadness of separation, the many from the few from the many, loved ones from loved ones, children, parents, siblings. And then the meeting again, the kiss, the embrace across the border, through the wire fence, fingers reaching out. For what else can they do, the borders, except weep, and weep, and weep, from pain, from joy?
He licked his lips.
And so your hand is blessed.
What about the image? You said
Gold passed from the fingers to the brow. King Edwin III sighed deeply. With a spontaneous outpouring of joy, he clutched at one handle after another, and the many arms on his chair opened and closed all at once. Forks, spoons, mirrors, handkerchief, tweezers, all such accessories were activated, like the pincers of some maddened beast, banging and clattering against one another, making a right royal racket. And then, at last, the throne settled back into itself. The king spoke calmly.
Lizzie has a place, a workshop.
He told them the address.
Packpin's Yard. You'll find it in the atlas.
Nyquist thanked him. But Edwin had one last thing to say.
There are many borders in this city, untold numbers of them, thousands, millions, far more that can be noted on maps or talked about on the forecasts. Every one of them has to be different from all others, as the law states, and most of them will be invisible to you, Mr. Nyquist.
you're talking from personal experience.
The king stared at him.
You will pass through from one zone to another without realizing that you've done so. And then, yes, then, I assert by all the gods of all the borders, then you will suffer.
It was a warning. But Nyquist could not yet work it out. Chapter 5. Square, circle, square, circle. They set off walking, away from the royal palace, taking a side road that led to an exit gate. This was closed and locked. They climbed over, Teddy making it in 2 easy leaps, Nyquist following at a slower pace, struggling a little. Their MG convertible would never pass along these walkways and narrow roads, through these gates, one after another, each made of a different substance. Iron, pewter, wood, barbed wire, glass. Teddy was following his road atlas, more often than not reaching dead ends, where they doubled back and found other routes. People moved with them, confident of the hidden ways, the shortcuts and unlit subways and tunnels. Along the way, one toll charge after another was taken from them. As always, Craven's advance payment came in useful. Eventually, they reached an area of town that was more crowded, entirely pedestrianized. They passed a number of cafes, each one seemingly the last restaurant before the border. But Nyquist wanted to press on, to visit Lizzie Pursglove's workshop. Nyquist and Teddy stood in the general's shade and ate hot dogs daubed with mustard and drank strong tea. The lad was unusually quiet, and he kept glancing at his hand. Nyquist had already asked him about the traces of image King Edwin had spotted, receiving only some vague talk of Fontenelle being infected. After all, image wearers must have passed over the border at some point, right? And maybe little sparkles had scraped off, right? Little sparkles.
Sure, little sparkles.
Nyquist accepted this with a nod, knowing that some deeper... Usually these affairs are invented by the managers and producers, but in this case it seemed real, from the way they talked and the looks on their faces in photographs.
Craven means a lot to you, doesn't he?
Teddy took a moment to answer. You know, I had some trouble with my mum and dad and all that. Well, June and Vince, they both kept me sane. Their films and their music, they were my escape. And when they joined with Oberon and Dandelion, everything became extra beautiful in my eyes. He looked at Nyquist. Sometimes.
Don't even think it, lad.
Can you imagine? To have a new image attached to you. How perfect life must be.
Ask Vince about how perfect things are.
I know, but
And anyway, there's no way the likes of us can afford something like that.
I know. It's just a dream. Nyquist put a hand on Teddy's arm to quiet him. What is it?
I'm not sure. Listen.
A growing commotion was heard. Human voices chanting. The heavy fall of feet in a slow, marching rhythm. The noise grew louder as a crowd of people entered from a side street, a crowd that quickly organized itself into a straight line, shoulder to shoulder, across the entire breadth of the public square. They moved forward slowly, in perfect step, arms linked, heads held high and proud. The line reached Nyquist and Teddy. Nyquist tried to push his way through them, but was quickly forced back. The line kept on, a firm barrier that split in two, only to stream around the statue of the general before forming again into one entity. People were encompassed within it, some willingly, others against their wishes. Nyquist saw Teddy moving off in a different direction, as they were forced apart by the crowd. There was no escaping it. He was buffeted this way and that, as the marchers formed this human borderline, under no one's orders, no external command, only the urge to move forward as one, a united front. And then everyone was silent, the entire square, all its components. Nyquist, too, voice held. He was no longer singular, but present all around, as a plural being. We. The way they held themselves, their credo, their dialect, their language, their job, their position in society, how old they were, how tired, how much in love, their chosen enemies, their goals in life, who they voted for, their favourite movie stars, where they were born, how much they earned, the cut or non-cut of their jib, married or single, healthy or ill, drunk or sober, the loudest shout they could make, the softest whisper, how high they might jump, the length and style of their hair, the colour of their hair, the dreams they had, the things they had lost. And so it went on for perhaps 15 minutes, and Nyquist was caught within this ever-shifting complex of borders, the silent one, the newcomer, never knowing why he was in one group or another, picked out by strangers, dragged along as more and more people joined in the melee, groups temporarily sharing commonalities and then losing them instantly. Are you this or that, one or the other, for or against? Are you now, or have you ever been, and will you ever be again, and if not, why not? And then, reaching its tipping point, the crowd broke apart, dissolved as casually and as suddenly as it had begun. Lunchtime was over. All borders broken. The people went back to their separate places of work, to their jobs. The merry-go-round went on its merry way. Navigation Square emptied until only a few scattered souls were left, standing apart from each other, far apart. And then even these stragglers moved away. Only one.
Are you coming with me?
But there was no reply. The young man's mouth could barely move. No words were spoken, only murmurs.
Teddy, come on, lad. Let's be having you.
There was still no response except for the look of fear in the young man's eyes. Nyquist stepped back a little. He peered at the ground and studied the patterns painted there. The outer circle, the square within it, another smaller circle within that, and then another smaller square, and then the smallest circle of all, only a foot or so across. All this within the vastness of the town square, shapes within shapes. And Teddy Fairclough was standing within this inner circle. He could not move. He was trapped within this tiny borderline. Nyquist stepped forward again, crossing one square, one circle, and then coming to a halt. Teddy looked stricken with fear. His lips trembled.
Can't you speak?
A shake of the head, just about managed. Nyquist took another step. This agitated the young man. He started to shake, his whole body taken over by the impulse, and from somewhere deep within he found his voice. "No, don't!" It was a croaked order, painful to utter and painful to hear, enough to bring Nyquist to a halt, his arm still raised in a half gesture, reaching out. "It will get you too." For a moment neither of them spoke. The town square was entirely silent around them. Even the slight summer breeze had fallen to a hush. Nothing moved. A dog barked in the distance, the only sign that life existed outside of these patterns on the ground, and the two people governed by their spell. Nyquist slowed his breath. He calmed himself.
Can you move? Can you move at all?
The question only irritated Teddy, bringing lines of worry to his young face.
I mean, What are you feeling when you try to move?
Teddy considered the problem, as best he could.
A voice.
A voice is telling you not to move.
A single nod in reply.
Whose voice?
A shake of Teddy's head, his eyes watering. Nyquist wanted more than anything to reach into the circle within the square, within the circle within the square, and pull his friend out of the trap. But then Teddy cried,
I don't know who it is. Make them stop.
His words broke apart. By now a number of onlookers had arrived, local shopkeepers, waiters, workers, even a street cleaner, and 1 or 2 children, but not one of them stepped forward to help. Nyquist spoke quietly.
What is the voice saying? Can you tell me?
Teddy nodded, and then repeated the words he could hear in his head.
Don't move. Do not move. Do not move. Don't move. Do not move. Do not move. Don't move. Do not move.
And so it went on, this maddened refrain, until Nyquist snapped and said to him firmly,
Stop it. Be quiet.
Teddy looked shocked at this, but at least his words kept themselves to themselves, inside his head, where they belonged. Nyquist tried to think. He turned to the crowd, looking from one person to another.
Do you know what to do?
None of them answered, except for one young buck who called out, Put a penny in his mouth. That might get him moving. This stirred up laughter, and one of the kids skipped around the outer circle, squealing with glee. An older man, the street cleaner, his body bent from years of hard work, shuffled forward and offered,
He's in the devil's country now. That tiny circle, see? That's where he lives. The dark one. The one with the flames in his hair. No one dare cross.
Another spectator, a woman, denied this, saying,
Don't believe old Fred. What does he know? Only stories.
A waiter added his own explanation.
He'll be like that for a while yet, until the town hall clock strikes the hour.
Still connected to the younger man, and he too heard the voice in his head, a stranger's voice, telling him not to move, not to move, do not move, never move, do not move. And the voice went on and on, this same instruction, no respite. Time passed in some strange way that could not be counted. They stood there, the two of them, a pair of statues in the public square. Teddy was inside the inner circle, the central zone, while Nyquist stood with his feet in the middle square, further from the centre, his hand on Teddy's forearm. It would remain there forever. At first they spoke to each other a little, a few awkward words, and then they fell into silence. It was easier that way, for moving the lips was a great, great effort. Their bodies were weighted down by a charm to stop all motion. Their hearts were good, the blood still flowed at its normal speed. Their brains were good also, and many thoughts played around Nyquist's mind, a tumult of images and sounds he had no real control over. He thought of his past, of his parents, and the streets of his youth, and a pigeon tried to land on him, on his shoulder, but he managed to make a noise, enough to startle it away. How long had they been there? He could not tell. Was it a few minutes, or half an hour, or more than an hour even? Had the town hall bell rung already, and he hadn't heard it for some reason? Perhaps the spell wasn't governed by the bell at all. His mind stilled. He was no longer thinking. He was no longer thinking about not thinking. He was no longer thinking about not thinking about thinking. But somehow or other, he was still thinking. When I was a little boy, my mother said to me, Always eat up all your greens, and never drink your wee. In this way he spoke to himself. I did this, I did that. Madness, of course. Madness, madness, and so it goes on. Just my mind drifting along, as my body used to drift along from one job to another, this case, that case, the next payment. Well, I could hardly have refused the call to adventure. Now could I not move? That blasted kid. Why did I have to take him on? More trouble than he's worth. I'm always having to look after him. Mind, he's all right in the office. Not in the field, though. Too dangerous. And now look at him. Just look at him. Eyelids twitching away. He must be dreaming. That's it. The lucky blighter. Wish I could dream. Do not move. Who's this now? Some sort of busker? Is that a banjo? Oh, my God, it is. Sounds like a claw plucking at wires stretched across my skull. 173 now. No more than that. Anyway, it's stopped now, the bell. The bell of the town hall clock. Isn't that supposed to release me and Teddy? Isn't that what the people said? But no, still here, still frozen, still, I am still, I am still. Okay, now concentrate. Keep the mind clear. We can get out of this. We can. My arm is starting to ache where it rests on his sleeve. Clinging on, each to each. 20 years old, that's all he is, Teddy. Now, when I was that age, I had already— Jesus, I sound like an old man, rattling on. Better not do that, no. And the voice continues, do not move, don't move, do not move. I am a citizen here, a resident of the circle in the square and the circle in the larger square. No, more than that, more than a citizen, a king. King John. How many of them have there been? I can think of one, definitely King John. Didn't he sign the And no one dare say otherwise. They should put up a sign, welcome to Squaresville, population 2. Enough thinking. It's not good for you. A young woman stopped to examine Nyquist. He couldn't quite see her yet. She was keeping a certain distance from him. Not so smart now, are we? He was confused by her statement. His head wouldn't quite move enough for him to look her fully in the face. But the woman obliged him. She took a small step to her left, and now he saw her. It was the maid from Lizzie Purseglove's house. Elsa, that was her name. Elsa, 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 Elsa Chatwin. She was standing close by with a shopping bag in one hand and the end of a dog lead in the other. The dog itself was sniffing about Teddy's feet. Come away, Huffy. The dog skipped in and out of the pattern of circles and squares quite freely, without freezing. Pretty boy. Elsa was now directing her comments to Teddy. Not so lively now, are we? No, indeed. The young man's eyelids fluttering in useless response. Elsa smiled. Draw. Not that she needs it any more. She held the fan still for Nyquist to study. Stare into the circle. That's it. That's right. Very good. Keep staring. The black circle was 3 inches across and had a strange look to it, as though a liquid was moving inside the circumference. He recognized it. It was identical to the one found in his suitcase, and the one on the wall at Craven's mansion. The circle blurred. It pulsed with a dark, dreamlike light. Elsa gave the fan another flourish. Mrs. Pursglove calls this a locus point. It's supposed to be a peephole into other realms. Can you see that far? Go on, take a good look. The black circle glistened each time it passed Nyquist's eyes, and on the 3rd or 4th pass he really did think something moved in the central darkness. He tried to speak, but found it impossible. Elsa nodded and grinned. You should heed yourself and heed the borders. They will trap you. And with that she skipped away, dragging the dog along behind. She carried on across the vastness of Navigation Square and was soon out of Nyquist's vision. The episode puzzled him. How strange that the dog wasn't caught in the freeze zone. The stillness must affect humans only, something to do with the mind, with thinking. Which means I could unthink myself out of this trap. But the more I think about unthinking, the more I think about thinking. I know, I should call up Mr. Kamar. What was it he said? At your service, import-export. I know my way round borders, the shortcuts, all the rules. Yes, he would know what to do, how to pass through the boundary. I have his business card in my inner pocket. If only I could reach it. Off limits. Boundary, borderline, a citizen thereof, here I stand. Don't move, don't leave, stay where you are, do not move. A citizen? Now there's a thought. Because the dog isn't a citizen. No, not little Huffy. No citizenship for him, or her. So then, a plan of action. I need to no longer be a citizen. I need to be rejected. To fail the test of citizenship. To break the law. To become a traitor. Yes, the ultimate act against the state, and then be cast out. An exile, free to wander to lands beyond. And even thinking about this, Nyquist could feel himself loosening up a little. His feet could nudge forward a fraction. His fingers were a little less tight on Teddy's sleeve. Was he imagining it? No, he was pulling free, or at least almost doing so. I'm a traitor. His voice rose up, making itself heard above the stillness of the body, the head, throat, mouth, the barely moving lips. I am a traitor to the cause. I repudiate all that the country called Circle in the Square stands for. I spit upon your laws. I reject your structures, your beliefs, your phantoms, your flags, your constitution, your wounds, your churches, and your history. I reject the laws, structures, beliefs, phantoms, flags, wounds, churches, and history that I have myself created. I reject myself, the country of myself. I reject the boundaries of myself.
I reject myself.
Nyquist started to shout. People were looking at him now, staring at him, gathering round the circle, some of them amused, others intrigued or mocking. He received terrible curses and at least 2 proposals of marriage, while some onlookers bowed down to him and some threw vegetables at him. But he ignored them all, seeing only the world he had created. He started to tremble.
I reject, I reject, I reject, I reject, I reject the law that holds me here, the law that I myself created and passed through Parliament. I reject.
The voice of the opposition attacked his proposals.
Do not move, keep still, don't leave, don't move, not 1 inch.
Slowly, out of the circle, out of the square, out of the circle. Do not move, don't leave, please don't leave me. Ignore it, ignore the voice. Keep looking at Teddy, that's it. At Teddy's eyes, that's right. Keep moving, focus, another step, trembling, fevered, his whole body a mass of nerves. 1 more step, pulling Teddy Fairclough with him, the only other citizen of this place, his fellow resident, across the painted line, and in this way they both moved into exile, into the world, the outer world. This world, this dazzling, sunlit, glorious, terrible, painful, and painfully unbounded world. The audience started to applaud. The bell in the town hall tower chimed the hour. Chapter 6. Asymmetrical Ladybugs. The alleyway set a long straight line between 2 giant warehouses. Every few yards there was a different barrier to pass through. Some of these were dangerous or harmful. Large stone blocks to clamber over, stretched wire to duck under, or kitchen and hunting knives stuck in the walls, blades outwards, their points only a few inches from the clothes, the skin. Other barriers were pleasant, even pleasurable, or at least oddly pleasurable. Numerous clotheslines hung with fresh-smelling dresses and shirts damp to the face, or strands of fur and hair, or a clotted net of thick needles and thorns had pricked at them, smelling of the city at its worst. The passage stretched ahead with no end in sight. Its name was Packpin's Lane. Hopefully it led to Packpin's Yard. But there were no doors or windows, no sign of a house number. Teddy's expression was grim and determined. Nyquist had never seen him like this before. He asked,
Are you sure this is the way, Teddy? Only we've been walking for a good while now.
The lad handed the road atlas to Nyquist. It was torn in places, with missing pages, the cover bent in 2, and the edges all ragged, and dirty and greasy from Teddy's fevered grip. The symbols marking the borders seemed limitless, as the red dots and white crosses and green circles and broken lines all blurred together. And then you had to consider the unmarked borders, perhaps an equal number. Nyquist muttered, Very useful. Teddy grabbed the atlas from him and ripped the pages out in handfuls. They fluttered away. Ahead was a thick cloud of soft, billowing strawberry-pink material, phobic. They stopped to take a rest. Nyquist studied his companion's face. Then he asked,
Teddy, is there something you're not telling me?
I just want to get to the end of this passage, that's all. To find Pursglove's workshop.
So do I. So do I.
He waited, but Teddy looked away. He was ashamed.
We're not going any further. Not until you...
What?
Until you tell me what's going on?
The lad's shoulders hunched up, and a cruel tension ran through him like a current. His whole body was clenched tight, and then he trembled and relaxed, and he turned to face Nyquist. I know you're trying to look out for me.
The truth is, Teddy, you're a liability. You're holding me back.
The effect of this was intended, but it was still painful to see and hear. Oh, Christ, now, see, that's just cruel. Why would you say that? Nyquist shrugged.
I don't know. The heat, maybe.
Teddy was carrying his jacket over his shoulder. He blinked back drops of sweat. Nyquist considered for a moment.
There was something Edwin Fremantle told me, when you were out of the room.
Oh, yeah? Teddy gazed at the border zone of light and colour that blossomed around his hand.
He told me that the images were real. I mean, alive. Truly alive. A separate species. Oberon, Dandelion, and the others. I don't know, I couldn't make sense of it.
You mean like they're living on people's bodies?
Perhaps.
Teddy was suddenly enthusiastic. A symbiotic relationship. Nyquist ran with the idea.
Sure, why not? 2 creatures feeding off each other. Give and take. And the more I learn about this city, the more convinced I am that the borders and the images are connected in some way, in some deep, complex way.
Right, right. This is the city where they originate. The only city as far as I know.
The images call themselves the Centene. I get the impression they've crossed some serious borderlines to get here, not least the one around the human body.
Our skin. Nyquist shook his head.
Our thoughts. All the crazy ideas we have about ourselves. Who we are and where we begin and end. That's the real boundary.
Teddy re-examined his fingers, fascinated by the sparkle of colours amid the green flow of light. By now, the effect had reached his wrist, enfolding his whole hand completely. He grimaced, and then spoke quietly. "Last night, at Craven's house."
"I saw you. You were staring at the caged images."
"Before that, earlier that night, I talked with Vince."
"Where was this?"
"I woke up. I could hear music playing, piano music, so I made my way downstairs to the music room. There was nobody there, but the door to the garden was open. The back garden, the swimming pool, the hedges in the distance, all painted by moonlight, glowing silver." His gaze had lost focus, shifting away from the everyday world. "Then I saw him."
"Vince was in the garden?"
Teddy nodded. "Just standing there, near the pool, not moving."
"You went outside?"
"I couldn't see anything clearly. I couldn't see his face, just his silhouette, and a kind of glow, a spectral glow, different colours, and I thought, I had this mad idea, see, that it might be Oberon, the image come home, come back to reconnect with Vince, but the glow really wasn't powerful enough for that." Teddy blinked a few times. He licked at his lips. "I walked up to him."
"What was Craven doing?"
"He was staring into the pool. He looked absent of mind. Does that make sense?"
"Absent-minded?"
"Yes. Oh, no, a little like that. I can't—" Nyquist kept his silence, but the next thing the lad said startled him. "Vince said that I was more border than flesh."
"Why the hell would he say that? Because of what happened at Fontanelle? Is that what you mean?"
"More than that. Vince anointed me." The word worried Nyquist greatly. Anointed. He had heard the word being used recently.
"What do you mean, Teddy?"
"Like I did with King Edwin." "Of course. The laying on of hands, and the spark passed along."
"You mean he touched you?"
The young man nodded. Nyquist remembered Craven's revulsion at their first meeting, when Teddy had reached out for him. A change had come over the movie star, perhaps a new-found trust, or a further desperation. He pushed the point.
"Something was given to you. Is that it?"
Teddy turned away from the question, but Nyquist grabbed him.
"Teddy, what do you mean?"
"I doubt you'll get it."
"Try me."
A sudden cold spell shivered through the alley. Nyquist stared at the lad, not knowing what to say. And he felt the tremor himself, passed on from one man to the other. A darker tone came into the younger man's voice. "Mr. Craven was wearing a shirt, open at the front. I could see his chest."
"You could see more of the connection points?"
Teddy nodded. "He called them the Omaya, and he listed them for me, all 12. Each ankle, each wrist, the navel, the centre of the chest, each shoulder blade, the back of the neck, the throat, the forehead, and the very top of the skull, the apex."
"It's a nice little talk you're having, the two of you."
"Oh, yes." If the lad saw any glimpse of Nyquist's irony, he didn't show it. But the Omaya on his chest, it was different from the others.
"Irma mentioned this. The traces of Oberon were still present there."
"That's right. That was the glow I'd seen, from across the garden." Teddy's eyes filled with wonder. The image was still attached. Just these ragged flecks of light, of shine and shimmer, sparkles of colour. I was spellbound. And then— Teddy hesitated. Nyquist let him speak in his own time. "And then Vince took my hand." Teddy's infected hand rose up to move towards his own chest. "He placed my hand on his chest, right on the remains of his image, inside the image. My skin was tingling all around the palm, the fingers, the wrist." He turned his full attention to Nyquist. "They merged, the borderline and the image, or at least a few little fragments of it. Do you see?" He held his hand aloft,
away from his body, showing off the silvery green light of the border and the further sparkles within it of purple and gold, the cast-off sparks of the image field. "This is where Fontenelle meets Oberon. Right here, on my hand." His face was lit up with pride. "Maybe that's what I'll call my hand from now on. Fontenelle Oberon. How does that sound?" Nyquist didn't know what to say.
"Oh, lad, you poor—"
No. He blessed me. Vince blessed me.
Teddy.
He gave this to me as a gift. He said so, that he wanted to help me. And now I feel...
He's using you.
I feel alive. More alive than ever.
He's infected you on purpose, hoping to seek out Oberon. Perhaps...
It just feels so perfect.
Perhaps this will draw Oberon forth. And that's Craven's only plan. Oberon will want to be complete. He will seek you out.
Well, that's good, isn't it, Nyquist? Tell me it is. Tell me.
You're the bait.
In which case we'll find what we're looking for.
And then what? What will happen to you then?
Teddy didn't answer. His gaze settled on his infected hand, and then his head bowed, and his arm was lowered to his side. He spoke almost to himself. That's why I went down into the cellar, to look at guttersnipe and jackanapes. I couldn't escape them."
Nyquist was angry. "I know one thing, Teddy. You're flesh and blood. Nothing else."
Teddy reacted, chopped by a hand over the mouth.
"Shut up,"
whispered, harsh. Nyquist was out of his shock.
"Listen to me, lad. We need to be calm. Can you do that for me? Can you?"
Teddy managed to nod his head.
Good. Now listen. Stay here, will you? Right here. On this spot. Do you hear me?"
And Teddy nodded again, a little more firmly this time. The wailing sound was still heard, but quieter now. Nyquist reached out a hand and felt it become warm as it entered the pink material. Cough. A shape moved ahead. The darker form. Or perhaps two separate shapes. It was difficult to tell. They moved apart. Nyquist didn't know which way to go. Somebody banged into him, and he heard a clear voice saying, "This way." A teenager, perhaps, or someone younger than that? He was still unsure of what he was seeing, and the voice again, "Follow me." A girl's voice. He felt her fingers curl into his and take hold. Smallish fingers. Nyquist could see nothing at all of the person whose hand he held. He was pulled along. Under this guidance, Nyquist quickly crossed the fairy tale boundary. The hand slipped from his, but only a few more steps brought him to a small open area lined with brick walls. Here at last was Packpin's yard, a cul-de-sac. A young boy was sitting on the ground with his back against the wall, his head bowed and his hands folded around his knees. He was crying pitifully. This was the wailing sound Nyquist had heard. He had a companion, a girl who stood close by. She was chewing on a fluffy portion of the floss, her eyes expressionless, her mouth moving incessantly. Boy and girl looked to be the same age, 9 or 10 years old. The wailing stopped. The boy was too thin and weak. It was difficult to equate such a noise with such a pitiful specimen, whereas the girl looked as if she had never cried in her life. But still, her face was a mask. And then Teddy arrived from the sticky depths of the barrier. He looked startled, out of sorts.
"It's all right," Nyquist said. "I was going to call for you."
"Who is it?"
"It's a couple of kids, that's all."
"Kids?" Teddy brushed strands of floss from his hair. "Now there's a turn-up, scaring us like that."
"You said it."
"Some cheeky buggers, no doubt." He sculpted his quiff back into place with a steel comb. The two men stood in silence for a moment, staring down at the children. A couple of sobs from the boy, his shoulders heaving with each one. The girl looking on in silence. The floor of the yard area was paved in planks of wood, unlike the tarmac of the alleyway. Now the boy stirred slightly, but still without raising his head. Teddy saw this movement and played on it. "We're on a case right now." The girl said, "You look too fancy for a private eye." "You think so?" But Teddy still directed his words to the boy, saying, "Just a plain lilac shirt, a purple tie with a Windsor knot, and how do you like these cufflinks?" The boy's hands curled and uncurled, but still his face remained hidden. Teddy put on his jacket and buttoned it up. "You see this? A nice box-cut jacket, 2 vents at the back, just so, and the 3 buttons here, do you see, on each cuff? Pretty neat, huh? I sewed 2 extra buttons on myself, here and here. Took me ages to find an exact match. Believe me, I visited 4 different haberdashers. And yet the boy remained hidden. The girl spoke for them both.
Can you help us?
Teddy answered. Sure, we can try. What's the problem?
We're trying to find Mad Lizzie.
You mean Lizzie Pursglove?
Call her what you like.
Now, there's a thing, said Nyquist. We're looking for the same person.
This perked her up.
You are? Perhaps we could look for her together.
Shouldn't you be in school?
Malcolm is sick. He's been at home for a week now. And anyway, 2 days ago they put a new border around the school, and we can't get back in.
Malcolm's your brother?
That's right. And I'm Maisie.
What's the school border made of? Teddy asked.
Bits of wood and cardboard and string. Class 3B decorated it with pictures of lions and tigers, like the ones at Delirium Zoo. Couldn't you climb over it?
So, we joined in that. Maisie stared at him, giving him her full attention. The boy spoke for the first time, saying,
They call me names,
and then straight away put his head back into the crook of his arms. Nyquist asked of Maisie,
Why do you want to visit Mrs. Pursglove?
My brother needs her help.
And why's that?
Show him, Malky.
It only took a moment. The boy raised his head slowly, putting himself on view, full face. Teddy made a quiet sound, a gasp. Nyquist saw that the 2 kids were twins, their faces identical, the boy's topped by a badly managed haircut, the girl's framed by strands of ill-kempt tresses. He guessed they came from a poor family. Their eyes, especially the boy's, held desperation. The girl was practised at veiling it a little, but the boy not so much. Certainly he had experienced more than most had at such an age. Teddy approached the boy. He held out his hand, putting the glow of the fontanelle border on display. The boy looked at this, and his face creased with confusion, but then a smile grew on his lips.
You're the same
fontanelle border that had taken over Teddy. It was obvious now why the other children would make fun of him, or bully him, or fear him. Maisie said,
We were told that Mad Lizzie can help us, that she can free Malcolm, that she can make the border leave him alone, which means she can make him better. Isn't that right? Isn't it?
We can find out, Teddy said. He was moving his hand along the brick wall.
We learned that she works at number 1 Packpin's yard. And here we are.
She joined Teddy at the wall.
What are you looking for? A hidden switch? And carpets and mattresses and stuff. It's not far away, but there's a fence. And a warning sign, Maisie added. But Malky never bothers with such things. Well, why should I? It's just a silly old border that isn't even used anymore. The wall at Paragon was switched off years ago.
Nyquist was puzzled.
Switched off?
Click. Gone forever. Keep going, Malky.
The boy's hands moved to describe the land and what he saw there.
Now there's just a few flickers of colour in the puddles and caught on the pylons. It's pretty scary, his sister said. It's not scary. Sometimes you can see the remains of the wall standing tall, but all misty-like, so you can still cross over.
Like the Fontanelle barrier?
Nyquist asked.
Yeah, just like that, but much more powerful. It gives you a terrible shiver, and it was really misty, and I could hear noises, the voices, and a hissing sound. It was the wall, the broken-down wall of long ago, talking to me. Paragon reached out to me. I couldn't move. It reached out.
The boy's eyes were opened as wide as they could be, and a look of utter wonder, borderline, trembled on the skin, shifting and running and flowing in a constant motion. The effect was more pronounced than the one on Teddy's hand, more advanced. And a startling illusion was created. The more Nyquist looked, the further he could gaze into the border itself. He seemed to be looking beyond the boy's skin. Something moved inside the hand, or inside the borderline, a flash of bright red.
What can you see?
Teddy asked. He sounded worried. Nyquist didn't respond. His eyes delved deep into the border zone, seeing only a haze now, nothing more than that, but he couldn't stop looking, especially now as the flash of red returned. It was floating about, drifting around, never settling, and his eyes followed it as best they could, on and on, failing to find any kind of true focus. And then the tiny object or creature flew into sight once more, and this time Nyquist saw it clearly. He stepped back, letting go of the boy. Everyone was staring at him. Teddy asked again, "What is it? What did you see?" Nyquist looked at his friend with an absent gaze. For a while he couldn't speak. He was still confused, not quite within this world. And then he spoke quietly.
A ladybird.
At first no one responded. They were all looking at him still. The heat was trapped in the small yard, caught between the 3 walls. The 4th wall, made of pink candy floss, trembled as though alive. Maisie asked, "How many spots did it have?" The question brought Nyquist back to the everyday.
How many spots?
That's what I asked. One bug, and then another, landed on his palm, near to the colours of Fontanelle. They were attracted to the border. He whispered, "Oh, my God." One of the ladybirds vanished into the glow of light on his hand. It just vanished.
Nyquist.
His voice was still hushed.
Look.
Another of the ladybirds made its way into the border zone.
Where are they going?
Teddy was shaking.
Where did it go? Is it inside me?
Nyquist gripped Teddy by the wrist, holding his hand steady, but the insect was nowhere to be seen. Maisie was down on her hands and knees, searching the floor of the yard. It didn't take her long to find what she was looking for. She squealed in delight.
It's here. Come and see.
Nyquist bent down at her side.
What have you found?
It's a keyhole.
So it was, with a tiny number 1 carved in the wood. But there was no handle in sight, no bell push, only the lines in the planking where the edges of the door were indicated. The ladybirds, hundreds of them by now, were flying around or crawling about on the wooden planks. They were agitated. Maisie said, "I bet you can't guess the name for a group of ladybirds." Her brother responded, "That's easy. It's a swarm. Actually, it's a loveliness."
She's lying, as always.
I am not.
That's such a stupid name.
"How do we get the door open?" Teddy asked. Malcolm didn't need prompting. He leant over until his face was above the keyhole, only a few inches from the ground. The border zone substance stretched out from his face towards the door, seemingly of its own accord. It seeped into the keyhole.
Paragon is trying to get home, Maisie said. Home to Waxwayne.
Nyquist remembered the advice of King Edwin, that the infection on Teddy's hand might be cleansed by another border, if it were made of a suitable material. Maisie enlarged upon this.
All the borders of delirium flow to these inner gates, and I'll just bet that Waxwayne is one of the strongest.
Let me have a go, Teddy said. He held his left hand over the hole, palm downwards. Almost immediately, a strand of silvery green light started to descend, attracted as if by a magnet. They all watched in silence as the substance sank into the keyhole. 1 drop, another, 1 more.
I can hear something, Maisie said. On the other side. Listen.
It was a soft, scraping sound.
Knock, knock. Who's there?
Malcolm said, rapping on the door. There was no answer, beyond the scraping sound.
Oh, God, we're close. We are so close.
Maisie's words came out in a long breath.
Sister Termina, help us now, in our hour of need.
They all heard the sound of the keyhole's tumblers clicking open. Maisie pulled her brother to his feet. Nyquist stood up as well. He placed his foot on the door and pushed at it. It swung down on its hinges into the ground. He looked down into the hole. Teddy peered over the edge.
There's no one there.
It was true, but a steel ladder led down into darkness. No, not quite darkness, for a layer of blue smoke filled the hole, some few feet down. Malcolm made a tiny gasp. Nyquist turned to him.
What's wrong?
I can feel something. Inside.
The boy's hand went to his face, to the edge of the violet droplets.
It feels funny.
His sister tried to comfort him, to little avail. Nyquist bent close to Malcolm. He felt a shiver pass through him at what he was seeing. A ladybird crawled out from the border zone of the boy's face. It struggled a little, this creature, until it found purchase on the skin. It had 2 spots on the left side wing case and 3 on the right. Maisie held out an index finger, allowing the ladybird to crawl onto her hand. Malcolm stared at it. He asked Nyquist,
Is that the same one you saw inside my hand?
Nyquist nodded.
I think it might be, yes.
The ladybird took off in a sudden flutter and whirred away. Maisie was adamant now.
We have to find Lizzie. We have to. Only she can cure Malcolm.
But Teddy stepped forward. Without explanation, he raised his hand, the spectral hand in all its glittering power. He positioned this before Malcolm's face, an inch or so away, and he said, kindly,
Trust me. Can you do that?
The boy nodded. Teddy took a breath, held it, and then placed his hand in direct contact with the affected part of the face. The barest touch was enough to activate the magic.
All traces of Paragon's violet light rose from the kid's face and attached themselves to Teddy's hand to take their place in the collected dream world of the Fontenelle-Oberon borderline. Nyquist looked on in wonder. The boy's face was clear of all affliction. Maisie smiled broadly. She was weeping at the same time, the two emotions mixing together. She thanked Teddy profusely. Teddy brushed this off. Nyquist could see that the young man was in pain, but that he was hiding it from the children. Nyquist said to the kids,
"You'd best make your way home now."
Maisie beamed. "We will. We will." She was caressing her brother's face. "Has it all gone, Maisie? All gone? All clean? All sweet?" Maisie took her brother's hand and led him towards the wall of pink floss. At the last moment the boy glanced back and smiled. And then they vanished, the pair of them, back down Packpin's Lane, through the many borders in reverse, seeking their way. Nyquist asked of Teddy,
"How are you feeling?"
"I'll be fine." There was a strain in his voice.
Good, good. Now let's do this."
Nyquist stepped through the open doorway, into the hole. His feet lodged themselves on the top rung of the ladder. He started to climb down, warily at first. Soon the thick blue smoke came up to his waist. He made sure that Teddy was following, and then carried on down. Soon his entire body was wrapped in the smoke. He could breathe easily, and he realized that this wasn't smoke, or at least not just smoke. It was something other, something alive. It was a living body, a creature of some kind. He could feel it breathing around him. Chapter 7. Inquiries at the Barrier. He moved in a daze, stumbling over the rough floor, feeling alone and scared. But he saw Teddy moving ahead, a vague, dark shape amid the smoke. Somehow the younger man had overtaken him, without Nyquist realizing. He called out to him to wait. His voice was muffled by some odd effect of the atmosphere. But the lad turned at the sound. "Where are we?" he asked. Nyquist answered, "We're very close to a border." Teddy shivered. I've never felt like this before." His words failed him.
"I know. It's strange. Stay close."
The smoky material gave off a light of its own, a pale blue in colour, that allowed them to see a few feet ahead. The smoke was warm to the touch, and sticky, very like the pink mass they passed through on their journey along Packpin's Lane. But this was a different species, a stronger kind, more astringent. There was a heavy scent to it, not unpleasant, but cloying. The humidity was stifling. Sweat covered Nyquist's skin, which made the smoke cling to him. He imagined cobwebs wrapping themselves around his face and body, many thousands of them. He had to stop himself from retching. They moved along a short corridor into a larger room. Nyquist knew immediately that he had entered a zone where the normal rules no longer applied. This was a magician's sanctum, and the space had been affected by all the spells cast here over the years, or even decades. The old magic had seeped into the walls, and it still floated through the air in fragments of colourful dust and filaments of silvering. Tiny scraps of image field floated around the room in threads of gold and purple and scarlet, glamorous carton. He couldn't shake off the feeling he'd had on the ladder, that he was entering the body of a living creature, that the smoke was breathing around him. His whole being cried out that he should turn and retreat, climb back up the rungs to the light of day and the clean air. "Look at that," Teddy was whispering. He pointed to the nearest wall, whose surface seemed to be moving constantly in a mass of red and orange, dotted with black spots. It was a vast loveliness of ladybirds, clinging to the brickwork, their bright colours standing out against the blue air of the border zone. The beetles flew off in ones and twos and threes, but others always took their place. The smoke of years had left deposits on the wall, a furry residue, and the insects looked to be feeding off it. Nyquist leaned closer to better examine the colony, and he saw that cracks in the wall were stuffed with yellow egg sacs, great clusters of them. He moved away, crossing the floor of the chamber. This was where Lizzie Pursglove plied her trade. A workbench was laid out with various tools, bizarre implements, devices of occult practice, some of which shone with flickers of captured image. Nyquist thought of the 12 connection points Vince Craven had talked about, the Omaya, and he wondered at the means by which the images were joined with flesh. He saw 2 glass cabinets, similar to the ones Craven kept in his cellar, but these were empty. Asymmetrical ladybugs flitted about. There was a small cot bed in a corner,
The sheets ruffled and flung aside. Unwashed pots and pans in a sink, plates with clumps of food on them. More than enough empty or half-empty bottles of wine and spirits. He found a large ceramic jar set on the floor, from which the blue smoke rose upwards in plumes. Here was the origination point, or at least one of them. There must be a number of such jars placed around the chamber to create so vast a cloud, and he wondered at the science, or the magic, that worked in the jar's interior, which chemical mixed with which substance, which seed or sacrifice, and which set of instructions to create such a living presence. He felt light-headed and a little dizzy, and realized that the smoke was affecting him deeply, perhaps planting ideas in his head. Was he simply another component of the same spell? Nyquist turned at the sound of Teddy's voice.
"I'm not feeling too good. Do you want to go back?"
No. The young man's skin was tight, drawn-looking, and his eyes were glazed.
"We'll have a quick look round, and then, if there's nothing, we'll beat a retreat."
Teddy nodded, showing his obvious relief. He said, "I don't want to let you down."
"You're not, and you never will. Now come on."
They moved on a little, unbound, and then back again, affected by the slow tidal motion that governed this room. Everyone and everything was caught up in it. Teddy was rocking on his feet, back and forth, to the same rhythm. Nyquist held himself in place. He clung on to his own stillness as he could. He tried desperately to resist the spell. But the waves continued, growing stronger, faster now, and he had to move, he had to flow with them. He was drawn forward, over to where the blue substance was at its most potent, a thickly textured wall that billowed across the chamber from one side to the other. Speckles of many colours were seen within the ever-pulsating motion of its surface. This was the heart of the creature. Waxwane Gate. Nyquist was in awe, and more than a little frightened. Here was the living borderline, a spectral barrier of some kind, and a different species from all the others he had encountered in his short time in the city. The wall was calling to him, far off, in soft whispers, and a deep buzzing sound, and a multitude of humming noises, and so many voices, human voices, all those who had crossed over in years gone by, the hundreds or thousands of pilgrims that had made it this far, each of them leaving a trace behind. Nyquist's skin tingled and then ran cold, freezing cold, but softly, without pain. The cold had a sort of music to it, a ringing tone he felt in every fibre, and his hair glistened with dew. Now Teddy was at his side. He shivered deeply. "God, this place is spooky." The wall of Waxwane was translucent in places as the smoky substance wafted here and there. "Stay away. Go away." A voice came to them, suddenly clear, warning them off. A woman's voice. Her face loomed within the border itself. It had the same quality Nyquist had glimpsed at the cottage on Tumbledown Road, the features seen as though in a series of looking-glasses, each reflecting the others at a different angle. This was Lizzie Pursglove, it had to be. Her body was faceted, broken apart, the shards spinning, slowly spinning, so that he saw her from many different angles, one after the other, and often simultaneously. Lizzie was the borderline. The borderline was her body, her mind, her soul, or at least she had projected herself into the substance. Her eyes blinked on and off, her mouth was a snarl and then a smile, with no fixed expression. Her arms were bent, her hands clenched into fists. Her face broke into a mask of anguish, and she cried out again, "Get away!" The voice was terrifying, not because of its timbre or pitch, although both of those were bad enough, cracked and splintered as they were, but because it came not from her mouth, but from her general direction. She had many mouths, and each possessed a slightly different tone.
"Leave this place. You don't belong here."
Denying her, Nyquist walked closer to the wall. He saw the great effort that Lizzie Pursglove was making to hold her several parts together, to be actively present in the room. Shocks of colour crackled around her body as she pleaded with the intruders.
"Leave us alone."
Nyquist was at a loss. Us. Plural. Leave us alone. Some other person was here with her. She might be referring to her son, Guy, or to Vince Craven's image, Oberon. His eyes scanned along the Waxwane wall, but no one else was visible. Only Lizzie. He looked over at Teddy and was shocked to see his reaction to events. The young man was talking to himself, chattering away, speaking in strange tongues, his body tense and ready for action. Nyquist kept a steady grip on the lad's arm, not wanting him to do anything stupid. But Teddy shrugged off the hold. He stepped forward, the colours gleaming brightly on his outstretched hand. One border calling to another, fontanelle to waxwain, waxwain to fontanelle. One by one the colours stretched out in the air, rising from his skin, floating through the wall of smoke towards the place where Lizzie Pursglove stood. Nyquist could only gaze at the sight. Not a sound could be heard. The silvery green droplets of light reached the border and then leaned against them both. The creature's warmth could be felt. Interior noise, rumblings, burblings, the popping of bubbles, distant voices. The wall closed behind Nyquist with a sucking sound. Soft, far away, up close, all directions at once. No signs, no maps, no pathway. And where the hell was Goddess Termina when you needed her? Teddy called to him from a great distance. "Mr. Nyquist, this way." Which way? Any way? No way? Whichever way. Keep walking. No option otherwise. The borderline fluttered and sparkled, opening, closing like a shell, like an undersea creature, sealing itself around him once more. There was no end to it in sight, only the thickening trails of blue smoke that drifted close to his face. There were areas of disturbance amid this cloud, where the border seemed most alive and most distressed. And from one of these areas the figure of Lizzie Pursglove appeared, fully formed, in one body only, the various reflections collapsing in on each other. She was real. Nyquist could see her. He could feel her hand when she reached for him. She spoke with a clear, strong voice. "You shouldn't have come here." He witnessed the full horror she had subjected herself to, or had been taken over by. Her face still bore the scars and patterns of the many borders she had crossed and recrossed in her life, in the last few weeks or days especially, for most of the cuts looked raw and tender. Her features flickered with partial segments and flashes of other views of her own face, past and present. Time and space had broken her almost to the bone, acting as scourges, as knives or claws. The enchanter had made her existence between many different zones, and was struggling with the long-term effects of such a life. Teddy appeared out of the mist. Lizzie turned to him. She made a smile for herself out of the fragments of previous and future smiles. It was a bitter, twisted, fragile smile, broken before it had even formed. She was especially drawn to Teddy's hand, to the fingers where the lights flickered. She was fascinated by the sight, and she named the various borders Teddy had collected, one by one. Fontanelle, Paragon, Waxwain, and yes, Oberon. She was an expert at all the colours, the patterns, the various sparks and speckles left behind by the many borders of delirium. Lizzie repeated the last name, Oberon. In voice and eye she was fully alive to the image, even in the tiniest traces. "You've made contact with him?" It wasn't a question. She knew the truth. Teddy could only nod his head. Her mood shifted instantly. She turned to Nyquist and said, "I don't know how to help him. I've tried. I've tried so hard. But he won't listen to me."
"You're talking about your son?"
She nodded vigorously.
Yes, yes. Guy needs my help. But what can I do?"
"Let me see him."
Lizzie turned and made her way further into the border. They followed her. Nyquist was growing used to this strange interzonal area, and he felt more comfortable than before. It was a place without any proper geometry or shape. He wondered how wide the border was. There was no way of knowing. The regular slow pulse of the breathing motion made him doubt his own sense of what life might be. They walked on, taking minuscule turns to the left and right, following Lizzie, who was sure of foot and seemed capable of seeing through the cloud's opacity. Ahead, the smoke took on a pattern of different colours, glowing from the depths of itself in an ever-changing array. This was their destination. Nyquist could see a person, or at least the shape of a person, a dark silhouette surrounded by an aura of light and heat. He stopped, unsure of what was happening. His senses were mixed up, seeing sound, hearing scent, tasting colours. Words shifted their meaning. Strange warmth on his skin. Now breathe. Breathe in noise. Cold shiver. Spark, crackle, diamond-hard softness. Shiver of flesh. Blur in the skull.
eye shiver, drank of it, fully, engaged at every level of his being. He saw the truth of beauty even as it mixed with pain. Oberon was a shimmer of golden light dotted with cascades of violet and pink and blue, now scarlet, now orange, ever changing, but the colours were darkening, turning muddy, now blood-red, now grey, now black, in little jagged shards of glass-like shapes that vibrated at a pitch that almost hurt the ears, the eyes, now softening once more into a soft yellow haze. The body of light danced over Guy's body, staying close, and then stretching itself out, almost to the breaking point, as though it might escape. But it could not find release, and it fell back onto the face, the clothes, the hands, wherever it could, the various omaya burning black, white, gold, purple, green, blue, glistening, sparkling. Only the chest area remained dark, or at least less colourful. But the overall effect of Oberon was dazzling, overwhelming, and Nyquist had to part-close his eyes to save himself. His skull buzzed with noise, the sound of pure glamour burning off into the air, to be replaced immediately by another batch. The scent of it was sweet and languid, and it made him almost fall to his knees in worship before the figure. But no, he resisted. He had to. Everywhere, every moment, a song was heard. The notes melted as drops of sound on a red-hot metal plate. Oberon was a processor of fury and love, a demon, an angel, a king, a servant. Nyquist was held transfixed by the sight. Likewise, Guy Purseglove could not move. The waxwane border had closed around him, sending out its tendrils of smoke to bind him at the feet, the chest, the neck. His hands and arms were free, but they waved about uselessly, sometimes pulling at the borderline where it touched him, to no avail. It would not be moved. Nyquist heard Lizzie explain, "I had to do this to him, to bind him."
"You're keeping your son here on purpose. Why?"
He managed to back a little, to turn his head away from Oberon's pull.
"He's trying to get through. To pass through Waxwane, to the other side."
"And that mustn't happen."
"No, no."
She grabbed at Nyquist, squeezing tightly at his arms.
"I can't let that happen."
Her face gave itself up to surrender. All the fragments of her expression coalesced into one moment of extreme despair, and then broke apart again. Teddy had walked up to Guy and was trying to comfort him. His hand was glowing brighter than ever, the light and colours activated by proximity
with Vince. "I believe he fell in love."
Nyquist knew this was a difficult subject for her. He left her alone with her own thoughts for a moment, taking the opportunity to study her. Lizzie Purseglove wasn't old, and she wasn't the witch-like figure he'd built up in his mind, going off Irma Culpepper's remarks and King Edwin's statements. She was in her late 30s, so she must have had Guy when she was fairly young. Thankfully, her face had settled a little, the various borders merging together to give her a more rigid appearance. He could see her clearly enough, the traces of what she was. A mass of dark curly hair, staring eyes, sunken cheeks, most of her age gathering at her neck. Her mouth was blue at the lips, a slight tinge. That was the weirdest thing about her. Yet, overall, she gave off an air of otherworldliness. It made him feel tense, as though Lizzie might suddenly fragment once more. She was a person of remarkable powers, of great magic, and yet these powers seemed barely to be in her control. It was easy to picture her as an attractor of spirits, of phantoms, that she had been taken over. Sparks flickered at her fingertips, traces of the magic she used to manipulate the border zones. She carried on with her story.
"My son came home to me one night, a fortnight or so ago, and I knew straight away that something had happened, something terrible. He took to the shadows, not letting me see, and yet wanting me to see. He needed my help, but could not bear to ask for it. I had to force it out of him."
"What did he say?"
"That Oberon had taken him over."
Directly.
"There is some other purpose to all this. Otherwise—"
"What is it?"
"My son would never have succumbed to Oberon. Never. He knows the dangers. God forbid he's seen his own mother be taken over more than once."
Nyquist let her carry on. She needed no urging.
"I always warned Guy that he must never take on an image, no matter how many times he saw me do it for other people, and no matter how many scraps of image there might be hanging around my workshop and my home. And he was a good boy. He was, for so long."
Both.
"How is he?"
Nyquist asked.
"Better now.
But he's still in pain. He turned to Lizzie. Can't you release him? She shook her head.
I won't allow it. There are forces that mean harm to him. I know they do.
Teddy drew Nyquist aside, saying, We don't know what we're doing here. Neither of us. I don't want Guy to be hurt. Nyquist had to agree, but he couldn't help saying in reply, He's already hurting. As though in response to this, Guy made a sound, a cry of anguish. All three of them went over to him, Lizzie and Teddy ahead, Nyquist hanging back a little. The cry transformed into another sound. It was difficult to decode it at first, as it seemed to come from deep within his body and to be affected or even mangled by the image field of Oberon. But eventually it became clear. Guy was speaking, but to Teddy alone. His mother was a worried onlooker, and Nyquist was a witness, nothing more. Guy told his story. I was sleeping, and I heard his voice. In my sleep, my dreams. Who's woke up? I think I woke up. My eyes opened. I could see Vince in the bed next to me, his body glowing. The room was dark, but his body was aglow. He looked so beautiful. It must have been late, in the middle of the night sometime. I remember now. The bedside clock was out of focus, strangely so. Oberon was quiet. And then, yes, go on. He reached out for me. Oberon did. Guy nodded eagerly. The glow slid off the skin, from Vince's skin, and it crept towards me. In the dark, creeping across the sheets. The glow. It touched me. And I let it. I thought I was dreaming again, and yet it felt real on my skin, warm, tingling. Here he paused to gather breath. His eyes were bright with life, with need. Oberon lay bound to him, entirely tranquil, as this story was told. I felt the image crawling all over me, seeking out the points of connections, the ankles, my wrists, my neck, and so on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I let it happen. I just lay there and basked in it, in the beauty of the moment, the process. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then Vince stirred in his sleep. He was waking up. He could feel the loss. He must have done. The terrible loss. And I ran. I ran from him. I had to escape, even though the struggle they had once taken part in. Nyquist turned to Lizzie. Let him go, Lizzie. He's speaking the truth now. She glared at Nyquist, but he could see the love in her eyes, the love for her son. She made a gesture with her hands so that the sparks flew from them, and the mists of waxwane were attracted to her as they unravelled from Guy's body. For a moment the young man remained as he was, frozen in the same position. Nyquist noted his features within the transparency of the image field. He was his mother's son, without a doubt, sharing many of her attributes, including the bluish cast to his lips. His hair was growing out of its style, becoming ragged, its strands reaching low over his brow. But his face was free of all the fractures in his mother's face. He had not lived a proper life as yet, until these last few days. The very first signs of corruption were taking over. Slowly, to begin with, he rubbed at his face, exploring the textures. Oberon glowed around his fingertips, purple, then yellow, as they moved across the skin. He nodded his thanks to his mother, saying, I will not run away. Not unless... The thought, whatever it might be, was held off. Instead, Guy continued with his story. The next day, I woke up, and this great power was in me. I could do anything at all. People bowed to me, they smiled at me, they gave me gifts, they kissed me, they loved me. And I surged with it, with Oberon as my companion. Over the next days I drank non-stop. I persuaded people to do terrible things, and I did terrible things myself. And I got away with it. His eyes were suddenly dark with menace. Oberon made me into a king. As he uttered this statement, his image glowed with a different energy, each new colour and shape matching the emotions of the host. Nyquist felt his own soul being taken over by the effect. But then a warmer look came into Guy's eyes. The colours left his face, showing his true self again. Oberon grew stronger on me, even more powerful. I was losing control. He was taking me over, forcing me into new actions, and I couldn't resist. Now he was racked by despair.
Every switch of emotion was written instantly on his features. Guy was weeping, perhaps in memory of the bad things he had done, as his charisma ran riot. His tears sparkled in a prismatic display. Oberon loved these teardrops. There were his most perfect art form. They shone like diamonds, with many facets. Nyquist closed his eyes to the sight, yet still the colours sparkled inside the darkness of his skull. Guy's voice called him back to the story. After a time, it all converged, all of it. All the drinking, the love-making, the drugs. It all came down to one wish. I had to cross over the border at Waxwayn. Oberon demanded this of me. It was a kind of bargain, a payment for pleasure. He breathed heavily. Nothing else mattered. Nothing at all. Nyquist watched him carefully, wondering if he might yet make an attempt to cross over. But Guy seemed placid enough, at least for the moment. He looked to be drained of energy, with Oberon alone giving him any kind of weight, or true substance. "Oh, my God!" The cry was sudden. Guy tried to move, but stumbled, not yet in control of his limbs. His eyes had sprung wide open, driven by the strangest of feelings. His voice rose to a strangled pitch. "My God, what have I done? Let me go! Let me go!" Was he talking to the three people present, or to Oberon? It was impossible to know, but his body arched backwards, and he cried out again, wordlessly this time, a wail of despair. Nyquist had a sense that something terrible was about to happen, that Guy might even be dying. But it wasn't that. It was far different. Not death, but life. Oberon moved. The image flowed more freely on Guy's skin, seeking new patterns, new shapes, new arrays of colour. It was a fascinating display, and once again Nyquist saw true glamour at play, unadulterated, and his mind was taken over by it. He fell into a peaceful mood, one wrapped around the other, one guiding the other, forcing the other to move. Both of them closed around Teddy's hand, the left hand, where the borders resided. All this happened in a second, before Nyquist could even react. The three hands were clasped together. Yes, three hands clasped together, moving as one to be placed on Guy's chest, over his shirt, where the broken connection point lay. Teddy was a willing participant. Colours danced in the gaps between flesh and image, where flesh met image and where image met flesh, and their grip on each other at last. Teddy gasped. Guy fell to the floor. Nyquist managed a single step. Lizzie closed in on her son, bending down to him, to hold him tight. She rocked him in her arms. Teddy glowed. He danced with light. His eyes burned ruby red. His hands came up, both of them, and he stared at his fingers, watching as the images danced across the space between. His hair stood on end, his body stood tall. And then he laughed. He couldn't help himself. The dream took him over, the dream of skin, and the skin of dreams. Not death, but life. Life transferred. Nyquist went to him, stopped, not knowing what to do. Oberon clung to Teddy, clung tightly to his face, his hands, his clothes, all over, the 12 Omaya, glowing bright and fiery in the blue mists of Waxwayn. "I can feel him." Teddy's voice sounded different, deeper, more knowing, an older man's voice. "I can feel him. I can hear him. He's talking to me. Oh, God!" His face lit up with joy. There was no other word possible. Sheer joy. By the time Nyquist reached him, Teddy was already on the move. He was running, burning with glamour from every pore. He was moving further into the borderline, allowing the smoke to cover him. Nyquist rushed after him, trying to keep up. "Teddy!" His voice was a cry, lost in the turmoil, in the sudden, horrific noise that now rose from the heart of Waxwayn. Nyquist felt the sound inside himself, as the smoke entered his mouth. And yet he still moved forward, and the sound of lips smacking together, grunts and guffaws, and a constant undercurrent of whispering. Nyquist tried to speak, to demand answers, to ask for Teddy, to know where he might be, but his words came out as a scatter of dust, language broken apart. Meaning was missed. Waxwayn closed in tighter around him. He was engulfed, blinded. There was no sense of direction, only the border itself, which seemed endless, a country of its own. Invisible hands reached out to clutch at his clothes, to test his skin. He could feel each one, pinching him, prodding, examining, and then, one by one, receding, until he was alone once more.
and the border was silent now. All the noises had faded away. Nyquist could only move on, one step at a time. He tried to call out Teddy's name again, and this time managed it, or half-managed it, a strangled cry. Nobody answered. Ahead, the darker waves of blue gave way to a lighter, brighter tone. It had a brittle, fractured quality, as though made from many, many shards of fine crystal. This change gave Nyquist a sense of direction, something to aim towards, and he felt grateful. He was being welcomed into this new realm. The borderline spoke to him with a new voice, a collective voice.
Keep moving. You're nearly there. I can't see. Keep going. As you are. Who are you? How can I trust you? You can't. But without us, you would be lost here forever. As we are. As we are.
There's no need for alarm. You are so close now. Very close. Just a few more.
A few more steps.
That's right. You're nearly there. Can you see? Ahead of you. The other side of Waxwane.
Yes, it's shining.
The crystal gate. The gate of shimmering azure blue.
Yes, I see it now.
You might want to shield your eyes.
It's painful.
Don't worry. Just keep walking.
I understand. Keep walking.
It was that simple. John Henry Nyquist, supplicant at the first great inner barrier of the city of delirium, kept walking. He crossed over the borderline of crystal blue. All was silent now. No other voices, human or otherwise. He breathed, and was conscious of breathing for the first time in a while. He spoke in the darkness of his own sight, a person's name.
Teddy.
And he tried again, a little louder. He was worried for his friend.
Teddy, are you there? Teddy.
It was a click. It was a bedroom. A bed, a washstand, a wardrobe, a line of ornaments on a shelf, a water jug. Several of the items had been knocked over or smashed. The bedside table lay on its side. Nyquist thought immediately of Teddy, who must have passed through here minutes earlier. Had he been attacked? Or kidnapped? Or worse than that? There was another door. He made towards it, and then stopped. A figure of light stood in the corridor, just beyond the doorway. Nyquist called out again, his voice choking.
Teddy, is that you?
Yes. The answer was so quiet, so gentle, a breath of a word. Nyquist moved to the door. Teddy waited. Oberon's body surrounding him perfectly, glowing translucent in the dark, sucking the darkness into itself, transforming the dark into colours, feeding off every last ounce of life and energy. All 12 Omaya were now complete, made whole, and the image field glowed with pure light, pure colour, pure glamour. Oberon was illuminated with power, head to foot, the purple and gold sparkles within fully activated. They sang out with a rare brilliance, utterly bedazzling. Teddy spoke again, softly, without artifice.
We are one. We are gathered together.
Nyquist despaired.
No, Teddy, I can't let that happen. We don't know.
Teddy stepped closer, deliberately showing off his new form. He was softly enveloped, one on one. Oberon radiated with dust clouds, glittering stars, moons and black sky, flashes of sunlight, ghost flickers, flowers blossoming from the letters of the alphabet, and wing flutter, crackles of electricity, bursts of fire quickly extinguished, now grains, now pollen, now seeds, and now a face, a human face, another face, strangers' faces, animal faces, and all these things contained within the spectral body. Oberon was putting on a display of his power. Nyquist could not look away. Teddy swayed from side to further the magic, and the drifts of colour stretched out, making a wave effect and then disintegrating into glitter, and then to nothingness. Pure Oberonic afterglow. And still the young man moved, back and forth, revelling in his newfound power, slowly, slowly, weaving his charm. Tiny specks of glamour floated away from his fingertips, infecting Nyquist's eyes, and from there his brain. He felt weak. Never before had such beguilement taken him over. He tried to speak, but everything seemed petty compared to the sight before him. All words, all thoughts other than love were useless, a waste of precious time that might be better spent in worship. And he fell to his knees. He started to tremble, his entire body a victim. Teddy stood there, smiling down at him. Nyquist closed his eyes. It did no good, for the spell continued in his skull. Spots of colours danced on the backs of his eyelids, red, blue, gold, and a humming sound was heard. 3, 4, 5 different notes, making up some unknown chord. Nyquist covered his ears with the heels of his hands. The music went on, a new voice mingling in. He bowed his head. His eyes were still closed. For a moment, Nyquist thought he was going to be blessed, that the hands of Oberon would caress his head or his shoulders, and then he would fall, surely, without further hope, into some other existence, where he could only crawl along in submission. But instead, Teddy spoke to him, with that more assured tone, rich, deep, and resonant. The speech patterns were not his, nor was the subject matter, yet he spoke the passage with great solemnity.
Every day, from both sides of my intelligence, the moral and the intellectual, I draw steadily nearer to the truth, that man is not truly one, but truly two.
And then silence. The glow passed on, taking the colours with it. Blue, then lime green, then soft violet, soft gold, then greyness, then black. Nyquist stayed as he was for a while longer, hardly daring to even raise his head. He waited until the humming sound faded completely from his hearing before opening his eyes. He looked up. The corridor stretched away into darkness. Silence. He was alone once more. He got to his feet and moved down the corridor, warily, one careful step at a time. He felt bereft, completely so, having lost a treasure. For the first time he noticed a thin light shining through a high window. It was enough to see by. One wall, the nearest to him, was encrusted with a thick mat of insects, all of them bright red, all on his skin, his clothes, and his face was smothered by them. His tongue slithered with black dots on red. He was choking, but the ladybirds took off as soon as they had landed and flew back to the wall to shore up the defences once more. And yet, when he took one more step, the bugs were roused again, far more of them this time, many more, enough to cover Nyquist completely head to foot, swarming madly, a great buzzing, heaving, shimmering, fevered mass of them, pitch black, with glimmers of scarlet amid the dark. 1 dot, 3 dots, 5 dots, 7 dots, 9. And this time he welcomed the darkness they carried. Zone 2. Holding Cell 14. Spendthrift. Oblique House. Ring o' Roses. Brink of Throckmorton. Chapter 8. A Hole in the Head. Sometimes he slept, and sometimes he stayed awake, and the darkness was always the same every time he opened his eyes. Sometimes he woke up to find a plate of food on the floor next to the bed, with a glass of water. He ate and drank. Sometimes he cried out to the night, if it was night, but there was never any answer. Sometimes he stood up and walked away from the bed until he reached a wall, and then he reversed his steps, groping forward until he found his small bed. It was never far away, and there he lay down and curled up, and slept. And when he awoke, it was still as dark as before, and his eyes never got used to it. And sometimes a voice asked him questions, or made comments. A woman's voice, soft, calming, but with a slight mechanical edge to it. "Please state your name." He had told her his name.
John Nyquist.
"Why have you come here?" He answered as truthfully as he could, telling of the case, of Vince Craven, of Oberon, of the amount offered in payment, and of Teddy Fairclough, and of Teddy's need to prove himself, and to help Mr. Craven, his favourite actor and singer. "Is there any other purpose to your visit?" Nyquist told his secrets, the hidden reasons, his addiction to seeking out certain moments, when the world peeled open like a flower and a different kind of truth was revealed, an addiction he would never admit to normally, not to anyone, not even to himself, to his mirror, in his dreams, in the night when drunk, not even at the moments of intimacy with a partner. No, not ever. But now he told this woman, this stranger, his secrets, freely. Something drove him to confession. "Do you have anything to declare?"
The clothes I stand up in. A wallet.
"Beyond such things?"
Yes. Thoughts without measure. Too many of them.
He listed them, under a spell.
Terrible thoughts. Loneliness. Urges that cannot be stated, nor understood. Desires both to hurt And to love whenever possible, and to become lost, forever lost, to push away
and wonder, walk the confines of the room, take care of the usual animal tasks, for which purpose there was a toilet in one corner of the room and a wash basin. Most of all, he waited for the loudspeaker to tremble into life once more, for this was his only sign of life beyond his own being, and he longed for connection. Often his case officer asked new questions, or sometimes the same questions repeated from before. "Why have you come here?"
I don't know where I am. I can't see anything. Help me.
"You're in quarantine."
How did I get here?
"We found you, close to the border at Waxwayne. You were unconscious." He rubbed at his face. His mouth was parched.
Am I sick?
"No, nothing like that. Rest assured. But we have to take precautions."
How long will I be here?
"Not long."
Can I speak with Teddy? Is he here? Teddy Fairclough."
The voice paused. All he could hear was the crackle of the diaphragm, a machine breathing, or at least attempting to breathe, and rising.
How long does this take?
"There's no fixed length of time. Please be aware, new arrivals in Esher often experience hallucinations or other mental disturbances. These will pass. Be patient. Trust nothing that you see or hear. Do you understand?"
Won't you tell me your name?
Another pause, and then, "I'm sorry, I can't do that. Not just yet." The session ended. It was such a cruel thing to do, to speak and then not to speak. Darkness, silence, nothing else. Sometimes he woke in a sweat, in a panic, to find himself covered in a swarm of insects and his hands scrabbled at his body to shoo them away. But there was nothing there, no evidence of any life other than his own. Yet still his hands brushed at his skin and his clothes. Once or twice he stared into the darkest corner of the room and imagined a figure of golden light hovering, waiting for him. But no, he was alone. Another time he howled without care, calling out Teddy's name over and over, on and on.
Teddy! Teddy! Teddy, can you hear me?
Echoes. Echoes, then silence. And his heart ached with guilt at losing him, at bringing the young man to this place, this city of madness. But what could he do to help him now? He was trapped here, and no matter how many times he asked the case officer to release him, the same answer would come back, or variations thereof. For example, "I'm very sorry, that subject cannot be discussed," or "We are looking into the situation," or even "Do not." So he shoved the cot bed across the floor until it reached the wall, and he stood on it to reach up, to move his fingertips across the wall, seeking. He moved the bed the next section along and repeated the process. If not a loudspeaker, then a window perhaps, an air grill. But there was nothing, and he gave up after several tries. Like any good prisoner, he pushed his bed back into the centre of the room. It was tiring. He lay down and wondered about the voice, and the woman herself. He tried to picture her face in the dark, for comfort, and for shock from another prisoner, the sound of a hand tapping at his skull, sending out a code. It wasn't loud enough to wake him, this tapping, but loud enough for him to answer it in his sleeping state. Tap, 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 and to receive the same pattern in return.
Who's there?
He talked in his sleep, silently. His eyelids fluttered in the dark. And in the darkness behind his eyes, he listened to the dark, straining to hear.
Who's there? Speak to me.
And he could have sworn that a whisper came in return. A man's voice. It came from inside his skull. He was certain of it. Like this. "Are you there, Nyquist?"
Yes, I'm here. I'm listening.
He pictured a mouth pressed up against a hole in a wall in his skull. "Are you there?"
Yes, I said I was. I'm here. Who are you?
The voice replied, but in a manner impossible to decipher. A wash of grey noise obscured the meaning. Nyquist asked again.
Who are you? Yes, the 3 people are enchanters. I was hoping to find them, to interview them, for the case I'm working on.
Vince Craven employed you?
That's right, I told you. Why won't you believe me?
Thank you. That will be all.
No, please, don't go. Please stay. Ask me some more questions. Ask me...
He was alone once more. In the dark, in the never-ending dark, and his eyes never adjusted to it. Not once. Not by one speck. Not one speck of light.
and he screamed out loud. It was hopeless. Nobody listened. Nobody heard him. Not even the voice inside, the quiet voice in his skull, the man's voice. It's my own voice, Nyquist thought. There is no other explanation. I am talking to myself, asking questions of myself, in order to understand myself and to cope with this situation, to not go insane. And yet, talking to myself, isn't that a sign of insanity, anyway? I am talking to myself in order to not make myself go insane, by making myself go insane, in order to stop making myself insane, even as I... In the dark, in the silence, his own voice, silent, in the dark. He slept often, and he dreamt, and on those occasions when he remembered the dreams, even for a few minutes upon waking, they seemed to open up onto the same landscape, a vast plain where ghosts danced, their feet leaving strange marks in the white clay. And then the room closed in, the room of night, as he now called it. If only, if only, if only, if only... But there was no response.
I understand it now. I can hear you. You are whispering inside me.
The loudspeaker crackled, and the case officer asked, "What are they saying? Who are you speaking to?"
I don't know. Not yet.
How many are present?
Just the one.
It isn't my voice, is it? You're not getting confused?
No, it's a man's voice. He's inside my head.
What kind of voice? Old? Young? Does he have an accent?
I'm not sure. Not yet. But he sounds a little like me. But it isn't me. I'm sure of it.
The voice from the speaker paused. Nyquist's eyes darted this way and that, having nothing to look at, nothing to hold on to, no visible subject matter. Tell me something that was said, a password or phrase, and then we'll let you go.
I can't do that. He's too quiet, too muffled.
Let me know when you can.
Wait.
The session ended. He didn't know what to do, whether to get up and breathing, which meant that two people were now sharing his body. The thought scared him, but he breathed again, adding his own breath to the other one's breath, precisely in step this time, and he heard the voice speaking.
Can you hear me? Of course. Thank you. Thank you for coming back. I was drunk. I get like that sometimes. I need to escape myself.
Nyquist took in this information. He asked,
What do you want of me?
To speak. That is all.
We are speaking.
Yes.
The man sounded relieved and a little weary. He made his longest speech yet.
I have been here for so long now. So many years. Here, inside. Waiting for you to find me. To converse with me. Waiting here with my lips pressed against the wall. Against this tiny aperture in the wall. Waiting. Whispering. Hoping that you might hear me one day. And that we might talk. I'm here, Nyquist said. I'm talking to you.
His voice was hushed. This was a private conversation between...
Who knows? A summer storm.
The words petered out. Neither man knew what to say to the other across the boundary, where dreaming and waking were the same activity, seen from two different directions. And then, at last, with a sense of great relief, the voice spoke.
I know something that might intrigue you.
Yes.
I have a subject that might be of interest.
Good. Let's hear it.
How many spots does Lady Bridlington's pet ladybird have?
Nyquist was too surprised to answer.
She used to be the mayoress of Esher, but years ago now.
Esher? Is that where we are now?
That's right. Esher is a town within Delirium. It's well protected, with only a certain number of gates allowing entrance and exit, 7 at the last count. 7 official gates, that is. I've heard there are secret borderlines. I read about them in my encyclopedia. It's a little out of date.
You have books?
I own 29 books on my bookshelf. I've read them all many, many times, cover to cover.
But you're inside my head, right? I mean, that is correct.
Absolutely. But I get a news broadcast now and then, on my radio.
Nyquist was amazed. Here was a way to gather information. He said,
Tell me more about Esher.
It's the only part of the world where you can hear me, where you're aware of me.
I don't even know who you are.
Whereas I know a fair bit about you. I listen.
You listen to me?
Yes, all the time.
Or most of the time. Does it?
Oh, it can't fly. It's too heavy. Didn't I mention that?
No, you did not.
It's mechanical, purely decorative, an automated pet.
Nyquist sighed. I feel like I'm not being given the full information when I need it the most.
Sorry, I forget things. It's so lonely here. I'm starved of human affection.
Nyquist turned in his sleep, or half-sleep, or wakefulness, whichever it might be. Neither voice spoke for a moment, and then,
It's strange, is it not, that a ladybird can never know how many spots it has on its back?
Nyquist had an idea about that.
If it's surrounded by many other ladybirds, all of which have 4 spots, say, then it can make an assumption.
But if it's surrounded by many ladybirds all with a different number of dots, what then?
Then it can never know.
And if the beetle's alone, in a room, in a dark room, lying on a bed talking to itself, to a voice that might or might not be real, what then?
I don't know. I can't answer that.
His limbs twitched, his body shifted, his eyelids fluttered.
Can I ask a question?
Please do.
Did you ever hear of a man called Gregor Samsa?
I can't say I know him.
Really? You've never heard the name before?
Maybe. I don't know. Perhaps when I was younger. It rings a bell.
Poor Gregor. He had a dreadful time of it.
Why's that?
He woke up one morning to find himself transformed into a giant bug. This was after a night of troubled dreams.
Had he been drinking? This Gregory?
Gregor? No, not really. Why? What are you thinking?
He might have imagined the whole thing. This transformation.
The metamorphosis.
Whatever you like to call it. It was probably all in his head. He wasn't hooked on drugs, was he?
No, he wasn't that kind of man. Or should I say, not that kind of beetle.
A beetle, you say? Man-sized or insect-sized?
Oh, man-sized. It would be too strange otherwise, beyond the bounds of reality.
Yes, I suppose it would be.
The voice inside fell quiet. Nyquist listened, waiting for a further word, but none came. Only the sound of the other man breathing, which he thought sounded a little strained, out of regular step, and shallow.
Is everything all right?
Just thinking. Gregor changed a few times, and then back again, into a man. It happens every year or so. Sometimes a ladybird, at other times different insects. A centipede, a fly, a dung beetle.
Are you trying to scare me?
Not at all. Just warning you. In case...
In case what?
In case it happens to you.
Nyquist held back from responding. He didn't like the way this conversation was going.
Are you still there?
Yes.
Do you have any questions of your own?
I do. Are you by any chance talking about yourself?
Damn it, you got me. Yes, I am Gregor Samsa. How did you work it out?
I'm a private eye. I guess I've learned how to read people.
Like a book?
Yeah, I suppose.
Samsa laughed, but he wouldn't say why. Nyquist tried to introduce himself, but Samsa interrupted him.
I know your name. Remember, I've been listening to your life unfold, from within, from the dark.
Are you in your insect form at the moment?
No, I'm human. I've been human for a while now. Sometimes I miss it, my insect lifestyle. For instance, I only receive the news broadcast when I'm in beetle form. My antennae act as a pair of aerials, and I get a little news from Escher.
That must be interesting for you.
Oh, it is. But I'll tell you what. I'm dreading my next changeover.
Why's that?
I think it's going to be a nasty one.
Nyquist waited a moment before asking his next question.
You said you were once a ladybird?
That's right.
How many spots did you have?
None. None at all. A rare example of the lesser spotted ladybird.
Lesser spotted?
Lesser spotted than the one-spotted ladybird.
Nyquist thought for a moment.
The mechanical ladybird.
I'd forgotten all about that.
Does it have one spot?
Yes. Interesting. Your reasoning?
Lady Bridlington's first name is Dorothea, right?
That's right.
So perhaps her friends call her Dot?
So the pet replicates her name. Is that what you're saying?
Nyquist nodded. A moment passed.
Sorry, did you say something?
I nodded my head.
I can't see you. The hole is too small. You have to speak to me.
One spot. That's my answer.
Wrong, but keep going. Think of the lesser spotted ladybird.
Less than 1.
Yes.
Is it 0?
Wrong. Sorry. And that's your 3 answers all used up.
Nyquist tossed and turned. He was disturbed by the thoughts in his head. It seemed of vital importance that he solve the riddle. He climbed out of bed and stumbled forward blindly until he reached the wall. And here he stopped, first one hand and then the other reaching out to touch and caress the border of his world. Strangely, he could see a little more clearly now, as though his chat with Gregor had revived his sight in some way. The wall was decorated in brown wallpaper, which was peeling here and there. His fingers continued on, feeling at the scars in the paper, in the plaster beneath, and the brickwork beneath that, where it was exposed, some of these scars made by the claws of animals, others by human fingernails scratching for a way out, a few by knife blades or dinner forks, gouging deep. He had never felt any of these things before in his various explorations, and he counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullet holes, all scattered in a random pattern, some old, some new, but none of them going all the way through the wall. His hands carried on and on, mapping each item of graffiti, each wad of dried-up chewing gum, every slight bump and dip, until his fingers stopped, and then moved back and forth a few times, exploring the slight ridge in the wallpaper. By the minutest examination he saw that a square of paper had been glued in place. There was a slight give to it at the centre. Using his fingernails, he peeled the square of paper loose, revealing the hole hidden beneath. A beam of light shone through, a yellow light. He was amazed by it, this brightness, the brightest thing he had ever seen in his whole life, or so it seemed. And yet it was only a single beam of light, nothing more. Nyquist brought his face forward. He pressed his eye against the hole, but could see nothing beyond a yellow fuzz. He pressed his mouth against it and spoke into it.
Hello? Is there anyone there?
He pressed his ear against the hole and listened. After a moment, a voice answered.
It's me. It's Gregor. You found me.
Nyquist, and so they had a conversation in this way, with Nyquist placing his mouth in position, and then his ear, and then his lips once more, and so on.
Did you really turn into a ladybird?
A ladybird, a stag beetle, a centipede, a blue bottle, a louse, a flea, a silverfish, a caterpillar.
A spider?
No, insects only. The process is very strict about that.
It must be very painful.
I have crossed and recrossed the borderline many times in my life, the one that separates man from the insects. It is painful, yes, whichever way I'm travelling. My skin burns with it, but once the metamorphosis is complete, the pain disappears. And then my mind crawls through the dirt, seeking food, and my legs scutter along. I nudge at soil and dung. It's pretty disgusting at times, but when I can fly, oh my God, that's simply amazing.
How old are you?
John, I'm 11 years younger than you are.
You've been living inside me all that time.
From childhood,
the sense that something had to be uncovered, a secret. All the years of work, this constant search, grubbing about in the dirt, looking for clues. He closed in on the wall again until his lips touched the ragged edge of the plasterwork.
You told me before to think of a lesser spotted ladybird.
Correct.
And I've already answered 0 spots.
You did. But you know, you've already had your 3 guesses.
I'd like 3 more guesses. What do you say?
Very well, as it's you.
Is the answer
5 and minus 2? I have a photograph of the creature in question, if you doubt me.
Let me see.
Wait a second. I need to find it.
The voice, the breath, the warmth, all went away. Nyquist pressed his ear further against the hole and listened as best he could, concentrating. He heard cupboard doors opening, and drawers pulled out and pushed back in, and he heard cursing and mumbling. He heard a cry of pain when a slammed drawer caught at a finger or a shin banged into a table leg. He heard the pages of books riffling and felt the breath of the story on his ear, and he heard, distantly, softly, the click, click, click of a safe's tumblers turning,
Clockwise, counterclockwise, it sounded very like his own skull being teased open by a coded sequence, and then he heard the door of the safe opening, and with it a long sigh of pleasure from the other's lips. The voice returned. "You do know we shouldn't really be doing this."
Why not?
"It's against the law. Smuggling goods across the borders of the skull, inner world to outer, we could both end up in prison." Nyquist wanted to say, "Aren't you already in prison?" of a kind, but he restrained himself. "John, it's coming through now. Don't let anyone see you." Something prodded at his earlobe. He leaned back and saw the end of a rolled-up piece of paper coming through the hole. He grabbed at it and pulled it all the way through, into his world, his room. He unrolled the photograph and was just about to look at it when the loudspeaker crackled into life. It seemed to come from directly above his head, waking Nyquist, or half-waking him, or not waking him at all, whichever it was. He was standing at the wall, in the dark, in the silence. No hole, no voice, no beam of light, no breath at his ear, nothing. His lips tasted of dust. He must have pressed them against the wallpaper. But he could not remember walking from the bed to the wall. And yet everything else was clear. The words spoken, the ideas shared, the riddle and its various answers, wrong and right. The loudspeaker continued to crackle. The case officer said, "You're awake?"
It looks that way.
"From your thoughts, from the words spoken."
You were listening to me all the time, I imagine, whenever I talk to myself.
"It's all been recorded."
Work it out yourself, then.
Each crackle seemed to emerge from the silence and fold back into it, irritated by itself, and the speaker suddenly roared into noise and fell quiet just as suddenly. Nyquist had to smile. He could smile. In the darkness he could smile quite easily, for this one fact remained. Despite the solidity of the wall, the lack of an opening, the lack of a mouth not his own, a voice not his own, a mind not his own, despite all these things he held in his hand a photograph. It was real. And he spoke clearly, saying the password.
-7.
A door opened in the wall, only a few feet away, a ribbon of light showing around its edges, top, bottom, left, and right. Chapter 9. Introducing Miss Penelope Myers. The light of the corridor blinded him. It was fierce and unrelenting all along its length, except that one of the far-off bulbs was faulty and pulsed with darkness at an irregular interval. He fixated upon that one patch of dark like a balm, a comfort, and made his way towards it, his legs unsteady, one arm outstretched to keep contact with the wall. His body felt strange, as though it didn't belong to him, not fully. He was a passenger in his own skin. His vision was fuzzy. Someone was waiting for him at the corridor's end, first as a blurred shape, then as a haze of grey, then as a figure barely seen, then as a person, then a woman. "Hello, Mr. Nyquist. Welcome to Esher." He recognized her straight away from her voice. She was short in stature, and exceptionally sloppy in her manner, terrible posture, a slump of weighty flesh. Her hair was a mix of grey and black, the grey areas defined and separate, the whole frizzy in texture. Her eyes were close set and very dark, always in shadow. Her mouth thin, almost lipless. Her nose a rough blob, as though someone had squashed it at some point. A thick layer of makeup attempted to cover up her blotchy skin. She looked to be starved of sunlight, but her smile was sweet, professional, performed with expertise. "I know what you're thinking."
I don't have any thoughts,"
Nyquist replied. It was true. His own voice sounded strange to himself, a brutally surreal sound, more like the rasp of a magpie. "I think you have one thought at least. Call me a mind-reader, if you like, but it's really quite obvious. It always is."
"Is it?"
"That I look nothing like my voice. That, in fact, my face is the opposite of what my voice sounds like. Or rather, that my voice belies my face. Or further still, that my voice hates my face. And vice versa." Nyquist tried to smile, to make a point of smiling, but a smile was a curious shape to make with his mouth, something an alien being might do, stairs to the floor above, and then through a pair of swing doors which opened out onto an administrative centre. Most of the offices and cubicles were empty, but a few secretaries, clerks, and other personnel worked here and there at their desks. The telephones were ringing at one desk after another, far too many to be answered.
The case officer led Nyquist into a side office and closed the door behind them. The room was blessedly quiet, musty-smelling, and untidy to the absolute point of chaos. He had never seen so much stuff in one space before. Every surface was covered in papers, files, teacups, ashtrays, dinner plates, tatty copies of Vogue and She and Woman's Own, a half-knitted cardigan, a Grundig tape recorder, cardboard folders, balled-up paper tissues, knick-knacks aplenty, but mainly books, great towers of them on the tops of cupboards and resting on chairs, and all across the floor, up to waist height, and everything, every single object in the room, piled high on top of something else, something lost and old and dirty, something that, if retrieved, would collapse the whole tottering edifice. He had might fit, this way and that. And behind the first layer, other, deeper layers of books were glimpsed. Stories behind stories, behind stories behind... His mind reeled. The officer's voice broke into his spell. Now then, let me see. She opened a filing cabinet and searched inside. Well, sit yourself down, why don't you?
I'd rather stand.
Really? How strange. I would much rather sit than stand, given the choice. Ah, there it is. She pulled a bottle of Irish whiskey out of the cabinet. Fancy a tipple? Cigarette? He declined both offers with a brief shake of the head. Wise man. Within half a minute she was sitting at her desk, drinking Jameson's from a dirty teacup and smoking a Park Drive. Nyquist noticed that the ceiling of the room was yellow with nicotine. Here are your worldly goods. The officer pushed a collection of objects across the tabletop. His wallet, pen and notebook, a few scraps of paper, car keys, a couple of business cards, his wristwatch. You'll find them all in order. We haven't stolen anything. A little smile at saying this. Nyquist gazed at the items in question. They had the feel of objects from a dream. One by one, he took hold of them. He checked the wallet. Craven's advance was still in there. He slipped the watch on his wrist. It read 4:45. Was that in the morning or the afternoon? The officer said, I am impressed. Mr. Craven's business card. To keep him up to date on the case, I presume. But this other business card interests me more. The Kamar brothers. Their name often crops up. It does. In terms of smuggling, across one border after another. Illegal goods of various kinds.
Anything proven?
Her spectacles were blue-tinted, and she stared through them, unblinking. Not yet. Not yet. There was a longing in her tone. What about the words on the back? Be wary of dreamers in the daytime. Was that written for your benefit, do you think?
I don't know. I don't even know what it means.
Really? It's very popular.
Not to me.
It's a line from a song by June Holler. Surely you're aware of her oeuvre? Nyquist nodded. He remembered his talk with Mr. Kamar at the train station, how he'd done some work for the singer. The case officer examined a scrap of paper. This list of names was found in your pocket. Lizzie Pursglove, Edwin Freemantle, Iona Youngblood. They are all enchanters. Nyquist shrugged.
I told you that, in the cell.
Oh, we already know who they are. It was a test question, that's all.
To see if I was lying.
The officer waved this away. Mrs. Pursglove needn't bother us, for she avoids Esher Town at all costs. She has a terrible creature inside her, a beast of claws and jagged teeth, ruled only by bloodlust, and whenever she visits us, well, there have been incidents, shall we say. That smile again. How she loved to discuss the worst of humanity. As for Mr. Freemantle, or King Edwin III, as he styles himself, tut-tut. Do you know how many kings and queens were listed during the last census? 1,109. It would be more by now, far more, all ruling their tiny one-room realms. Pitiful. Pitiful. Her lips smacked together, a sound of disgust. Iona Youngblood, though. Yes, an interesting personage. She handed over the list of names. No doubt this relates in some way to the case you mentioned during your quarantine, the Vince Craven affair. What a fascinating life you must lead. He grunted.
You still haven't told me your name.
It's Sally, or Mrs. Easterbrook, or Officer Easterbrook, or Officer-in-Chief Easterbrook, if you must, or just plain old Easterbrook, see if I care. Whatever you fancy, really.
I have to get out of here.
Of course, just as soon as we...
I need to find someone.
And how will you do that exactly? She waited for an answer. Well, do you know the streets of Esher? No? Of course not. You would be lost in 5 minutes. You wouldn't even know where to start. She returned to the task at hand. I work for Border Control.
Anything strange or untoward, they all tend to land on my desk. And your case, Mr. Nyquist, well, I've seen a few in my time, but nothing quite like this. No, not quite. Nothing like, in fact. He felt weak, suddenly, and he reached out to support himself. A pile of books wobbled on a chair and almost fell over. Please do be careful.
I don't know where I am.
You're confused? He nodded. His eyes were aching from the overhead light. How did we treat you? Well enough, I hope. It wasn't too bad in holding cell 14, was it? Rather like a budget hotel. In fact, sometimes when I've had a few drinks too many or I'm working late, I take myself into one of the empty cells and kip down. I have the most amazing dreams. Quite the best dreams. Nyquist drew on all his strength.
Why did you put me in there?
For your own safety. And for ours. He still looked confused. The officer continued. Esher is a town surrounded by walls. There are only a few places of entry. We very much respect privacy here.
I can't remember how I got here.
No, Easterbrook busied herself with a Rolodex. I'm not surprised. You were spark out.
The borderline. The insects.
Insects?
They were all over me. Ladybirds, hundreds, thousands of them.
Really? That is unusual. Yes, interesting. She made notes on a sheet of paper. He moved towards the desk.
What about Teddy? Teddy Fairclough. Has he been released yet?
This is the person you're looking for?
How many days was I in quarantine?
Days?
I need to know. How many days? It's important.
24.
24 days?
No. We are not barbaric. 24 hours. A little under, actually.
So this...
He tapped at his watch face. It's the afternoon. 5 o'clock. Just gone. Nyquist listened carefully, but not to Easterbrook. Was that a voice in his head, calling to him? He couldn't tell. Not for sure.
But I was asleep, many times over. Asleep, awake, asleep, awake.
There was one prolonged bout of sleep, a few hours long, but mostly you took brief naps. You were dreaming. We often heard you speaking, sometimes to yourself and other times to someone else. He nodded and murmured to himself. I'm sorry, what was that? Nyquist made it clear.
I'm not sure that I was dreaming.
Easterbrook took off her spectacles. Her eyes blinked softly. Here in Esher we often have such feelings, such doubts. In fact, we live for such doubts. They give us our core values. And she gave him her best professional smile once again, as she changed the subject matter. -7, yes, very good. That old riddle.
You were waiting for me to say it?
To say something like that, yes. Some message from within, and then...
You let me go.
You were ready. The other one was in place.
How do you mean, the other one?
She laughed merrily and shifted her focus again. Dorothea Bridlington. You do know she doesn't actually exist. Nyquist couldn't keep up with the officer's questioning. Was she doing this on purpose, a part of her interrogation technique? Unless being inside a fairy tale counts as being alive. What do you think?
It's not my area of expertise, such questions.
No, of course not. You're a private investigator. Oh, I know. You could use your powers of detection to find your way through the streets, to locate your missing person. Yes, why not? The little grey cells, as Monsieur Poirot likes to say. She gestured to a shelf filled with Agatha Christie mysteries. Or perhaps you see yourself as more of a Philip Marlowe or Sam Spade type. Or that tough guy ennui, Mr. Nyquist. It must weigh heavily upon you. Of course, once the mask is ripped away...
You know everything about me, do you?
Would you like to hear yourself, as you talked in your sleep? She turned to the reel-to-reel tape recorder, and without waiting for an answer, clicked a switch. Nyquist's voice on the tape was muffled at first, and then clear. He heard himself, everything he'd said in that cell, all the unkept promises, the things he'd gotten away with, the things he'd lost, the people he'd loved, or failed to love. You were rather verbose, I'm afraid. It sickened him, to hear himself like this, unguarded. It was a confession of sorts, and yet he couldn't remember having said any of it.
Turn it off, please.
Easterbrook did so. In the ensuing silence, the shapes and patterns of his life were coming back to him, slowly to begin with, and then quickening. He said,
I need to speak with Mr. Fairclough.
Please, calm yourself. We cannot...
I need to know.
Books and papers scattered around him, falling to the floor, setting off a chain reaction.
Which cell is he in?
He didn't...
Where is he?
We didn't catch him. We didn't manage it.
Easterbrook was on her feet, trying to save one especially tall and precarious pile of books from tumbling over.
He's not in quarantine.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So where is he?
Well, that's just it. We don't know.
She managed to save the pile of books.
Please, will you sit down before you cause further damage? We need to talk about this. It's very important.
He took a seat at the desk, but he couldn't keep still. His legs and hands were twitching. His whole body longed to be on the move, his mind set on one purpose only. The various items in the case were playing in his mind, and he shuffled them about, hoping to find a new angle. But the whole thing was tangled up in knots. A fierce pain throbbed in his head. Easterbrook was indifferent to his suffering. You and your friend, not to put too fine a point on it, the two of you have caused us untold trouble. She made a move to light another cigarette, reaching for her lighter, only to cause a foot-high pile of papers on her desk to slip and slide, some of them dropping to the floor. Oh, bugger! She reached out and caught a heavy volume just as it was about to fall, and used this to shore up the rest of the pile. Nyquist helped her. He picked up a book from the dingy cigarette-burned carpet. The book's title was Twice Fallen Angel, some kind of erotic romance to go by the lurid cover.
Thank you. This little lot. I'm sure I saw it just the other day, I think. Yes, there it is.
She pulled a book from the shelf and handed it to Nyquist, saying,
This is Mr. Sampson's story. Perhaps you know it already.
It was a cloth-bound book, small, not many pages, a novella. The cover showed a drawing of a beetle lying on a bed. It really was a grotesque image, a normal-looking single bed with a huge insect resting on it, its legs jutting out at crooked angles, the two antennae reaching out from what might be a half-human face. The face was screaming. The book's title was Metamorphosis.
How well do you know Mr. Kafka's work?
Not at all.
Well, that can't be true. You must have read it at least once. It's about a man who transforms into a beetle, perhaps one of the strangest borderlines a human being can cross. She gave a little laugh, showing her teeth. Not many people could survive such a journey.
And Gregor Samsa?
He's the main character in the book. That's his name.
So the man in my head stole his name from this book?
No, he is Samsa. There's no stealing involved.
Now see, that makes me wonder.
Wonder what?
Just how crazy I am.
The case officer laughed. It's not quite that simple, not at all. I can see that you know very little about the town of Escher.
Zero.
I have an information leaflet somewhere, a whole bunch of them. Now, if I could just... Nyquist caught another pile of books just as they were about to topple from her desk. Thank you. Oh, I can't think where I put them now. Well, never mind, it doesn't matter. No, what matters is... Look, you've travelled through delirium, haven't you? All those borders, one after another, countless numbers of them. Well, here, in Escher, it's a little different.
There are no borders.
In the outside world, none at all. We are free to go where we will. But inside...
In the buildings.
In the mind. In the skull. Easterbrook's eyes had opened wide as she said this, giving her a crazed look. For a moment she looked to be under stress, her facial muscles fighting to contain something inside her head, something that might get out with a little brute force. But she was a past master of such efforts, and soon her face settled into repose. In the skull, she continued, we all have a border, and we all have another person living there, separate from us, but close up, intimate, whispering, lulling, advising, talking to us, teaching us, showing us the way, but never touching, no, never coming near, or too near, always on the other side of the border, always. We call them the inverse, these characters.
You're saying that...
In the town of Escher, our true inner selves are roused from sleep, or rather, we are. For now we can hear them. We become aware of them. We listen. For the first time in our whole goddamn lives, we listen.
And you're the same?
Since my teenage years, yes, the same. For I was born here in Escher. Those few times I've left the place, I have regretted every step, and felt empty to the core without my inverse figure, my inhabitant. Believe me, I hurry back as quickly as I can. Here, let me show you. She rummaged in a large cardboard. Let me over, I'm afraid. There was one particular character, Miss Penelope Myers. Yes, she had quite an effect on me. One moment.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I'm concentrating. Her eyes had closed, and her body now seemed to be at complete rest. Not a movement was made. Only the slight rise and fall of her chest showed any sign of life. Don't be alarmed, she said, her voice hushed. She made a murmuring sound,
Bubbles of saliva appeared on her lips, her eyelids fluttered, and her face screwed up. People, one external, one internal. In direct response, Nyquist felt his own true self, his hidden self, Gregor Samsa, stirring into life. He tried to speak, but was quickly interrupted. The fierceness of the case officer's new voice shocked him.
"How dare you speak to me like that, young cur? I will have you know I am a woman of the highest breeding."
Easterbrook's face matched her words, taking on rage, bitterness, passion, snobbishness. Eyes glaring, mouth set wide, cracked open, teeth set against each other, top and bottom. Drops of spittle landed on Nyquist's face. Her eyes seemed almost taken over by a twisted desire, or by pure, unbridled lust. Nyquist stood where he was, facing her, not bowing, trying not to. Something was pressing at his skull from within, something spindly, with sharpened points. Scrit, scrit. His brow tightened, and goosebumps broke out on his flesh. He scratched at his hair feverishly, and once started, he could not stop, his fingernails digging into the scalp. His mouth was dry as ashes. Sally Easterbrook stared back at him, her lips frothing, the muscles above her cheekbones twitching madly. And then it was over, as quickly as it came. The case officer took a breath and wiped at her mouth with the back of her hand. She held Nyquist's gaze for a moment longer before her lips curved upwards into a smile.
"Well then, there we have it."
Now she looked embarrassed, and she settled back into her chair. She took a lace handkerchief from her sleeve and dabbed at her face with it.
"Now you have seen me. How did it feel? Tell me. Come on. I need to know everything for my report."
There was a moment of darkness.
"And?"
I could feel his urge, his need to change, to become something else.
"An insect?"
I'm not sure. Legs uncurling, antennae stirring, the wings in their case.
Yes, how thrilling."
Is that what you call it?
Nyquist tried to calm himself.
"I do. I really do. Life in Escher, the glories we experience each and every day."
The officer had reached a peak of excitement, but she quickly controlled herself and returned to her professional manner. She replaced her spectacles over her eyes.
"Now listen closely. There are 2 rules you must follow."
I don't feel well.
2 rules only. 1.
I feel sick.
1. Never smuggle goods across the borders of the skull. Only the other week there was a terrible scandal. The city's justice of the peace, one Emma Kovac, was arrested for...
She noticed his behaviour.
"Are you feeling all right? You don't look too good."
Nyquist put on a brave face, holding back the nausea.
And what's the second?
He asked. Easterbrook looked at him with a quizzical expression.
The second rule. You said there were 2.
"Oh, yes. Our hidden selves, they must never escape the flesh. No, never, no matter how they plead."
Without warning, Nyquist started to gag.
"Not on my desk, please. Here, use this."
Easterbrook pushed a metal wastepaper basket across the floor. Nyquist bent over it and retched, and brought up a strange-looking vomit, almost purple in colour, flecked with white strands which seemed to be moving.
Are those worms?
And he retched again.
"It's all perfectly standard for first-time visitors."
She consulted a file on her desk and jotted a few more notes in it. Her pen made a squeaking sound.
You're writing all this up, are you? Am I throwing up?
"Standard practice. Now then, we have work to do, the 2 of us."
We're looking for Teddy, are we? Because that's what I need to do.
The officer stood up from her desk. She spoke clearly.
"Mr. Fairclough is in serious trouble."
What kind of trouble?
"We believe he's adopted an image for himself. We have warning bells at every gate that react to traces of sentient matter. It's a growing concern of ours."
Painful memories came back to Nyquist in their full effect. He was slowly recovering himself after the strictures of quarantine.
Yes, I saw it. I saw it happen. But Teddy didn't choose the image. It took him over. It was an act of violence.
Easterbrook studied him.
"I can well believe it. But tell me, do you know the image's name? It wouldn't be the famed Oberon by any chance?"
That's him.
"Vince Craven's image?"
That was the job, to locate Oberon and bring him back home.
Easterbrook shook her head at this news. Then she looked at Nyquist with her full intent, saying,
"Within a few hours your friend might well be a broken soul, a madman, someone crazed beyond measure, unless,"
She raised her hand to stop any reply. "Unless you follow my instructions carefully. Can you do that?" Without waiting for an answer, she left the room. Nyquist was left there, still half hunched over the wastepaper bin. He wiped vomit off his lips. After tucking the copy of Metamorphosis into his jacket pocket, he followed the case officer from the room.
"Ah, there you are. Quickly, we've already used up too much time."
They were walking along a corridor, passing other workers, who nodded at Officer-in-Chief Easterbrook. She imparted gossip to Nyquist as they moved along.
"That's Miss Frobisher from the 3rd floor, a lickspittle of the first order. The young man with her is Merryweather, a cad, utterly bereft of morals. They are companions in scheming."
She stopped at a locked door. Nyquist was still suffering, and could feel Gregor Samsa lurking in his mind, a shadow. Easterbrook looked at him kindly.
"Whenever you've had a bad time in the past, a bad day, or whenever you felt under the cosh, or you felt the blues for no good reason, well, that was probably Samsa making his presence felt.
It's much better now, isn't it, that you know the truth, that you know he's there. You can deal with it." He nodded, taking strength from her words. She faced him directly, letting him see her face clearly.
"Look at me," she said. "Look deeply. Can you sense the trouble I have?"
He saw it almost straight away, the fading light in her eyes. Perhaps Mr. Samsa was at work, helping in the diagnosis.
"Penelope Myers,"
he said.
Is she ill?"
Yes, I'm afraid so."
"She's dying?"
"A few months or so, I reckon. Or so my dreams tell me."
"And what happens then?"
Easterbrook didn't answer, or at least not in words. Her face alone told the story. Her brow, her eyes, the crook of her mouth, the various creases.
"You'll be empty."
It was the best idea he could manage.
"Along those lines, yes."
She was brusque with the knowledge. But, as always, her well-prepared smile made its way back to her lips. She unlocked the door and gestured for him to enter.
"Now, this might startle you, Mr. Nyquist, so please be prepared."
The room was divided into 2 halves. A glass partition separated one area from the other. A few chairs were set out, as though for a viewing party. They were empty at the moment. Nyquist walked up to the glass. A single person occupied the other space. A woman. She was sitting at a table reading a book. The room was brightly lit, so the effect in the air around her body was difficult to see, but a soft fuzz of energy sparkled here and there as she shifted position in her chair or turned a page of the book.
"She's wearing an image?"
Nyquist asked. Easterbrook joined him at the glass.
"The remains of one, a few fragments still clinging on. It's very weak."
There was a sudden crackle of blue light as the woman stood up and started to walk around the table. Something had agitated her, yet she was still carrying the book and was reading from it as she walked. Easterbrook explained the situation.
"The adoption of images can be problematic in Esher because of the town's unique properties."
"You mean the inverse?"
"Exactly. Sometimes the inverse character can fight against the centene of the image. Conflict ensues, and this can lead to fracture, to the image or the inverse being damaged, or both. As in Beatrice's case, she is a lost child, because Beatrice here shares her space with a very old and, well, second-rate image, a cast-off, something that's been worn too many times by too many people."
"And who does she have inside her head?"
"You'll know of Miss Havisham?"
"Not readily."
"Come, let's talk with her."
Easterbrook opened a door and led the way into the partition section of the room. Beatrice didn't look up. She didn't move. The pages kept turning. Easterbrook spoke gently, as she might to a child.
"What are you reading, Beatrice?" "Great Expectations." "By Charles Dickens?" "Yes." "Is that your favourite book?" "I've read it 319 times." "That's very impressive." "I'm still searching." "That's very good, Beatrice." "Have you read it, Mr. Nyquist?"
"Not since childhood. I can't remember much about it. Isn't there an escaped convict in it?"
"There is, at the very beginning."
Nyquist moved round the table to get a better look at the reader. Beatrice was young, perhaps in her mid-20s, with clean hair and precise, well-defined, almost bony features. Yet she held within her face a great weight of age, as though time itself was dragging her down into the depths. It wasn't expressed in creases or blemishes, this age, but in the look in her eyes, the set of her mouth, the incessant tiny tremors she made. It came to him. She was infected not by decay itself, but by the idea of decay. He'd never seen anything like it, and yet he was looking at hardly anything, in the physical sense. And around this old woman in a young woman's form was the cloak of an image, a poor, severely damaged specimen, crumpled inside her. Her body shivered inside its encasement. The connection point at the centre of her brow seemed to hold the greatest power, the one true link that kept flesh and image joined. The other visible points at her wrists and at the throat were weak, trembling, fragile. Easterbrook said to her, "Beatrice, why don't you read to us?" There was no hesitation. Without a single glance at the novel's pages, working from memory, in a clear tone, she said, "Until you spoke to her the other day, until I saw in you a looking-glass that showed me what I once felt myself, I did not know what I had done. What have I done? My dear—" Her voice had taken on a new timbre, older in tone, almost gravelly, with frequent pauses, as though she were searching for the next word.
Is she quoting from the novel?
Nyquist had lowered his voice to ask this question, but Easterbrook spoke freely, not caring that Beatrice might hear. "She speaks in the voice of Miss Havisham, a lady who was jilted on her wedding day, and has remained in her wedding dress ever since, waiting for her groom to return. Of course he never does." The officer sighed, perhaps in honour of her own inverse, Miss Penelope Myers. "You see, almost all of Beatrice's words come from Great Expectations, sometimes singly, sometimes in whole paragraphs, or even longer than that." Meanwhile, the young old woman was still speaking. "Believe this, when she first came to me, I meant to save her from misery like my own. At first I meant no more, but as she grew, and promised to be very beautiful, I gradually did worse. I stole her heart away, and put ice in its place." This last line was repeated, and spoken in a suitably cruel tone, this time without any missteps. "I stole her heart away and put ice in its place." The woman's stare precisely matched the mood of the words. Miss Havisham herself had spoken. Easterbrook explained the process. "Havisham is causing the image to become the wedding dress. Do you see? She is causing it to decay, to rot away, to unravel." Nyquist was unnerved by all this, and more so as part of Beatrice's image field, near her left shoulder, suddenly caught fire. The flames were tiny, bright red and orange in colour. Either Beatrice or Miss Havisham shrieked in alarm. Nyquist wondered if she might be hurt by it, but the effect spluttered out quickly. Afterwards the image appeared darker, less vibrant, and it crawled over the skin like a disease. Easterbrook tutted. "Near the end of the book, Miss Havisham's dress catches fire." Nothing further needed to be said. "Oh, it's terrible. I hate to look upon it." Nyquist was also concerned.
Can we do something for her?
"We have tried. We are trying." A look of weary sadness took her over. "Most sufferers fall ill in some way. Many lose their minds. 2 have committed suicide." She smiled bravely. "Beatrice here is our best hope of understanding the process." Nyquist drew Easterbrook away from the table. He lowered his voice.
What about Teddy? Do you really think he's in danger?
"Oh, that's a different case again. It will be far worse. For a start, it sounds like the adoption happened without an enchanter present."
No, Lizzie was there. Lizzie Pursglove."
He felt a sudden hope. "She performed a ritual." He tried to remember.
"I don't think so. I think Oberon made the jump himself. He was pretty crazed at that point. I don't know what I'm dealing with. You have to help me."
Easterbrook nodded. "We also need to consider that Oberon isn't some old tatty cast-off. No, he's the real thing, 100%, high class." She paused, and then said, "When Teddy breaks apart, he will break badly. Of course—"
"Yes?"
"A lot depends on Teddy's inverse. His inner character might work in balance with Oberon, or he might fight against him."
"But we don't know what that is."
"We do not." Her features hardened. "We need to find him, and free him of Oberon's grip as soon as we can." Nyquist was about to reply when Beatrice pushed back her chair and rose from the table. She walked up to the 2 visitors. She was carrying her copy of Great Expectations with her. It was a hardback copy, well read, a little scuffed. Before either of them could speak, Beatrice opened the book at a very specific page. She said, "Some of the words are missing." "Let me see." Easterbrook took the book from her. "How curious. Have you seen this before, Mr. Nyquist?" He stared at the page on view. There was a black circle on the paper, a few inches across. A locus. The darkness within gleamed with a barely there light. As always, he was drawn to the promised depths. He nodded.
"I've seen 1 or 2 before."
"These loci, as we call them, have been turning up all over the city in the last few months."
"There was one in my luggage when I arrived here."
"No one has a proper explanation for them, not yet.
Personally, I think they're a stain on reality. I really do. They make me feel ill, actually. I get drowsy in my head just thinking about the... With an effort, she stopped her anger from growing any further. Beatrice retrieved the book from Easterbrook's grasp. She said, "It's not a circle, it's a hole. You can see through it, if you stare hard enough. The words fell in. Yesterday it was. They vanished." She held the open page up to Nyquist's eye, yet have the eyes to see them. He turned the photograph over. There was a message written on the back. Chapter 10. When Gregor Met Alice. The bar was on Spendthrift Close, just off Spendthrift Avenue, east of Spendthrift Central. It was called Molly's Hideout, a backstreet dance elves, even the ones with a friend or partner present. This constant low-level murmuring had been his companion on the walk over here. The people of Esher were not often silent, and, en masse, in the stillness of the room, the noise of the other voices was obvious. The hidden voices. Nyquist found that he was doing the same without realizing, and at first he did his best to stop himself, to hold back this secondary language. But it happened so many times that he gave up. And now he sat at the table, sipping his second beer, softly speaking. The words so quiet he could not hear them. He could not even know what they were saying, or what they meant. They were not his words.
"These are not my words."
Had he spoken out loud? Shouted even? He looked around anxiously. But no, nobody was looking at him. He was just one more person alone, another whisperer. He wondered which of these people would be able to help him. He scanned one face after another, seeking a friendly look or a secret gesture. There was neither. He took the copy of Metamorphosis from his pocket and started to read, thinking this might act as a signal. After a night of restless dreams, Gregor Samsa awoke to find himself transformed into a monstrous insect. He lay on his back, which felt to him like sheets of armor plating, and when he raised his head a little, he could see his curved belly, which was divided into segments, on top of which the bedsheet could hardly stay in place, and was about to slip off completely. His numerous legs, miserably thin compared to the rest of his bulk, waved helplessly in front of his eyes. By the end of this first paragraph, a memory had formed, of nights at his foster home, the third such, and the best, when the family's son Tommy had read stories to the young Nyquist, horror tales, science fiction yarns of far-off planets and evil robots, thrilling tales of daring do, and other more literary outings from yesteryear, often in condensed or simplified versions, Around the World in 80 Days, Moby Dick, Robinson Crusoe, Metamorphosis. Young Nyquist hadn't understood the story fully at the time, but now, thinking back, he could recall the oddness of the events and the dark claustrophobic portrayal of family life. Man turning into beetle. It had fed his nightmares for nights afterwards. Had he really carried the story for all this time, down the years, the decades, inside his head, without knowing? Something had burrowed its way inside, from the page to the skull. It was troublesome, even thinking about it, and he wondered if he could trust the voice he had heard in quarantine, or Officer Easterbrook's explanations. Yet the voice whispered on. There was no denying that. He tried to concentrate, to actually hear the words being said, but unlike in his sleep, in his dreams, Gregor's message was indecipherable. He read a few more paragraphs, but the voice read along with him, always in a whisper. Nyquist closed the book. He felt a sudden burn of anger. There was a telephone on a shelf next to the bar. He walked over to it and rang the number on Craven's business card. It took a few moments to get through. He heard several connections being made, and then, at last, a man's voice.
"Good evening. The Craven residence."
"Is that Parsons, the butler?"
"That's correct, sir. How may I help you?"
"It's Nyquist."
"The private inquiry agent."
"I need to speak with Mr. Craven. Is he there? It's urgent. It's about Oberon."
"I'll let him know, sir. Please hold the line."
Nyquist waited. He counted the pile of pennies stacked up next to the phone, hoping it was enough. He should have got some more change at the bar.
"Nyquist, is that you?" "Yeah, it's me. Listen, Vince."
There was a loud hissing sound on the line, unlike any normal interference. Nyquist imagined the many borders the telephone line had to travel through in order to get here, how each border would add its own share of noise to the message.
"Craven, can you hear me?"
Yes, yes."
But the voice was muffled. Nyquist carried on, hoping his words were getting through.
"I know what you did. To Teddy.
You infected him. You put the image on him, on his hand.
That hissing sound again, with Craven's voice hidden within it. He sounded agitated.
And now Oberon's taken him over.
A single word found its way through the static. What?
Teddy, Oberon, one and the same. Nyquist, listen to me. If this goes wrong, Craven, if anything happens to Teddy, anything, I swear I'll come for you, and...
But the hissing closed over everything. Craven's voice seemed now to be made out of the very static that surrounded it. Nyquist felt it as a message direct to the skull, and then another call cut into this one, the lines cross-connecting.
Have you found it yet? Found what? Lady Bridlington's ladybird. Who is this? It's me, John, the man inside. Samsa? I can't speak for long. There's a... Samsa, wait, don't go. It's important. Keep looking.
And that was it. The words cut off. A dead line.
Samsa! Samsa!
Nyquist's hand tightened around the receiver. A little more pressure might snap it in two, until a drunken man banged into him, spilling beer on the floor. Nyquist returned to his table. Perhaps he should have another drink, and a couple more after that. Surely that would bring silence. Yes, why not? Obliteration. Total wipeout.
Mr. Samsa, is that you?
Nyquist looked up and saw a young man standing near the table, a woman with him.
Sorry, what did you say? Gregor Samsa?
The man asked again. The phone call still rang in his ears, and he spat out,
No, I don't know him. I think you do, actually, from the look of you.
From the smell,
the woman said. Her lips were heavily painted, a fiery red.
Do you mind?
Without waiting for an answer, the man made himself at home, reversing a chair and sitting astride it.
Cynthia, please, darling, you're making Mr. Samsa nervous.
His companion dropped into a chair and proceeded to eat a sugar lump from a bowl on the table. Nyquist watched her.
You've got a sweet tooth.
The man answered for her.
Oh, Sin's a glutton for sweetness. She's famous for it. And who are you? Me? I'm Laszlo. That's my outside moniker. Laszlo, king of the darker realms, a beetle man and proud of it. And this is Cynthia, my good lady wife as of last week, or should I say my good lady beetle?
He roared with laughter at his own joke. No one else did.
She gorged herself on the wedding cake, made quite a scene, and left only crumbs for the guests. My mum and dad were well pissed off, but what can I do? You know what old codgers are like.
He traced the shape of a square with an index finger.
Squaresville. Population 2. Shouldn't you be on your honeymoon? Oh, I like this one. I do. Oh, honeymoon.
He lowered his voice and leaned in close.
Every night, my friend. Every single night. What do you want of me?
The young man narrowed his eyes. Cynthia started on another sugar cube. They were staring at Nyquist, and in both their eyes he saw darkness within, the corner of the skull where the beetle lived, cleaning its antennae, testing its wing case mechanism, ready for flight, if such a day ever came.
What we want of you,
Laszlo said,
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but. We are here to help you, as all good beetle people must help each other, bound as they are by the code of the insect mind. You get the picture, Picasso? In spades.
Nyquist looked from one to the other. Laszlo wore a well-tailored draped jacket, maroon in colour, with black velvet lapels. His trousers clung tightly around his legs, his feet were clad in dark blue brothel creepers. A bootlace tie hung around his collar, adorned with a silver scarab beetle. His hair was heavily greased and sculpted into a perilous quiff. Cynthia wore a flowery A-line dress. She licked a dusting of sugar off her lower lip.
It's cool.
You think you can help me?
We can.
But first, how about a drink?
Nyquist called over the waiter and bought another beer for himself, and one for Laszlo, and a glass of sweet sherry for Cynthia. The beer was drained in a gulp, the sherry was demurely sipped through a straw.
Now then, before we begin, Laszlo said, the number one question, if you please. Let's hear it. What brings you here, to these parts? A stranger in town.
Hung, rather than crunching it down. She aided its progress with another sip of sherry. Laszlo stroked a finger over the copy of Kafka's Metamorphosis.
Our Bible, the sacred text.
He riffled through the pages.
I know it by heart, by mind, by every organ on my body, by every litre of blood, and by my every cell screaming in the night. Yes,
I know that story within and without, as though the words were plastered on my skin, the ink soaking in over years of abuse and wild living. I am that book. That book is me, and we ebb and flow together under the moontides, across the borders of my skull. I could write that book in the dark, word for word, backwards, forwards, upside down, you name it. My soul resides there, bound in the pages.
Nyquist said.
I'm on page 2.
That's cool. You're new in town. Just out of quarantine?
A few hours ago.
Escher welcomes you.
They wanted me to work with them, but I took a fire exit instead. The wise man speaks. They have no right to hold you after your quarantine period.
Cynthia asked,
Which gate did you use?
Waxwayne.
His two companions both tutted. The noise sounded strange to him, like something an animal or an insect would make to tempt its prey closer.
That's bad, is it?
Laszlo said.
The worst, with the ghosts and the questions and the blue smoke. It was a lovely gate to begin with. Granted, Sin, it was a number 1 gate to begin with. But Lizzie Pursglove, man, she messed it up nice and proper. Infected the whole thing with her bad magic.
The alcohol swirled through Nyquist's system. The room was spinning, first one way, then the other. Everything was half hidden behind a gauze. He was being talked about, and could only think they were describing a fourth person at the table.
He's breathed in too much smoke, poor thing, that's the trouble. Waxwayne fever. It's a slow boat to Troubletown. Delayed reaction. Twitchy fingers always a sign. And the tremble in his eyes. Look, he can't keep from staring. Staring at nothing.
Laszlo clicked his fingers in front of Nyquist's face.
Call him Planet Beetle, can you hear me?
The sound of the fingers clicking together sounded like a soft explosion, close up and far away, and it jolted him back to the here and now. The sudden focus, a shock tactic of reality.
Welcome,
Laszlo said.
You were miles away.
Cynthia asked,
How did you find out about this place?
Nyquist took out the photograph and slid it across the table, face downwards. She read the message on the back, showed it to her husband. Molly's hideout. 17 Spendthrift Close. They will help you.
That's all?
Cynthia asked.
How intriguing.
Nothing but.
Whoever wrote that, they knew the score.
Nyquist told them.
I found it rolled up in a hole in the wall, in my quarantine cell. But I think Gregor gave it me. I'm sure he did.
Oh, absolutely.
He called me, just now, on the telephone.
Really? That's never happened to me. Laszlo, has Samsa ever rung you?
I can't say that he has. But what does he want from me?
Nyquist asked.
What they all want, to spread their wings.
Nyquist cursed aloud. He banged a fist on the table.
I wish he'd leave me alone.
His drinking companions looked at him. Playful, knowing smiles on their lips, the exact same smile from each of them. Cynthia made a simple statement.
You're stuck with him.
Laszlo took charge of the mood. He gestured around the room.
We're all in this together, and Molly's is the place for us. Check the clientele. Over there we have a couple of ne'er-do-wells, and the sailor at the bar, he's a man on the make for a man to make, you cotton me? And let me see, 1 or 2 boxer bruisers, and a wallflower of shyness personified. I could go on. Molly's hideout attracts them, the lesser-known characters, the bad guys, low-down finks, urchins, felons, rank outsiders, miscreants, all torn from the pages of pulp novels down the years. In most books, these reprobates are dead by page 30.
Cynthia added her own favourites.
Don't forget the femme fatales, the mad women locked in the attic, whores galore, scheming divorce, and then, on occasion, a diamond of rare value.
Cynthia directed Nyquist's gaze. She spoke with affection this time.
Cast your peepers on the old lady near the telephone, the one with the girlish hair, waving her hands around. Do you see her? She's hunky-dory all the way. A diamond, for sure, Laszlo added.
In what way?
She holds within her the character of young Alice, of Looking Glass and Wonderland fame. You wouldn't know it to gaze at her, the old bat.
Cynthia added,
But she's the outlaw Alice, the one who never made it back through the mirror.
Then she gestured towards another customer, sitting at a table close by. Her voice lowered.
Mr. Prendergast, a local school teacher, poor thing. His inverse died on him, clean passed away. It happens, Laszlo said. Look at his eyes.
Nyquist did so, seeing that the whites were now jet black, the pupils also. It was like staring into a bottomless well, with no hope of ever seeing water. He remembered Officer Easterbrook and her confession of the same sickness. "It's a terrible fate," Cynthia added. Her husband agreed.
"Much better to have your outer die before your inner."
"Yes, much better." Nyquist was held by the darkness of the teacher's eyes. It stirred something in him, something equally as dark, and he shuddered. He was suffering from his day in quarantine, the fitful sleep, the perplexing dreams, the ghosts of Waxwayne. It was all catching up with him. He could hardly think straight. Words just wanted to crawl back into his mouth. He forced them out.
"His name's Teddy Fairclough,"
Laszlo asked.
"This will be your missing person?" "That's right." "Beetle to beetle, we will find him."
Cynthia repeated the promise.
Beetle to beetle.
She turned Nyquist's photograph over.
"What does it show?"
Laszlo asked.
"Anything of interest? Another clue?"
"Lady Bridlington's ladybird."
"Let me see that."
He moved the photograph close to his face, evidence perhaps of weakening eyesight, despite his young age.
"There are no spots on its shell." "Actually," his wife said, "there are -7 spots, and you know it."
No, Sin, you're wrong."
-7. It's the riddle's answer."
"It had 7 spots, granted, but they were removed by Lady Bridlington's arch-rival, Ivy Grimes, town councillor, which leaves how many spots?"
-7.
No, 0 spots. 7 minus 7 is 0.
Nyquist finished his beer.
"But you can still see the spots," Cynthia insisted. "The outlines of them, if you look closely."
Laszlo brought the photograph even closer to his eyes, squinting badly.
"Can you see them?"
"Well, just about. The traces of them."
Cynthia laughed with delight. She was triumphant.
"Which means the answer is not 0, because they're still there."
"In which case the answer is 7.
"But they're not dots anymore, just the outlines of dots. More like empty circles or rings, which represent the missing dots, and therefore -5 on one ring case, -2 on the other, equaling, altogether, -7 spots."
Laszlo turned to Nyquist, a mock frown on his face.
"Only a week into the marriage, and I am already doomed. Terminus, save me."
He got up from the table and moved over to the jukebox in the corner of the room. Nyquist felt sure this was a deliberate move, a way of leaving him alone with Cynthia. There was a moment of awkwardness. Then she said,
"I remember my first days here, the shock of hearing that voice inside. You might even think you were going mad, certifiable. But listen, please. You have to stay on course. That's the way."
She played with the napkin.
"In Escher, the page dissolves. The border is porous. Characters step up close. They talk to us. They possess us."
Nyquist felt the truth of what she was saying.
"And then, one sweet day, 1 week, 1 month, however long it takes, it all becomes clear. And then the person inside, Gregor, he's the best thing that ever happened to you. Your former life, your sorry singular life, it just feels empty, set against the truth you are now being shown."
"I can't wait that long. I can't wait for days or weeks."
"I'm only warning you."
"If you can't help me, I need to find someone who will."
"We'll help you. Don't worry about that. Laszlo just needs a little focus."
She leaned closer.
"How do you like him, by the way?"
He's a good man."
Cynthia grinned.
Right, yes. But here's the thing, and keep this under your hat. He had a hard time a few months back. The moment of change came upon him."
She tapped at the Kafka novel on the table.
"Without warning."
"You mean Gregor? In his head, he—"
Yes. It happens to all of us at some point, and some more than others, more often, and some for good purpose, and some for bad. Gregor turns all insect-like on us. It messed up my Laszlo, it really did. Twitchy limbs, tickly all over. He could not bear to be touched. Terrible headaches. Even his voice changed. It went squeaky for a time."
She looked uncomfortable.
"That's the trouble, you see. It can go either way. Good beetle or bad beetle."
Rock and roll music started up, all jittery guitars and pounding drums, and a vocalist whose voice sounded like treacle poured over gravel.
"I'm a whiskey mash. I'm a whiplash."
The sound of it acted on Cynthia like a trigger. Her body shook all over, hands, feet, and waist. She was up on her feet and twirling in a second. skirt billowing outwards, and she grabbed Laszlo as he returned to the table, letting herself be whirled around freely, madly. Laszlo caught her at the end of one spin and sent her spinning again in the opposite direction, jive style. She was flung around this way and that, one time sliding through Laszlo's arched legs, then up in the air and around his waist, to be caught again, expertly, light as a feather.
I'm a high climber, 5-and-dimer, a 2-timer.
As Nyquist watched the display, he felt that Gregor inside was responding as well, to the beat, the lyrics, the melody, as though he could see through Nyquist's eyes and hear through his ears, and his meaning. The next song was a slow ballad, a blues. Nyquist recognized the voice and singing style of June Holler. The couple came back to the table. Laszlo had a big grin all over his face.
Our song, he said. We first kissed to this, remember?
Of course, my sweet.
Nyquist put his head in his hands. He could hear the two of them prattling on about June Holler, her charm, the exquisite talent, and of Dandelion's part in all this. The most beautiful image of them all. He closed his eyes and felt the 6 spindly legs of a beetle scratching at his skull. After a night of restless dreams, John Henry Nyquist awoke to find himself transformed into a monstrous insect. It would never stop now. He knew it. Gregor's voice, Gregor's spirit taking him over. In the dark of his eyes, the restless dreams, the hard segments of his belly, lying on his back, struggling to right himself, thin, pitiful legs waving madly, struggling to breathe. He reached again for his glass, but found it empty, of course. Empty. He'd already known that. Empty. All gone. His mouth was dry. The lights of the bar flickered. The pressure increased. Inside, in his head, the voice and presence of Samsa, bloody goddamn fucked up Gregor Samsa, taking him over, taking up space, with no rent, free accommodation for all these years, and not even a message until now, until this day, all those years of silence, waiting in the dark. Nyquist stood up from the table. His chair fell over onto its side. He staggered back a little, and then lurched forward. The table rocked. A glass fell to the floor. Laszlo was on his feet, catching hold of the private eye's bulk before he did further damage. He held him straight.
Sin, darling, give us a hand.
Together they tried to get him to sit down again. Cynthia righted the chair for him. Nyquist threw them both aside. He stumbled on, trying to get away, trying to escape, but there was nowhere to escape to, for the voice followed him always. What was it his father used to say? You can never outrun yourself, lad, no matter how fast you go. Such was the case. He spun around, and the bar spun with him, every object leaving its colours behind momentarily, the slipstream of reality, the afterglow, and he was lost in it, just one more blurred shape. And then a great shout went up. Nyquist tried to focus. An old lady was hurrying here and there, knocking at tables as she went, scattering drinks and hands of cards and dominoes, generally behaving without thought or care. It was the Alice woman that Cynthia had pointed out. She came near, spitting, cackling, casting hexes and shade. Any shade but shadow went. My mother's bones are double bent, and round about the serpent wound was Adam's little Evie found. And so it went on. Chaos reigned.
As I told you,
said Laszlo in Nyquist's ear,
Alice at her games. She has crossed the border and found a purchase on life. Beware of such things, for madness lies that way.
Sin was watching old woman Alice, her own eyes glistening, and Laszlo saw this as well, and noted it, and said to both his companions,
Build your wall. Build it high.
Now the old woman had set off once more, asking riddles of all she met. She grabbed Nyquist by the lapels, pulling him close.
What graves you, good sir? Why, dirt, dirt, dirt.
And then she was off once more, jiggling and jiving. Nyquist pushed away, in his own direction. He wove across the floor, far more drunk than he should be, teetering. He made it as far as the door that he hoped would take him somewhere safe, and found himself in a corridor, standing before another door, this one marked Gents. It took him a while to work out what it meant. The door swung open, and back. He was alone. At last. He took a few deep breaths, hoping to find calm. Dirty tiles, messages of love and lust, the smell of bleach barely masking God knows what. He went into a cubicle and pissed like he hadn't pissed in ages. He got to thinking. There has to be a reason Samsa directed me to this place. Help is at hand,
If I can just find it. At the sink he went. He could either stay like this and face the horror, or back away from the sight. But wanting to do both equally, he could do neither.
You look like you're suffering.
It was a woman's voice, a croaky affair. He looked over to the door. The old lady stood there, the Alice carrier. She was staring at him.
So, is it true?
She asked.
What?
Is Gregor causing you trouble? I'll bet he is.
You know Gregor Samsa?
Oh, we go way back. I've met quite a few men and women in my years, all with the same inhabitant.
Nyquist stood up straight. He adjusted his necktie and brushed down his lapels. The old lady came up close and worked at the knot of his tie until it was perfect. She had lost her dancing fever and had calmed down, fully herself again, whatever that phrase might mean in the town of Esher. Her skin was tanned, heavily lined, the furrows deep, and her eyes were rheumy and always weeping. Her lips had the appearance of a couple of slugs, mating slugs. It was truly horrible to look at.
This has made her way through and then delved back down again. She lives exactly on the border at such times, and we are fused, as one being, old lady, young girl. It really is a most delicious feeling.
And she smiled, showing her crooked teeth. Next she said,
Kind sir, have you met Iona Youngblood yet?
Not yet.
Soon you will. She has her spies out for all the newcomers.
She's an enchanter, isn't she?
One of the best. One of the craziest. I'm not sure why.
In the midst of Nyquist's confusion, a lantern was lit. Its flame was a fragile thing, but in those few seconds his old knowledge came to mind, the various techniques of investigation. He had to find Iona Youngblood, the third name on the list. Everything was pointing towards her. He asked Alice Lady if she had an address for the enchanter.
We meet in the park, at the third bench from the fountain.
And the flame sputtered and died.
That's all?
Nothing more. Now, tell me your name, please.
It's Nyquist.
Not Crawley?
No.
You're sure?
Absolutely.
That's a pity.
Why?
I've been waiting for years to meet a beetle-bearer called Crawley, because then I could call him or her Creepy Crawley. Yes, very good, don't you think? Clever, on my part.
But my name's not Crawley.
And therein lies the sadness of life.
Nyquist moved away from the mirror.
And what shall I call you, if I'm not calling you Alice?
My outside name is Ariadne, so if you're ever lost in a labyrinth...
Seeking the Minotaur.
Exactly.
Day in, day out,
Nyquist told her.
I'm always looking for something.
I knew that. I can see it clearly.
A friend has gone missing.
Somewhere in Esher?
I think so. I hope so. Otherwise...
Your best bet is to find out who his inhabitant is. You know, the inverse version. They tend to cluster around the same places, you see, the same locations in town.
Nyquist tried to think.
I don't know the character's name. How can I know?
Your friend didn't say anything to you?
There was so little time when we first crossed over.
He's lost, then. Thread broken.
Ariadne looked into the mirror and pressed her fingers against its surface, as though testing it for softness. There was none. She puffed out her cheeks to show her disappointment.
Often when I awake, I'll be clutching in my hand some strange item or other, or it might be placed on my pillow beside my head, or even under the pillow.
She leaned with her backside against the wash-basin and folded her arms.
Little things, always, like flower petals, beads, a torn playing card, half a matchstick, biscuit crumbs, dice, feathers, old coins, trinkets.
She smiled.
Mind you, the biscuit crumbs might be there because I was eating custard creams in bed the night before. But the other things, I swear, they are true manifestations.
I believe you.
And all of these are given to me by Miss Alice Pleasance Liddle herself, by her own fair hand, passed over the border in the night. Oh, the many borders, where they intersect, sleep and waking, dream and reality, myself and Alice, both sides of the mirror. There is one particular spot in the darkness where her hand reaches out and touches mine, the fingertips.
Your one true self, to your other true self.
Exactly. And by these means the objects find their way into the world.
What do you do with these objects?
Sell them.
Nyquist thought about it.
What about the drugs? You get those by the same route.
It's a sad story, all told, and I feel that I'm entirely to blame.
What did you do?
I persuaded Alice to scrape a little silvering from the back of the looking-glass. This is what I sell to Iona Youngblood, and of course Iona keeps ordering more.
Don't tell me. Almost all of the silvering has gone by now.
She revelled in it. Absolutely Alice, to her core. She said, "I hear you've been inquiring after Lady Bridlington's ladybird." He nodded.
I think it might be important. Gregor asked me about it, about how many spots it has.
Oh, that old one.
You know the answer? The true answer?
I do. Alice whispered it to me once. It goes like this. Once upon a time the ladybird had 7 spots, but each of those spots contained within it more spots, namely 7 more.
7 spots in each spot?
As I said, which makes 49. Then add the original 7, and you get
56.
Now, the next layer down. Each of the 7 spots inside the original 7 spots has 7 more spots inside it. Add everything all together and it comes to 399. Next, the 3rd layer down. Add them all up and keep a running total, and so on and so forth, layer after layer.
I get the picture. But where does it end?
She leaned in close to his ear and whispered,
It doesn't end. It never, ever ends.
Nyquist shook his head at this.
Everything comes to an end.
The human mind ends before the numbers end. Ha! She started to dance. The mind runs out before the numbers run out. The mind runs out before the numbers run out.
Until it reaches
infinity. Or minus infinity.
Is there such a thing as minus infinity?
We can but hope.
Ariadne stopped. Beetled, unbeetled, beetled, unbeetled. Ariadne stopped him with a touch on his arm. She looked into his eyes, a worried expression on her face.
What is it?
He asked.
I believe your Mr. Samsa is close to changing. Yes, indeed, the beetle crawls closer.
They broke apart. Nyquist was suddenly aware of the situation, where they were, and the stench of the place, and the smutty graffiti on the walls, and the yellowing light. Himself, and an old woman, Gregor Samsa and Alice Liddell. 2 stories had momentarily joined, here in this toilet, in this low-life drinking den, and he felt despair crawling inside him on 6 legs, 6 twitching legs.
What happens to me? He asked. If that happens. If the beetle takes over.
Her response to this surprised him. Utter delight possessed her, and she started another of her little dances, moving her arms about as she spoke in a wild manner.
Oh, I wish it did. I wish it happened now, right now, and then I could let Alice talk to Mr. Beetle. Can you imagine their discussion? Of this and that they would speak, of dung balls, no doubt, and infestation, and whether 2 legs is better or worse than 6, and how come people don't have antennae, because insects do, because radios do, and therefore what is it that connects insects and radio sets, but not people? Oh my, all manner of subjects would be touched upon. For instance, spider webs and how to escape them, and whether beetles dream, and if so, of what? And the biggest question of them all are this: Mr. Crawley, ever creeping, creepy crawly, never nearing, neither norly, ever crawling, creepy crawly.
Where do I start?
He asked. She considered for a moment.
Consider the story of a man asleep, leaning against a tree. His name is the Red King, and that's all he ever does, all day long, all night long. Sleep. Alice is informed that he's dreaming the whole time, dreaming of her, and if he should ever awake, well then, she would go out, bang, just like a candle.
Which leads us where?
I'm coming to that, because Alice, my Alice, is constantly exploring the forest, over and over, looking for new pathways and interesting little things to bring me. And one time she noticed the Red King was holding something in his hand, his right hand. Gently, ever so gently, she prized open his fingers, being careful not to wake him. And this is what she found.
Ariadne reached into the pocket of her pinafore, bringing an object into view. It lay on her palm. It was a doll's eye, a white ball with a staring black pupil. She was offering it as a gift, and Nyquist took it willingly. She spoke kindly. "If you ever get lost, Mr. Crawley, just keep walking straight ahead and take the 23rd mirror on the left. You can't go wrong." It was her final bit of advice. Ariadne left the gents. Alone, Nyquist turned again to the mirror, letting her words repeat in his mind. Not one, not two, but three. A memory was triggered by it, but he couldn't quite place it, not to begin with. Not one, not one, not one, not two. What was he thinking of? Not one, but two. Not one, but truly two. Not one, but... And then he remembered what Teddy had said to him when they had first crossed over at Waxwain in the dark of the corridor, with Oberon all aglow. He tried to recall the actual words used. "Every day, from both sides of my intelligence, I draw nearer to the truth. That man is not truly one, but truly two. Of course. This might be a way forward." Chapter 11. More Hyde than Jekyll. Downtown Esher. Night. Movement of people along the winding streets, from one neon glow to the next, one cafe to the next cafe, from bar to bar, seeking refreshment, crossing roads, dodging beggars, making do with what money they had in their pockets, catching the drift of music from open windows and doors. Everyone in shirt-sleeves, blouses, bare legs, calling to each other across the avenues and boulevards, hundreds of people, young in the main, whistling, cat-calling, flirting, kissing in the shadows, purchasing food from carts and kiosks. We are the whisper poets. Our voices are low but persistent. Our poems are made of hushed breaths and near silence. Our music is loud and quiet at the same time, one music wrapped inside another. We sing with two voices, two dialects. And Nyquist's voice was just one more in the mix, all meaning lost as soon as it was spoken. Taxis sounded their horns, drivers shouted abuse, bicycles swerved with a tinkle of bells, as pedestrians just about managed to get out of the way, walking lazily, heavy with drink, supported by their fellows, in clusters, in pairs, or alone, talking to themselves, talking back and forth. One veteran of the whisper wars sat on a tea-chest, holding a piece of card that read, "Wounded by my own inner hand, please give." People streamed around him, one or two throwing a coin his way. Nyquist dug deep, but found only the doll's eye, his fingers curling around it. The sounds and sights and scents of the streets overwhelmed him as he walked on, trying to keep up with Laszlo and Cynthia. He was regretting those beers now, gulped down at Molly's. How many glasses had it been? He couldn't remember, but was it the booze only, affecting him so badly, or something more? He couldn't help thinking about the beetle inside the man, inside his head, inside his body, the whisperer in the dark. If only he could hear it. If only he could properly hear what was being said. Not one external border was seen. Nyquist could barely think back to yesterday, when he and Teddy had walked the crowded streets of delirium, constantly being held up at one barrier after another. All that was inside now, subsumed into the soul, bound by skin and bone and human thought. He didn't know if he was marching towards something or away from something. The border moved with him. He was forever at home, forever exiled. Cynthia noticed the car first. She nudged Laszlo, telling him where to look. Nyquist turned in the same direction. A green saloon car was moving along the street at a steady, easy pace, keeping track of them. 2 people inside, 2 shapes, a driver and a passenger, but the windows were up, and the neon signs reflected on the glass in ever-changing shapes. They were being followed. Nyquist stopped where he was, swaying on his feet. The car came to a halt right beside him. Laszlo tapped on the side window, to no avail. The glass shone blackly, hiding the occupants. A moment passed, during which Nyquist felt he was close to some truth, a new way of looking at the Vince Craven case. But then the vehicle moved off down the street. The 3 companions looked at each other.
"Who was that?"
Laszlo asked.
"I don't know."
Cynthia said, "Probably border control."
"You're a person of interest, Nyquist." "No doubt. Is there another route?"
Cynthia nodded. She led the way down a side alley,
and then along a twisting series of narrow streets where no cars could journey, one turning after another. Laszlo and Nyquist followed her onto an unlit alley leading to an enclosed courtyard. Here constituents could speak freely across the borderlines. Nyquist heard one voice clearly, the outer voice, and the inner voice as well, but this one quieter, more sustained. But he heard every other word, or 1 in 3, if he concentrated, listening closely. And then he realized he wasn't the true listener. No, it was Gregor Samsa, listening to the others, the ones of his own kind, and whispering his own tale in turn. But this other voice sounded to Nyquist more and more as a warning, like a forecast of rain and frost and hail and fog in the skull. And one thought took him over. Soon, Gregor would start to change, to become insectoid, to grow legs and wings and a pair of antennae. And what then? What happened to Nyquist when that happened? One refrain repeated itself in his head. Good beetle, bad beetle, good beetle, bad beetle. Which would it be? He felt for the doll's eye in his pocket, holding on to it as a lucky charm. Good beetle, bad beetle. Cynthia led the way across the courtyard, through a doorway at the far end. Now they moved along a dark corridor. Strange noises were heard from behind the wall, animal cries, snufflings, scratching sounds. She turned to Nyquist, saying, "You'll have to pay to get in."
What is this place?
Don't worry. If your friend is anywhere to be found, this is a good start.
Laszlo added, "She speaks the truth, so pay up, there's a good chap." Nyquist fished some of Craven's money out of his wallet.
For all 3 of us. It's easier that way.
The corridor ended in another doorway, this one closed to them. A sign read, "A house split asunder." Below that, a private members' gallery. Cynthia smiled.
I forgot to mention, you'll need to join the gallery first. Pay your members' fee. That's for a year.
What about yourselves?
We'll be your guests. So that's 1 annual members' fee, plus your own entrance fee, and then 2 guest fees for Laszlo and me. How are you fixed?
Laszlo responded with glee.
Oh, he's fixed. Very nice. You're sure Teddy will be here?
Nyquist asked. The centre of the space was set up as a living room, with a settee, armchairs, a table, a standard lamp, and a radio on a shelf. A perfect example of domestic bliss. The members of a family, mother, father, daughter, son, were listening to a program on the home service. Nyquist couldn't tell if they were really a family, or mere actors, or perhaps a real family pretending to be a fake family. Maybe this was an exhibit in the gallery. The floor of the living room was split in 2, right along its length, with a view to the whispers. There was an anger present, something submerged, kept in check, but only just. One woman suddenly screwed up her face and let out a howl. It sounded like a wild beast trying to escape her body. He walked back to the company of his new friends. Cynthia was smiling brightly, loving the atmosphere, but Laszlo was more serious. He said, in a low voice,
All the Jekyll and Hydes hang around here, most nights, swapping their tales of good and evil. It's one of their favourite meeting places.
Nyquist nodded, but no matter where he looked, he could see no sign of Teddy.
He's not here.
Cynthia steered him towards an inner doorway. They entered a room split into a dark half and a lighted half. The darkness had a physical quality to it, not so much that light had been removed, more that a pitch-black substance had been poured into one half of the room. They stood in the lighted portion, peering into the thick, dark, treacly air. Shapes moved within it. Sounds were heard. Nyquist moved to the borderline. The dark formed a wall before him, one that trembled around his hand as he pushed his way inside. He was immediately engulfed by it. He spoke softly, because that was all the darkness would allow.
Teddy. Teddy. Teddy.
A man's face loomed out of the blackness, his features half turned into those of an animal. Moving on blindly, arms outstretched before him, Nyquist almost tripped over a teenage boy who loped along, his body bent almost to the floor in front of him. And then an older woman surprised him. She stooped under the weight of the fur she carried on the inside, sprouting from the inverse that lived inside her head, a werewolf. In this room, people were more Hyde than Jekyll. What was the next stage? Nyquist reached the far wall, the plaster crumbling under his fingertips. He groped along until he reached another door. This took him to a third room, an empty room, only half in existence. The far wall had been demolished, and the floor ended in a jagged line of wooden bricks, torn carpet and electrical wiring. Beyond was empty space. Nyquist's feet nudged at the building's sliced edge. He looked down into a backyard filled with rubble. It was a good 12-foot drop. A bulbous moon sat over the town of Esher, adding an eerie light to the scene. A warm breeze brushed at his face and hair. He heard a series of noises in his head. It was Gregor making these sounds, as clear as a church bell in the night time. The moon became a haze of silver. Nyquist's hands trembled. His face was damp. Gregor was whispering, hissing, clicking, clacking, a language of noise, not words. He was nearing the time, that was obvious now, the time of change. The beetle crouched in the skull, waiting, waiting. The clicks and clacks slowly became words. Black, black, night, shiny, blur, black, moon, silvery, shiny, black. These thoughts came to Nyquist in fragments, the beetle's way of thinking. No connections, just one thing after another. Objects, aromas, sights, each item gathered, collected, disregarded. Blur, whir, silver, stench, tick, knit, yes, no, not, lesser than. Language built from dust and heat, from each twitch of the antennae. Hair, stare, stitch, lick, click, clock, tick, tick, tock, tick, yes, no, not, yes, lesser than. Lesser than? Lesser than what? Less than human? More than a beetle? Nyquist was fearful of the change. There would be no... It didn't take long.
Why did you look for me? I asked you not to. I was worried about you.
There was a pause. Nyquist was still staring ahead, across the gap, at the side of the next building along. A single light was on in an open window, the sound of music through the parted curtains. It sounded like a Johnny Whirlwind number.
I'm in trouble, Mr. Nyquist. I know, Teddy. That's why I'm here. You mustn't look at me. I'm not going to. Not unless I'm not looking too good.
The young man's voice had a guttural quality to it, a roughness. Wherever the young man had ventured that day, he had picked up traces along the way.
I'm the same, Teddy. I'm all messed up inside. We both are. Inside and out. You said it.
Nyquist carried straight on.
I have a bug in my head, waiting to hatch. A beetle of some kind. I can feel it tapping, seeking a way out.
Teddy didn't respond, but Nyquist could sense him there, somewhere in the half-demolished room, half hidden.
So I'm the same as you are. Mr. Dark, Mr. Shadow, Mr. Teeth, Mr. Sharp. He will always be there.
He laughed, an ugly, curdled rasp.
We share a name, Mr. Hyde and myself. Edward and Edward.
The laugh grew crueler now, tinged with self-disgust. Nyquist couldn't help but shiver. The glow of the image field cast itself into the room. He could feel the warmth of it, and he was scared of a hand on his back, pushing him over the edge. He didn't know what Teddy was capable of, under the rule of two very different masters. And yet, wasn't Nyquist the same? Teddy, Oberon, Hyde. Nyquist, Samsa, Beetle. Truly, what was the difference? And so he turned to face his friend. Teddy was cowering in the far corner. Nyquist walked to him across the damp, rotten, fur-lined carpet.
Let me see you. Come on.
After a moment's hesitation, Teddy looked up, revealing himself. And then he stood tall. He stared at Nyquist. There was a struggle in Louis Stevenson's novel, gathered inside a tender human boy. And the two of them wrapped in Oberon's image field. The whole combined entity was as fragile as the house they had retreated to. A man split asunder. Now the breeze picked up, and a light peppering of summer rain flew into the half-destroyed room. Nyquist spoke gently.
You've been through hell, lad.
Teddy grimaced.
Oh, I'm a battleground.
And he laughed. It was good to see him laugh.
Look, I have something to show you. Over here.
Nyquist followed him back to the corner of the room, where a locus point was visible on the floorboards, a perfect black circle. Teddy knelt down.
How do you like that, Mr. Nyquist? We've seen the kind before. But this one is different. It's open. Watch.
Teddy picked up a pebble from a small pile he had collected.
Here it goes.
He dropped the pebble into the hole.
Or not dropped exactly, for the pebbles seemed to accelerate immediately, as though plucked into the locust by some interior force. Teddy did the same trick a second and a third time.
"They just vanish," he said. "They just vanish a few inches down, into thin air. Isn't that amazing?"
He was treating it like a toy, a mode of distraction. Nyquist crouched down next to him.
"Where have you been today?" "Running wild."
Another pebble entered the locust.
"Oberon took me over. It was crazy. I was in his power, and he gave me power, and I shone brightly."
Another pebble. It disappeared with a soft whooshing sound.
People kept looking at me. Girls smiled my way. Men shook my hand. I was given gifts, free food, trinkets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kisses. I've never experienced such things, not in such abundance. One man, his eyes widened in delight, one man followed close by, throwing coins on the pavement in front of me. A little girl handed me a flower.
Teddy's face showed his pleasure, at least in memory.
But as the day went on, Oberon took over more and more, directing me, along the streets, searching for something.
He looked up from his game.
But I don't know what he's looking for. He won't tell me. Vince Craven, perhaps. Maybe he regrets his decision.
No, I don't think so. Because he came to a decision, and we were heading for a taxi rank. And that's when this other creature inside me loomed up and grabbed Oberon by the claws.
Mr. Hyde?
Teddy nodded. I knew he was there, of course. I knew that from Waxway and onwards.
What happened? Oh, a great battle was had. Hyde versus Oberon, tooth and claw versus colour and light. It's still going on. I can see that.
Even though Teddy seemed to be at least temporarily at peace, his expression would never settle. His facial muscles twitched incessantly. Across the borders of his body, inward and out, the war continued. He was tired, flat out, and it showed. Teddy's hand hovered over the hole in the floor. The last pebble had vanished. Nyquist stood up, pulling his friend to his feet.
You're good now. I have you.
Without warning, Oberon's skin burst into liquid flames of blue and yellow light all over the body, and a terrifying howl came from deep inside Teddy's mouth. Nyquist stepped back in shock. The battle raged on. Teddy was bewitched on both sides by rival forms of magic. At the center of hostilities, he stood there, his body slowly being eaten away, ravaged, until the image spell burned out and the beast inside quietened, and Teddy breathed again, more easily now. Nyquist wondered how to play this, how to placate both entities. He kept his voice calm.
You gave me a clue, didn't you? With the quote from Jekyll and Hyde. A friend of mine, Cynthia, recognized it, or half-recognized it. It wasn't a quote, not directly. You chose your favorite parts. He smiled. My sister read that story to me. I was 13, 14. I think she was trying to scare me. But from that moment on I knew someone was living inside me, someone stronger than I was, and more determined. Someone cruel. I have spent my years holding it back, and now... Tell me what it's like. Everything. Describe the struggle.
Nyquist needed Teddy to face the facts, to not give in.
Come on, word by word.
The answer came in a deep voice.
Every day. From both sides of my intelligence. That's right. What's next? The moral and the intellectual. I draw steadily nearer to the truth. Keep going. That man is not truly one, but truly two.
Nyquist extended the limits of the spell.
And not truly two. Not now. But...
Teddy finished off the thought.
But truly three. There you are. All three of you, combined. No one has ever contained these three things. Only you, Teddy. Only you. Only me. And you lived through it all, to meet me here, to tell the tale. And you will live. You will live on beyond this point. I promise you that. There are other adventures.
This last statement had the desired effect. Teddy's eyes cleared, at least for an instant, and Nyquist saw the deep blue in them, glinting, entirely human. It was a signal. Nyquist reached out and took gentle hold of his friend and pulled him toward the door of the room. The rain and the wind were closed off. The black, pitch-like substance of the inner room covered them, blinding them. Nyquist pushed ahead, making sure he had Teddy in his grasp. His fingers tightened around the young man's arm.
This is all that matters. Keep hold. Keep moving. Oberon glowed weakly in this place. Pale green, sickly yellow, a wraith, until the black substance stuck to his skin, head to foot, smothering him. Now there was only darkness all around. Nyquist rushed forward, his hand, outstretched, knocked against a wall. He followed the wall until he reached a corner of the room, and then on from there until he found a door. He pulled at it. Locked. Locked. He left the safety of the wall and set off once more, across the room, feeling that other people and other creatures were here with him, in the dark places, and him, slowly, slowly, never ending, until he saw somebody close by, a man, a glimpse of a face he knew from before. Who was that? Nyquist stumbled. Teddy's hand was slipping away from his, pulling away, or being pulled away. There was nothing he could do. Chapter 12. Weird song of breaking through at last. He was sitting alone at a table, a round table with a shaded lamp on it, which gave off a warm glow. There was a glass of wine in front of him, as yet untouched. The walls of the cabaret bar were lined with plush wallpaper. Several alcoves were hung with heavy braid curtains, behind which laughter and voices were heard. The seats were padded with studded velvet, and beaten copper covered the tabletops. Music played quietly with a swinging jazzy beat. He had a good one with the studied cool of the beatniks, others sporting the decadent flamboyance of bohemians. Many languages were heard, some that Nyquist recognized, others he didn't. The great Alfonso bowed and left the stage to polite applause, leaving the house band, double bass, Hammond organ, electric guitar, and a drum kit to bash out the latest popular tunes. The music was loud enough to drown out the constant whispering of the inverse, all except for the voice in Nyquist's own head. He did his best to ignore it as he watched people make their way onto the dance floor, hand tenor, the flicker of the legs. Yes, he knew what all this meant. The true language revealed. He tried to lift his wine glass, but the message tarried in the nerves. A sudden panic took him over, but there was little he could do about it, other than dart his eyes this way and that, hoping to discover a reason for his being here, or at least a face he might know. Cynthia? Laszlo? Ariadne? Teddy? But the people were all strangers to him. So, when a man sat down next to him and smiled, Nyquist was glad. Human company. He thought the man looked familiar, someone who could help him. He was a dapper-looking gentleman, and then he realized. They had met at the train station on the day of arrival, and then, earlier tonight. Yes, he had seen him in the house split asunder, of course, in the room filled with black ink, in those moments before losing consciousness. Mr. Kamar, that was the man's name. Nyquist tried to speak, but his lips would hardly move. He felt drugged. The dancers returned to their tables. The stage darkened as the band played a slow ballad. Mr. Kamar leaned over and said, "C-sharp minor, my friend, the strangest and most magical of all the keys." Nyquist took his word for it. A hush fell over the room. There was no master of ceremonies, no introduction, only a single person suddenly revealed in a spotlight. Nyquist recognized her immediately from her posters, record sleeves, and film appearances, but he had never before seen her in the flesh. June Holler, the songbird of the islands, mystery in music, weaver of spells, breaker of rules, firebrand, mischief maker, trickster in the shadows. The critics and the fanatics had given her many such names as they projected their individual and collective fantasies onto her. And June was happy to be their chosen mask, while at the same time breaking that mask, a few cracks in the painted face. The fans loved that most of all, that sense of impending danger, as the most beautiful of melodies spun out in webs and clouds and flowers from her mouth. Now she stood center stage, poised as though for attack, her upper body held at an angle to her hips, one arm bent, hand on her waist, the other raised, the fingers arranged as though holding some invisible object, a glittering jewel or a knife. Her face held no clue as to her feelings. The music followed her mood, becoming dissonant, a bed of noise from scraped strings and bowed cymbals. June intoned over this in her speaking voice. "By the rivers of delirium, we sit down and weep, our tears drawn from borders and gateways, of joy and pain equally. We have one task before us, to sing a weird song in a weird land." The music reached a state of unresolved tension. a brittle, drawn-out chord on the guitar, the drummer poised on the offbeat, until at last the first note of the vocal melody was heard. From where he was sitting, it sounded to Nyquist that a bell had been struck. The air shimmered with it. As this single long note reached its peak, the entire audience was in June's power. One note. Of course, it was more than that, much more, and more than her natural gifts would allow, for her image sang with her, vibrating softly around her body, enveloping it, expanding on every emotion, every nuance of meaning in the song's lyrics. Be wary, oh, be wary, of dreamers in the daytime. Often they say things that turn out to be lies, and the treasures they promise disappear in an eye blink, leaving nothing but memories and a mist in your eyes. Her body was bound by a tight, full-length evening gown decorated with tropical blooms, and a flower of the same shade was clipped into her jet-black hair. The image danced with her, copying her every move, and it flashed with new colours as the song's subject matter dictated, yellow and orange, as soft and fluttery as her given name, dandelion. At one point the flower in June's hair exploded into a rainbow, the image itself flowering at the same point. June was beautiful within the image, and the image dandelion was beautiful herself, and the two beings merged at the zone where flesh danced with energy, with pure, natural-born energy. Nyquist was transfixed, especially when, during the second number, June took a stroll between the tables, playing with men's neckties, giving the women her most knowing smile. Now she stood before him, singing to him alone, or so it seemed. One hand reached out to caress his hair. This close up, Nyquist could see every detail of dandelion, every colour, every pop and fizz, every dash of dark, every wavelet and surge, every coded message, every speck and tease of desire, all the flux and flutter, the places where dreams were made, the tiny imperfections that made it all the more perfect, the sizzle of heat, the coruscation, the tendrils of smoke, the 12 concentrated areas where the image was fixed to the body, where the energy field was most pronounced, where the flames licked, the mythic stories were told, the power given out and taken, from performer to audience and back again, that age-old circuit feeding back upon itself through every singer that has ever lived, singing every song ever written and performed down the years, the centuries, all contained here in this body, this field of light, this human, this ghost, this borderline. And he saw within the image field the face of Vince Craven himself, and a glimpse, nothing more, of Oberon sparking within the clouds of sparkle. It seemed like a personal show, put on just for the private eye. June moved away from the table. Only then did Nyquist come out of his dreaming, his focus returning. Mr. Kamar was applauding, smiling broadly, glad to have had June at blue. And then she launched into her next number. By this point she had every person there under her spell. Her image's finest moment came near the end of the final song, when she conjured a cloud of dandelion clocks, which drifted out over the audience. People reached up to grab them, their palms aglow with magic, until the spell faded and the hands were empty. There was a collective sigh of delight. After the set, June thanked the audience and the band and left the stage under cover of a sudden blackout. The lights flickered back on, the dance music returned, and people took to the floor, more of them this time, roused by June's performance and Dandelion's presence. But Nyquist was focused on other things. That glimpse of Oberon, seen in Dandelion's aura, had brought to mind Teddy Fairclough, his whereabouts, his state of mind, his physical condition, and, God forbid, alive or dead. The sight of the dancers seemed a view of revellers in hell's fire. He got to his feet, holding on to the table's edge for support. His companion reached up to him. "Are you all right? Would you like some water?" But Nyquist pushed Kamar's hand away. He careened across the dance floor, knocking into people, stumbling at the stage's edge, causing the drummer to miss a beat. A microphone flared into feedback. He saw the band's name written on the bass drum. Les Barricades Mystérieuses. Nyquist spun round, trying to pinpoint a way forward, but the details lost themselves in a haze. Again he stumbled, tripping over a man's legs. He fell into the arms of a bouncer, a large man with a scarred face. A useless struggle ensued, and a few minutes later he was thrown down into a rattan seat in a small room filled with theatrical props, a rack of sequined costumes, feather boas, veils, a large pink fan for use in a fan dance, stage flats representing a South Sea island, a Parisian street scene. He was there for a few minutes only before he heard a key turning in the lock. June Holler entered. She was alone, except, of course, that June was never alone, for Dandelion walked with her, and talked with her, and breathed with her, every step, every word, every breath along the way. She closed the door behind her and stood staring at him.
"I hoped you enjoyed my performance," she began. "I'm very sorry if you were brought here under violent means. That wasn't my plan, I can assure you."
Her speaking voice was as rich and as darkly textured as her singing voice.
"Mr. Nyquist, is that right?"
He nodded.
"And you're a private detective, hired by Vince Craven to track down Oberon?"
Yes. Yes, I am.
These were his first words in a long time. He was glad to have said them. June smiled at something in his face. His relief, perhaps. Yet not a speck of warmth played on her lips. Her skin was dark, the image of Dandelion adding a golden sheen to it, and the two colours mingled one into the other in a captivating manner. Her eyes were tinted with turquoise, again provided by Dandelion, and her hair was a frizz of dancing particles, scarlet, blue, pink, green. More than ever, Nyquist was conscious of the image as a living, breathing, thinking, feeling person, lacking only flesh, bone, and blood, but those missing elements replaced by other, more ethereal substances. He looked on in wonder. Here was one person wrapped around another, each taking, each giving back. And yet there had to be a gap where one began and the other ended. For hadn't Oberon slipped away from Craven's body to find a new residence with Guy Pursglove? And then from Guy to Teddy. They could be separated, and quite easily. And this very fact only made their union an even more powerful undertaking. His eyes scanned the visible nodes of connection. What immense act of willpower or spell of magic kept them together like this? A complex mechanism was at work, one that needed constant readjustment. One good thing, he was becoming more used to the presence of the Centene. Exposure was deadening his nerve ends, at least partially, to their charismatic power. June told him, "Your progress has been noticed through our city. Every barrier and border carries its own guard, and its own witness and tattletale. Very little is missed. And of course, my sweet companion Dandelion has her own channels of communication." As though responding to this, the image flared into an even more vibrant presence, her colours and sparks shooting and vibrating into new patterns. "She listens, she watches, her 1,001 eyes ever seeing, never blinking, never closing." Nyquist was aware that the image field's power was being kept in check, either by Dandelion herself or by June Holler, or perhaps a combination of them both.
Where's my friend, Teddy Fairclough?
"Don't worry. You will see him soon."
I need to see him now.
"Mr. Nyquist, your body is still in debt to the drug given to you at the house split asunder. Do you remember? You are suffering."
Where is he?
Nyquist stood up and immediately felt weak on his feet. He grabbed at the rack of clothes and pulled it over, scattering the garments. Clouds of sequins and glitter rose into the air. June studied him as he fell back into the chair.
"Dandelion is excited by you, as she was during our performance, when we serenaded your table. She thinks of you as a means to an end, perhaps the only way forward."
What do you want from me?
June's eyes gleamed brightly, as Dandelion's eyes gleamed at the same brightness. She said,
"Do you understand by now what kind of story this is?"
Yes, I think so. It's a love story.
He paused, awaiting confirmation. None came, so he carried on.
At first I thought it was about you, and Vince Craven.
"We shared a kind of love."
But you split up.
She nodded.
"It was not to be."
No other explanation was offered.
But Dandelion and Oberon, they had not yet finished their story.
"Not at all. Their love was fierce and real, far realer than anything Vince and I had ever felt. Dandelion made her feelings known to me quickly enough. She squirmed on my flesh, stinging me, making me retch, bringing me out in hives and pins and needles, and it never ended, this torment, all she could do to me. I was being punished."
June flinched in memory.
"She tightened herself on me until I had trouble breathing, and my singing suffered. I could no longer reach the higher notes, and a horrible crackle came into my voice. I could not appear live on stage, and I had to postpone my next recording session.
It was painful.
Very much so. And then the pain lessened, and I was glad of that. But a great sadness took her over, my tender dandelion, and she wilted as a tanglefoot appears in the folk tales I read when I was a girl. I was 14 years old when we arrived in Britain. This was just after the war. Mamma sang to me every night, the old songs, the old stories, and now I have a mischievous imp in the shadows of my head whenever I visit Esher.
You seem at peace.
I sing to him, and it pleases him, most of the time, and he sleeps. Sometimes, however,
He gets loose.
he does, and he rises up and plots and schemes, and I am bound by his call, and of course, on occasion, I wilfully allow his escape, and use him to make my way in the world by fair means or foul. He has been useful in my career.
So what happened? You stole Oberon off Vince?
This angered her. Oberon is not an object, he is a person, a living being, with his own rights.
Still, you needed to bring about a reunion with Dandelion, if only for your own well-being.
Yes, I thought about it, but...
You set up Guy Pursglove, I imagine.
Nyquist didn't think this was true, but he wanted to see how June reacted. Her expression set in a deep frown.
How dare you?
So, Guy Pursglove wasn't a honey trap.
No, no.
You must have known of Vince's predilection for a certain type of young man.
She hesitated. Dandelion lay perfectly calm on her skin, keeping herself in the background of the confrontation. But Nyquist was on his feet. He felt emboldened, and he wanted to push home the advantage.
Let's speak of the truth.
June glared at him.
Yes, let's...
Let's say that Oberon's transferal to Guy was a surprise to you, when you heard about it.
It was. In fact, I couldn't quite believe the rumors.
Still, you must have been very excited.
Oh, yes, we both were.
But something went wrong?
Dandelion fluttered around June's upper body, showing her discomfort.
You thought Oberon would force Guy to rush to you. Or rather, to Dandelion.
June's brows furrowed.
That's what I hoped for.
The image suddenly spluttered and creased with a wave of negative energy, causing ripples of darkness to sully the spectrum, and for June to grimace. Nyquist felt for her, but he had to track down all the clues he could.
Guy fell in love with the power that Oberon brought him. He revelled in it, and would not give it up. But none of that matters now, does it, June?
How do you mean?
He was coming to the crux of the matter.
Now that Oberon has a new host.
She turned away from Nyquist, not wishing to look him in the eye. An edge came in his voice. I felt sure, beyond the love story, something still hidden away. The Vince Craven case expanded ever outwards, its pathways growing darker with each new revelation. June held up a hand.
A signal will pass between Oberon and Dandelion. Great love will come of it.
It was stated with passion, with perhaps too much wishful thinking in it. Still, it acted as a triggering device. Dandelion sounded as a bird echo in June's voice, halfway through the statement. Her colours followed suit, brightening, blazing all over the host's body, head to foot. Heard. Nyquist could not make out its source, but he knew it for what it was. A spell being uttered. Dandelion's presence glowed even brighter on June's body. The Amaya points vibrated with a shared frequency, giving off a high-pitched whistling tone. This sound echoed off the walls and was then focused entirely on Nyquist's skull, on the exact centre of his brain. A light came on. There was no resistance possible. None. Only love. Deep love. The living image drew this love from him and gave him love across the border. He was a bare distance from June's face, 1 instance away. Sparks blossomed, electrostatic ecstasy. It was too much to take. He had to step back, to pull his hand free of the image field. Dandelion trembled at the loss. Her body blossomed into sudden light as webs of colour, red, blue, green, burst into new shapes, new shades. The air glimmered with life, or the potential for life, or a memory of life, an afterglow. Nyquist felt the hairs on his skin rising. Now the words of Dandelion fluttered freely around June's mouth as specks of colour, hoping to be made anew, to be spoken aloud. Yet still it was a struggle. Speech would not come easily. Sadness spread through the body of light in a shifting array of colours, darkening. Nyquist felt it in his eyes, this sadness, as a message. Dandelion made one final attempt, drawing on some inner strength, drawn from the core of what she was, from the place of her birth and the various journeys undertaken, or from a god of images.
I wish to be more. I wish to be more than myself. I wish to join myself to another, one image to another, intermingling. And then, to be more than that, I wish to keep moving, gathering, wishing, seeking completion, to be all things at once. Only then.
The voice fell silent. Dandelion started to tremble, to murmur to herself. Nyquist made to speak, but his words were cut off by a piercing cry from Dandelion, and from June also, from the both of them, the same noise at the same time, without words, without meaning. And the effect of this wordless howl was immediate and spectacular. The image flew apart into all its separated shards of colour and crackles of fire. Nyquist stepped back. The room roared with noise. His back met with the wall, but he kept his eyes uncovered, wanting to take in all that was offered, for this was an offering, a display of magic. Dandelion was scattered as strands of light in the air, each one a different colour, each one stretching out from the 12 Amaya on June Holler's body, each of the nodes. And then, slowly, one at a time, these strands gathered themselves together, each tangling with the others, making a complex knot. Nyquist could do nothing but witness the event as it unfolded. No clear thought or pattern worried his mind. He was at the mercy of the image, its charismatic power engulfing him. The walls and ceiling were painted with slow-moving beams of energy. Dandelion was showing her true power. Nyquist had a terrible inkling that she might be able to destroy herself and June Holler, and himself, and the room, the bar, the building, the street, and the whole of Esher. But instead, a new pattern appeared, a pattern made of light and colour, and the dust in the air, and the sequins from the dresses, and the glint in his own eyes, and the glint in the city's eye, and the glint in the eye of Goddess Termina, who presides over all gates, barriers, crossings, throughways, and portals, by whose mystical hand a border opened in the air, made of one angle and another, many of them, intercepting, a doorway that Nyquist stepped through. Chapter 13. At Home in Strange Places. They were sitting in the 4th-floor viewing lounge, gazing idly through a bay window, which showed pale sky and grey mist, nothing more. The woman spoke freely of her life. Her name was Dandelion Applegood. Usually her body was translucent, ethereal, nebulous. In other words, ghost-like. But in this current incarnation she was made of flesh and blood, at least of a kind. There were streaks of white in her hair, and her face looked like fine parchment. But she was only 29 years old. Her eyes were young and bright. Often she and Nyquist walked together, and often they sat and talked, as now, and sometimes they ate at a table in the dining hall. Cold meats, cold vegetables. They didn't need to eat. Their bodies were beyond such things, but these regular acts passed the time. He had no idea who purchased or prepared this food. Time passed in a strange manner. Every clock told a different story. Past, present, future, all mixed up. Dandelion was a woman with a blue shadow, sometimes entirely blue, but often speckled with tiny silver stars. Sometimes the blue shadow caught on a nail or a splinter and was torn, and then it might become detached from her body. They would retire to one of the hotel rooms while she went to work, stitching the shadow back to the edges of herself. It took a while. Nyquist searched the minibar, hoping to find a bottle of gin or vodka, but the best he ever found was a glass jar filled with Smarties. He ate them all, in handfuls, while Dandelion sewed, and then he felt sick for a good hour. They continued their tour. She related a little of the building's history. A bleak house was. They held conferences here, important meetings of the heads of states, where they debated global problems and tried to come to solutions, or, at least, compromises. Visitors had to speak in words of fog, because fog was the only language that crossed all borders. By way of demonstration, the words came out of her mouth as a thick mist. She was delighted at her own achievement, but quickly grew tired of it and started to cough. Sometimes Dandelion spoke of her own history and identity. I come from a different world than this one. Very different.
but connected to it. I passed over to this world through the yield, the wall that separates our lands. She looked at him, and then spoke with some pride. We call ourselves the Centene.
Why did you leave your homeland? Nyquist asked.
I had no choice. She paused, and he saw in her eyes that distant world, wherever it was, and he saw the pain of loss. Her voice broke. I am an outcast, a refugee.
Can you describe your world?
She frowned at this request. I don't know where to start. This tangential line far enough, you'll find yourselves, but changed.
You're saying your original hosts are human?
As human as you are, with some small differences, mainly to do with how they interact with their environment. The atmosphere overwhelms them.
Overwhelms? You mean it's poisonous?
In a way. It is difficult to explain, but we protect them from that with our bodies. We filter the air so they can live and breathe easily, and so on.
They would die without you?
From overexposure, yes. Oberon and I, and the other Centene who live here in your world, we are poor, damaged specimens, unfit for the job. The weak, the ill. We are cast aside. Many of us make our way here, or at least try to. The journey is not easy. Again a look of despair took her over. Otherwise, without a host, we would die. Nyquist thought about all he was hearing, trying to process it.
There's one thing I don't understand.
A flicker of a smile. Only one?
I don't see how an atmosphere filtering system should allow us, human beings, to become more charismatic.
Her answer startled him. It was spoken plainly, without guile. Here, on this world, we work in reverse. The conversation ended. Dandelion would speak no more on the subject. That afternoon they took lunch in the dining room. Little cubes of ham and cheese and pineapple threaded on cocktail sticks. For dessert, more pineapple chunks, this time swimming in condensed milk. The juice was so sweet it made Nyquist's teeth ache. Dandelion showed him her passport, with its many stamps and visas. It was a forged document, a product of a fantasy world, a world of storytelling in which she could escape, at least for a time. The passport photograph was a blurred, ghostly, damaged, wraith-like after-image. Nyquist started to realize that a bleak house wasn't real. It was filled with dream objects. Yet Dandelion continued with her fantasy. In my visits to a bleak house over the years, I have witnessed many political upheavals. For example, several factions have sought ownership of sunlight, because of which night's border has shifted again and again and again and again. Once I stood in night and day simultaneously as the border shifted back and forth along a corridor, a few feet at a time. The shadows crossed and recrossed my face and hands. This artificial memory enthralled her, and she smiled. Nyquist asked the most important question. It could hardly be said without sounding foolish, but he had to try.
What am I doing here?
She looked at him. I wanted you to visit with me, so we might discuss the matters at hand.
A copy?
As best I can, yes. You might call it Hotel Dandelion, if you were that way inclined. And she gave a little smile, more to herself than her guest. The real Oblique House is situated on Medlock Road, in central Delirium. It's still a thriving conference centre. June Holler has visited there a number of times in her role as an ambassador for young people. Her manager encourages such activities, and she goes along willingly. I was always bored, very bored, but the grand old hotel was a pleasure to visit, and I gathered all I could in terms of details, furniture, paintings, amenities, and so on. And when it came time to envision a place for myself, a retreat from the physical world, this seemed a natural choice. It sounded like she was reading from a script, or a catalogue of effects, or a manual, how to pass as human. Nyquist felt sick. The food in his mouth tasted like the dirt found on the floor of every room.
What have you done to me?
Dandelion considered, a cup of cold tea raised halfway to her lips. I have reached into your mind, John. That's all. I'm looking out of the rear left passenger window, counting the street lamps as they pass. 1, 2, 3, 4. Your eyes are glazed, and you haven't spoken for at least 15 minutes. Nyquist felt the first stabs of homesickness.
How long have I been here?
An hour or so, if that.
It feels like days.
Yes, borders always affect time, sometimes quite bizarrely. They went on their way. Dandelion stopped to admire a work of art, a framed photograph depicting a series of words, a few sentences taken from a book, perhaps, crossed the corridor and reached the opposite wall, where it carried on.
When this happened, Nyquist and Dandelion had to duck under it. She was adamant that the thread not be broken. They entered room 235.
This is where the English delegates used to stay.
Nyquist bent down to the carpet and took up a handful of soil. It ran through his fingers, and he saw the tiny glass beads it contained, the seeds, glittering insect wings, a toffee wrapper, half a bus ticket, a few cigarette butts. He felt rejuvenated by the feel of the dirt in his palm. Dandelion watched him in silence. Then she spoke in a quiet but clear voice.
One night, some 5 years ago this was, it came time for me to cross over. I had grown tired of exile from my village, of seeking temporary refuge on a fox or a sheep's body. I needed a proper host, full engagement, as we call it, but none would have me. Therefore I took my chance and crossed over the Yield into your world.
Nyquist stood up.
And what happened?
She answered indirectly, the first button on the panel, and a woman's voice, recorded on magnetic tape from the sound of it, emerged from the speaker grill.
Welcome to a bleak house. Please ignore the flowers growing from the walls of room 67.
Also, the soil on the floor of room 102 can no longer be trusted. It is diseased. He tried another button. The tap water in room 241 is green and sluggish. Do not drink. Likewise, be wary of the wall lamps. It is dangerous to read by their light. A third button. The bees in room 529 are harmless. Do not be frightened.
Oberon stayed here.
That's when we fell in love.
She moved on before he could ask any more questions. He had worked out by now that she was following the red thread along the corridors, in and out of rooms, down one stairwell and up another, and then down again. Dandelion always refused to take the lift. Perhaps the mechanism was broken, or she lived in fear of small spaces. As they reached the lower corridor, Nyquist asked,
What happened after you first crossed over?
The Yield is a strange border, unlike any other. I think I must have passed out as I crossed the threshold. It was too much to bear, and when I woke up, I knew that I was immediately in peril. I could feel myself weakening. I could hardly breathe, and my substance was so light I felt I might blow away on a breeze.
I was told that Centene cannot survive for long without a body.
This is true. In this world, an hour or two, perhaps more, depending on our personal strength and the circumstances.
So what happened?
I was in a dark forest, a tangle of trees, and signposts, so many of them.
She shuddered, remembering this, and a few grains of imaginary pollen rose from her hair.
I started to walk. I had to locate the closest built-up area, and then find a host. I despaired, and then I saw a light ahead, a lantern moving through the trees and posts. The light blinked on and off as a signal lamp might do, and I followed it.
She paused and sighed, and her whole body trembled.
And so I met my enchanter. Iona Youngblood.
Lizzie Pursglove, Edwin Freemantle, Iona Young. A shiver of delight ran through her.
As Iona walked away, I streamed in the air behind her like a banner.
Dandelion came to a halt. She was staring at the wall, at the red thread where it crossed over a framed watercolour of a vase of flowers.
A few days later I was attached to June Holler's body. My new life began.
She continued to gaze at the painted chrysanthemums. Nyquist couldn't decode her mood. Was she sad or happy at her current state of affairs? As though responding to his thoughts, she said, I sighed. As they moved on, Dandelion spoke in delicate terms of her romance with Oberon, of their liaison, as she put it, how she was changed by it, and yearned to experience it again before her life was spent.
We walked the corridors hand in hand. Oh, it was blissful.
And at that moment, as she spoke, her face took on a younger look. She might be a teenage girl experiencing her first love, but the melancholy soon returned.
We had to part, as June and Vince rolled away from each other on the bed. Each night the same.
It's the wall.
What do you want me to do?
She spoke from the heart.
Oberon and I met at the border of light and flesh, yet there was an infinitesimal gap between our lips. We could not kiss. Between us we conjured the kiss into being.
She looked at Nyquist, her eyes filled with the memory of love.
Can you imagine, John? At the barrier where one dream met another, we shared this moment of intimacy.
You want to be brought back together?
The answer lay in her eyes. Yes.
At any cost?
Whatever it takes. Will you help me?
Dandelion, I'm already on a case. To find Oberon and bring him back home.
Home?
She cut him off, her voice suddenly filled with anger.
Home? I will not hear such a word from you, nor from anyone. There is no home for us here, apart from this one, and I will take back what is rightfully mine and keep it with me forever.
Nyquist thought for a moment, trying to see a way of satisfying both parties.
What about June Holler? He asked. Does she know about this place?
No, not at all. Poor innocent June, living her little life, singing her songs for pennies.
She leaned over and announced in a theatrical manner,
It's our secret, John. You won't tell anyone, will you?
You don't like your host very much, do you?
In truth, I despise Miss Holler.
Nyquist held her gaze.
Does June know how you feel about her?
A smirk played on Dandelion's lips. What little she can know. But I'm sure she understands that without me she would have very little in this world. A poor lost wanderer, a struggler.
You've both come from elsewhere.
I have travelled further than she ever did, and I will travel on, further from here. I will make something of my second life, something great, far beyond June's petty dreams. Recently a critic called her the people's troubadour. You can imagine how that excited her. She shook her head in mock despair.
I think she has other ambitions, from what I can tell.
And you've known her for what? A day? A few hours? From a single meeting you have such knowledge? Dandelion didn't wait for an answer. Her anger drove her on. In contrast, I have lived with her for 4 years, 11 months, 19 days. Her eyes closed. How I grow weary of her body. Nyquist made a dismissive sound. It roused her again. You think I'm bitter, I suppose? Or spiteful?
It's a useful shield, he considered. You've lost your love, and you want him back. Another woman stands in your way. It's the oldest story in the book, except...
Go on.
Except that June is doing all she can to reunite you with Oberon.
Dandelion stared at him. She was standing close by, close enough that the fake body she had dreamed for herself was seen for what it was, a construct of light held together by desire. She asked, How long do I have to wait? Her face almost crumbled as she spoke these words. And Nyquist saw the truth of her love, that it was more real and more solid and more substantial than anything else in her world, and that, if made good, this love would bind her to her homeland, and perhaps enable her to return there. The muscles in his brow and cheeks tightened, furrowing, and his mouth was dry. He had trouble breathing. One hand was clenched into a fist, the other had risen to his face, finger and thumb at his temples, pressing, squeezing. It did no good. The pain was unrelenting. Dandelion said, Are you all right, John? Is there something wrong? She reached out, an act that could only repulse him, the very idea of being touched. His skin crawled. He moved along the wall until he reached the open door of the bathroom. Here the light was ultra-bright, startling. He splashed cold water on his face, rubbing the coldness into his eyes. It brought momentary relief. Dandelion was standing in the doorway, asking after him, but he ignored her. Instead he looked up. He looked into the mirror, and he shrieked at what he saw. The room seemed to brighten even further, the light overhead buzzing with a high-pitched whine. He made the same sound, the exact same sound, with his mouth. His eyes popped open as wide as they could to drink of the horror in the mirror. The 6 legs of the beetle sprouted from his flesh, 3 on each side, at his neck, his cheeks, his temples, and the 2 antennae emerged from his brow. A small flow of blood dripped down from each rupture. These appendages grew and developed as he watched, each leg sporting a scissored claw-like tip. The 2 antennae were by now 2 feet long, and still growing. They went into a sudden spasm, twitching madly. He was choking. Something in his throat was trying to get free, to crawl out. Crack, crack, crack. In pairs, the legs were cracking and bending at the joints. Nyquist screamed, or tried to. The sound was blocked in his throat. He stumbled away from the wash-basin, towards the door. Dandelion was waiting for him. She said again, John, what is it? What's wrong? But he pushed past her, into the main room of the hotel suite. She followed him. Whatever you're seeing, it's not real. Do you understand? He had no time for understanding, only escape. He was looking around desperately, as though a release from pain might be found in the walls, the floor, the framed prints. The beetle's legs bent around to scratch at his face. Scrit, scrit, scrit. His entire body convulsed. In a blind terror, he managed to get out of room 235. He rushed along the corridor, trying to outrun the thing that was crawling out of his head, but it was always with him. He got to thinking that he should stop and bang his head against the wall repeatedly until the beetle parts were destroyed, smashed to a pulp. Dandelion caught up with him, where he stood at the head of the stairwell, heaving for breath. She looked at him as though nothing was wrong, nothing to be seen, no legs, no antennae, and he couldn't understand that, because he could see them clearly. He could see them waving in his sight. He tried to speak, to plead with her, but his throat was filled with whatever was lodged there, black and shiny, sitting on his tongue, groping forwards. And then he saw the red thread pinned to the wall nearby. It was quivering slightly, and he could see this clearly, magnified, every pulsation. The line was singing, passing messages along its length, from room to room. He reached out to snap the thread. It wouldn't break. It seemed so insubstantial a thing, and yet it had a hidden strength to it. He tried again, claw. They applied themselves to the task, working at the thread, and Nyquist pulled again, with an eightfold force. The stars sparkled in Dandelion's blue shadow. She made a noise, a cut-off word. The thread snapped. Chapter 14. A Private Viewing. He fell for who was carrying a tray of drinks, but who was deft enough to swerve in time. More swearing ensued from all around him. Nyquist came to a halt and stood up straight, as best he could, as he tried to get his bearings. His body swayed, drawn by otherworldly forces. His hand felt at the sides of his head, on both sides, and on his neck, both sides, looking for something, for evidence of what? He had the sense that a great nightmare had taken him over, and something had crawled out of him, or attempted to. Yes, the beetle. People were dancing, jiving around madly. The drums pounded non-stop. Everyone was talking at once, singing at once, crying out at once. Drink after drink was poured out from bottle after bottle. Nyquist grabbed at one glass as another waiter passed him, and he drank it in one gulp, not even caring what it was. He set off once more, tilting this way and that as he wove his way through the dancers, seeking a way out. The crowd shifted around. He was now pushed up against a wall of the room. He took a few moments to steady himself further, to catch his breath, his fingers coming up again to examine his head for protuberances. Had they grown smaller, or larger, or maybe they'd vanished completely? He couldn't tell. His eyes scanned the room, hoping he could see someone he knew, a friend, a fixed point. But there was no one, only the endless swirl of strangers. His mind was a fog, cloudy with too many ideas. One person danced by, and another, then a third, a fourth, many more, all holding on to the person in front of them. They were doing the conga line. It seemed ridiculous. He couldn't understand why anyone would do such a thing. Move away, stay back, don't let them get you, don't join the dance. He pushed his way along the wall. So, this was June Holler's Escher residence in the Ring o' Roses district. The house was old, with a lot of the original fittings still in place. Gas flames flickered in sockets, casting their glow on portraits and landscapes in oil. A pair of French windows gave out onto a garden, lit with fairy lights in the trees. Other people were out there, smoking and chatting in the semi-dark. The night was warm. The furniture had been pushed back against the walls to allow for dancing, and several people had collapsed out of the conga, and were now draped over the settees and chaises-longues. The women wore chiffon gowns or floral dresses. The men sported dinner jackets or more informal wear. Some were dressed as wildly as the women, and wore their hair in elaborate fashions, permeating everything, cigarette smoke and the smell of sweat. Body heat. Nyquist made his way to a doorway. This led to an expansive hallway, and he was glad to take a few good breaths of cleaner air. There was a mirror on the wall here, an ornate affair with a gilded frame. It was a great and absurd relief to see his head was free of any beetle-like appendages, but he still looked terrible. His face was pasty-looking, his hair was awry, and his tie was undone and pulled loose from the open neck of his shirt. He had lost his jacket at some point, and he panicked, knowing his wallet had been in the inside pocket, along with the remains of Craven's first payment, the copy of Kafka's Metamorphosis, everything, and the keys to the car, the MG convertible. Where had he parked it? He couldn't remember. Another man with his name had done such and such a thing at such and such a time, but it wasn't him. Too much had happened since then. Too many goddamn borders had been crossed. He had lost a little more of his sense of self at each crossing. Perhaps that was the whole point of this city of madness. It was a place to lose yourself in. Well and good, all well and good, exactly that had happened, but he didn't feel any better for it. By now the person in the mirror sickened him, and he turned away, and in so doing bumped into a man. Nyquist recognized him immediately.
Mr. Kamar?
"Good evening, sir. We met at the Plumed Horse?" Nyquist half remembered the phrase. Kamar helped him out. "The cabaret bar, where June was singing." He stood bolt upright like a soldier on parade, his hands clasped behind his back. His heels clicked together, a sound that echoed down the hallway.
"We met before that, at the train station,"
Nyquist said.
"Yesterday. No, the day before. Ashengate Station."
"I'm very sorry."
"My name's Nyquist. You helped me. You helped me to cross over at Fontanelle."
"Fontanelle? I haven't been there for many a month. Now my brother, Sanesh, he often travels by train. Perhaps it was him. He should be here soon."
"I don't know."
"We are twins." He held out his hand. "My name's Manep." Nyquist refused the offer. He said,
"I've seen a fair few twins in the city."
"Oh, yes, absolutely so. Something to do with all the boarders, apparently. Or so the priests and philosophers tell us. I trust your visit to the city is proving instructive?" Nyquist looked from one twin to the other, finally settling on Sanesh.
"You were following me at the station."
Sanesh smiled. "I would hardly use such a word. No, not at all. Rather, I looked out for you. I guided you. I listened. I learned." His brother added, "We knew that Vince Craven had hired someone to look for his lost image, and, well, let's say we have an interest in such matters." "A vested interest. Well said, Sanesh. Very much so." Nyquist aired his suspicions.
"You're going to a lot of trouble over a love affair between two images."
The twins looked at each other. Manep spoke first. "It's much more than that." Sanesh completed the thought. "Love is the beginning of it, but not the end." Any further question from Nyquist was cut off by a great commotion from the main room. People were clapping and squealing with delight. "They are getting ready," Manep said, without further explanation. Nyquist pulled two objects from his trouser pockets, all that he possessed. A scrunched-up photograph of a ladybird, and he was sure now that it was one of the Kamar brothers, either Manep or Sanesh. It gave him urgency.
"You knocked me cold,"
Manep answered. "A little draught to make you docile, nothing more."
"And what about my friend, Teddy? Did you take him as well?"
"He's safe, for now."
"Why are you doing all this? You work for June Holler, is that right?"
"I wouldn't say work, exactly. More arrange."
"What is she planning?"
The Kamars looked at each other. Both men nodded at the same time. Manep was the more dominant of the two, and he spoke now. "The ceremony is about to begin, and June will play the priestess. And then afterwards, I promise, all will be revealed." They led Nyquist back into the main room. The music had been turned off, and conversation had died down to a low murmur of expectation. The revellers were lined along the walls, leaving the central area clear. June Holler stood there, with dandelion draped all over her. Both of them were glowing with great power at this moment, human and otherwise. Sparks crackled all around the image, and the 12 Amaya points were gleaming with a fiercely hypnotic golden heat. It was strange and disturbing to see the two of them bound together as they were, after the more separated vision Nyquist had been given, inside a bleak house. Already the sights and sounds of that place were fading into the sense of a dream world, and now he was awake. June Holler raised her hands. "Friends, colleagues, rivals, drunkards, outlaws, perverts, and addicts." Laughter rippled through the crowd. "We are gathered here to break down borders and to usher in the true populace of Esher. I hope and pray you will welcome them all with open arms and hearts. Let them in! Let them in!" The lamps were turned off. Only a few candles and a couple of gas flames gave any light. People's faces danced with shadows. Several of the attendees had moved to the center of the floor, alongside June. These half-dozen people were the focus of attention. The room fell quiet. Not a sound was heard. The flames shivered on the candles. Nyquist squinted, trying to make out what was happening. A low wailing sound was heard, breaking the silence. It was a woman. She was moving from side to side, her limbs trembling. Her face was set in a hard, mask-like expression. Now the others at the center joined her in the same movement, the same countenance, the same noise. It was a rough, primitive sound, as each wail settled in a slightly different pitch from the others. And now the sound broke into a scream, a simultaneous scream from all 6 people, Such was the atmosphere in the room, Nyquist wanted to join in. Her voice had risen up, taking on a darker tone. She was chanting mightily, calling up spirits, conjuring beings into existence. Her image was glowing brighter than ever, the colours rippling through it, and then merging into one colour only, an off-white hue, ghost-shaded. Dandelion and June were working together, creating a new kind of material between them. The light stretched out from this combined entity, taking on extra volume, extra life. A portion of the image had now taken on the semblance of a screen, a whisper-thin sheet of what might be ectoplasm. It floated in the air some few feet from June's face, attached to her by thin strands of visible energy. The dancers were affected by this sight. It began with a young woman, perhaps 20 years old. She was thin and fragile-looking, her hair long, parted in the middle. Her body moved sensually compared to those around her, and for this reason the eye was drawn to her. The wailing continued more softly. The young woman held her final pose, one arm raised to the ceiling, the other pointing to the floor. Her face started to change. No, not to change, but to be by a spectral glow. It had the vague shape of a man, or rather a collection of men brought together for a wicked purpose, a figure that Nyquist recognized, the entity created by Dr. Frankenstein. It drifted slowly and somewhat awkwardly in the air, a fragile ghost. Its form kept breaking apart and then reforming. Its skin was red raw where the stitches were visible on the face and the hands. A silent scream formed on the creature's mouth as it strained with all its might to keep hold of reality. Always, all the events in the room. His own beetleness was closer than ever to breaking through. It was too much to bear, and yet he could not turn away. The urge for release was too great. He actually took another step forward, but was held back by Sanesh Kamar. Together they walked back out into the hallway. The alcohol Nyquist consumed that night had been burned away by the events just witnessed. He longed for a cigarette, nothing more. And to be gone from here, with Teddy alongside him. The grandfather clock in the hallway struck midnight. Was he too late? Was Teddy still alive? Yes, he had to be. He was too important to them all. Not until Oberon was set free. Sanesh lowered his voice. "Mr. Nyquist, I need to speak with you."
"You're worried?"
He nodded. "My brother has his own plans, and I'm drawn into them, as I always am. But I have learned things today."
"Like what? Tell me."
Sanesh looked to the doorway of the main room to see if his brother was there. He spoke in a rush. "I fear for Miss Holger."
"She's not to be involved?"
"Not completely. Now come with me. There's someone I'd like you to meet." Sanesh stayed behind, on lookout at the doorway. Manep and Nyquist walked the length of the hallway and ascended a grand staircase. At the landing they turned down a corridor and reached a closed door at the rear of the house. It was quiet here, the air dust-laden. Only the distant sound of someone practicing scales on a piano gave any meaning to the silence. Manep rapped at the door and waited. There was no reply, not that Nyquist could hear, but Manep opened the door and entered, and urged his companion to follow. Darkness within. Nothing moved. Perhaps someone lay asleep? But no, as Nyquist's eyes adjusted, he saw that the large four-poster bed was empty. Manep did not bother to turn on any lights. He spoke softly. "Are you there, madam?" It took a while for the answer to come. "Yes, always." It was an old voice, a croaky sound. "Have you brought him for me?" "I have." The voice rose and broke in pitch, becoming a squeal. "Let me see, Mother called me, so I am." He pulled up a chair and sat down, only to be given further instruction. "Not so near. That's right. Yes. Now lean back a little. That's right. Much better." Despite the precision of what she said, Iona had not yet looked at him, nor turned her head. There was something unsettling about her presence, but Nyquist couldn't put his finger on it. Her words seemed to be separated from her body in some odd way, and her every movement was tiny, calculated, measured out with great care. Nothing could be wasted.
"You're an enchanter?" he asked.
"I am, for my sins, but these days I move beyond such practices."
"You merged Dandelion with June Holler's body, didn't you?"
"That was perhaps my greatest achievement. How many years ago was it now, Manep?" "Nearly 5 years, madam." "Oh, such a time we had back then. Such a time." Her voice kept trailing off, as though she was running down, becoming tired. Perhaps she picked up on Nyquist's thoughts, for now she said, "Forgive me.
I am older on the inside than I look. The very idea of this caused her to sigh. I do not converse very often.
I'm glad to see you. I have a few questions to ask.
Yes, I rather imagined you would.
He was about to begin when he heard laughter from the dark of the room. It startled him.
Who's that?
He asked.
I thought we were alone.
We are never alone, Mr. Nyquist. Never.
And now Iona Youngblood turned to face him for the first time. There was a creaking sound, old joints rubbing against each other, but not of flesh, but of metal, or wood, a high squeaking sound. Her eyes were colourless, without pupils, just two white orbs that stared right through him. But most startling of all was the black circle of a locus affixed to her brow, that familiar shape and colour with its ever-glistening interior that moved like ink in a well. The automaton spoke again, but her lips made no movement.
How do I look to you, Mr. Nyquist? Tell me true.
He couldn't answer, not without being rude. Her skin was dead and cold, and her hair was, in fact, made of metal, silver strands of it woven together. He saw the various wires that sprouted from her, and the brass tube that carried her words from across the room. He stood up and walked into the darkest corner, where someone was sitting in a chair, dressed entirely in black clothing, the better to hide herself. Her face was still in shadow. Nyquist stepped closer until he could see her more clearly. Here was Iona Youngblood, the flesh-and-blood version. And he knew her face. He had seen her before, under a different name, spoken with her, been imprisoned by her, interrogated by her. He had taken advice from her, and been offered a job by her.
Easterbrook.
She smiled at him, and let her face emerge a little more from the darkness, just for his benefit. The smile was fixed on her face. Her features had taken on an almost monstrous look, as the entity inside her made its way towards the surface. Two very different expressions were fighting for supremacy on the same area of skin and bone and muscle, sometimes one side winning, sometimes the other. Easterbrook and Youngblood were the same creature. She was connected to the automaton at the writing desk via a series of wires worked by her hands and a footpad. She spoke into a tube, and the words came from the life-sized doll's mouth. When she raised her hands to make a point, the mechanical version of herself raised its hands in mirrored movement, but at a slower rate, in a jerky manner. When the machine next spoke, its voice now seemed obviously artificial, crackly, a little too slow.
Did I startle you? I am sorry.
The apology rang hollow. And then Sally Easterbrook laughed wildly, her true laugh from her true mouth, and the speaking tube fell from her grasp. Nyquist looked from her over to Manep, who remained standing near the door of the room, and who now joined in politely with the laughter.
What the hell's going on?
This is my fault, Manep said. He turned on the room's overhead light. I should have told you, but Iona likes her little jokes.
A joke?
Please, Manep, let us use my real name, at least for the moment.
Manep walked over to Easterbrook. She asked him,
Did June perform well tonight?
She did, madam.
Such silly parlour tricks. Still, if it gives delight to the audience.
Manep offered her his hand, and she took it and rose to her feet. The wires were pulled from her hands and neck and elbows as she walked along. At the writing desk she bent down and offered Nyquist a comparison, side by side with her automated self. Easterbrook looked like a less presentable twin. The doll-maker had smoothed out her idiosyncrasies, tamed and tidied her hair, widened her eyes, straightened her nose.
One of my paramours made this for me, some years ago now. A splendid chap, if a bit of a scoundrel.
She stood up straight and faced Nyquist, adding,
I think of her as my inverse self made real, and it must be said, made rather beautiful. Of course, this is a more recent addition.
She gestured to the black circle on the brow.
It enables her to see into the far distance, and through time.
Nyquist dismissed this. He said, You of her. The action had weakened him, beyond any normal measure. He fell back into the seat and put his head in his hands. He felt a touch on his shoulder. It was Easterbrook.
My friend, there is great work to be done, and much is at stake.
He looked up and took in her face. He saw the darkness of her eyes, the terrible darkness, and saw it for what it was.
You lied to me.
I did, yes, numerous times. Lying is a necessary part of a doubled life. As a border guard, I exist as Sally Easterbrook, whereas in my other career, as an enchanter, I use Iona Youngblood as my professional name. I keep the two lives separate as far as I can.
Nyquist thought about this. He said,
But you called your inverse by some other name. What was it? Some romantic figure.
Miss Penelope Myers, yes. A concoction, I'm afraid. A necessary guise, to talk about, to show to people, to make light of, as all residents of Esher are wont to do on occasion.
Nyquist stood up.
I see it now,
he said.
I see it clearly.
She smiled, that cold professional smile she had used on him during their post-quarantine talk.
Iona Youngblood is your true inverse.
Easterbrook nodded. Her eyes took on a faraway look.
As a child I could hear her whispering to me, first from the pages of a book of fairy stories, and then, at the age of 11, from inside my head. Iona was the name she used, this witch, this enchanter. Over the years she grew louder and more insistent, and her magic worked on me from within, until, and pushing one brick at a time, I fell under her spell. She has guided me ever since, speaking from the shadows.
Easterbrook was under the same spell now. Nyquist could see that. Her eyes were clouded over, and even darker than before, and yet when he looked deeply into them, and she let him do so now, encouraging him, he could see the sparkle inside where her inverse still lived, where she clung on to life with the last of her fingernails. But as he continued to stare, something unsettling happened. Another face actually took over Easterbrook's face, slowly, one feature at a time, seeping upwards from beneath, from the skin, into the light. She became Iona Youngblood. It was the same face, yet the eyes, nose, and mouth were all transformed, twisted slightly. The skin was dying, peeling away, spotted with growths. The lips were dry, cracked, and the teeth rotten. She could hardly draw a single breath. Her lungs wheezed. Nyquist stepped back from the sight. Easterbrook made a gentle laugh. You can see her, can't you? How she mocks those who would harm her, who would wish her dead, and yet only a few months of life remain for her.
So that much was true, when you told me your inverse was dying.
A different name, but the same fate, yes.
Her breath grew even more brittle. She really was suffering. Nyquist knew the final outcome. He had seen the zombie-eyed person in Molly's hideout, dead on the inside, blown out, hollowed. Now Sally Easterbrook took over once more by some act of will, and Iona's features seeped back into the skin, hiding themselves. She breathed easily and smiled.
Nyquist said, Do you hope to rekindle her, to bring Iona fully back to life?
Easterbrook nodded. How clever you are. He didn't have all the details in mind just yet, but enough to make a blurred picture.
In some way, bringing Dandelion and Oberon together will lead to Iona's renewal.
It will be an alchemical wedding, where the base elements are transformed far beyond their original nature.
Easterbrook's eyes lit up at this idea, the darkness welling over into black-stained tears.
Their two energies will be conjoined. From this marriage a great magic will be made, a spell of unbounded power. We shall travel through the yield together, myself in tow, from this realm to the next, and onwards, until the final stars burn out over the earth.
Nyquist remembered the little Dandelion had told him of her world. He asked,
What are you expecting to find?
Easterbrook's face brightened.
No human has passed through the yield before. This world to that, a religious undertaking, which it is. She hopes to see the true nature of the image revealed.
And Dandelion? I don't think it's just about love, for her.
It's simple. She misses her homeland.
Easterbrook pushed the point home.
They will both find their rewards.
You're not mentioning Oberon?
No, I'm not. He's the unknown quality. I haven't worked with him. I know only what June has told me, which comes from Dandelion. So it's all very filtered.
Nyquist considered the various possible outcomes.
But June will be stripped of her image. Am I right?
I have promised her a greater, much improved Dandelion when I return.
Another lie?
Maybe. It all depends on what I find on the other side of the border.
During this conversation, Manip Kamar had taken up a stance against the wall, but he looked on eagerly, taking it all in. Nyquist asked him,
Which mistress are you following, Kamar? Easterbrook or Youngblood?
I love them both, dearly.
Spoken truly, without guile, caught in the madness. Nyquist turned back to Easterbrook.
So, you had me followed, after I left the quarantine centre, because you knew I would do my best to find Teddy.
That's it.
And you did very well, I must say.
Take me to him.
Yes, yes, he needs your help.
He's in danger?
She considered for a moment, making a concerted effort to keep her own face uppermost. And then she clicked her fingers. Manep walked to an inner door and opened it. There was a noise from within, a sort of mumbled cry. It might have been animal or human. Then silence. Nyquist waited, hardly knowing what to expect. A figure shuffled into the doorway. It was Teddy Fairclough. Nyquist stepped forward, and then stopped. Teddy was swaying on his feet. He looked even worse than he did at the house split asunder. His face, what could be seen of it, displayed a total lack of life, as though some other being had taken him over. His eyes were veiled with a fog. This fog also hovered over his head and his chest. It emanated, Nyquist could see, from his hand, his left hand, the one infected at Fontenelle Border on their very first moment of entering the city. The traces of Oberon were scattered thinly, criss-crossing this array of smoke in a slow-moving dance. It seemed to be the only thing keeping Teddy upright, or alive even. Nyquist felt his heart in his throat, and he wanted to weep, or fall down on his knees. Yet he stayed where he was. He took it all in. He gathered what he could for future use, when the people to blame for this would be called in for payment. His anger burned, and Gregor Samsa burned with the same anger, looking out through Nyquist's eyes. And the beetle stirred. It stirred inside Samsa, which meant that it stirred inside Nyquist. It was readying itself for birth. Easterbrook studied him intently. Mr. Fairclough is nearing the final crossing, where he will step over into death, unless he allows Oberon to go free.
That's all you need?
Nothing more, so that Oberon and Dandelion can merge. Nyquist considered. He saw the terrible struggle in Teddy's face, in the clenched hands, and the tremble of his body. But the poor lad backed away, a fearful look on his face. He could not bear to be touched. Sparks of Oberon leapt on Teddy's skin and clothes, trying to escape the flesh, and a terrible sound was heard as the body pulled them back. Easterbrook spoke slowly and clearly. There is one chance to save his life, but it might well mean the end of yours. Will you take it? Chapter 15. On the Conjuration of Glamour. The van trundled along a narrow dirt road, through the countryside. There were no streetlights. The headlamp beams danced as they hit every bump and furrow. It was a tour van used by June Holler when she was travelling the country for her gigs, with plenty of room in the back and a triple row of seats. Senesh Kamar was driving, with June in the front passenger seat. Nyquist sat on the back row, squeezed in next to Manep. Teddy was sitting on the opposite side, in the middle row. The lad's head was bowed down. Oberon's glow floated around him like a sickly halo. Iona Youngblood was sitting in front of Manep, and would now and then turn round to look at Nyquist, or to make some off-hand comment. Yes, some invisible border had been passed during this journey, after which Sally Easterbrook surrendered herself completely to her inverse side, and would only be referred to by the Youngblood name. The enchanter's face took on an eerie sheen as a strand of Oberon's image field drifted her way. Manep grunted now and then at some inner thought, perhaps communing with his own inverse being, whoever it might be. There was no sense of threat, no weapons on display, yet Nyquist felt himself caught in a trap. Only by freeing Teddy from the terrible spell that held him could this night come to an end. All his attempts back at June Holler's house had led to nothing. The young man had met all his pleas with silence. No matter. He had to keep trying. Haunted after all. There was no way of telling the final outcome of the spell. It was written in words of chaos. Nyquist closed his eyes. He listened inside for Gregor Samsa's voice, and heard it faintly, a whispering sound, with a pained expression in it, a struggle. The skull-dweller was close to metamorphosis, but for the while he was keeping it at bay. That was good. Stay that way. Let me finish this. The vehicle took another bump, rousing Nyquist from his reverie. He looked out of the window into the pitch-black night, but in his reflection he saw the beetle's form shadowed over his own, and he had to turn away. Iona was staring at him. She stood up and shooed Manep to another seat, taking her comrade's place. "It won't be long now," she said. "We're travelling towards the town's limits." Nyquist didn't respond. She smiled at him, allowing the sickness on her face to be seen clearly.
I know I'm asking a lot of you, but it's all for the best. Your friend will soon be liberated from the image, and then you are both free to go where you like. No crimes have been committed.
Teddy didn't ask for. They drove in silence for a while. Then Iona seemed to change the subject. There is a relationship between ourselves and language. You might say that language exists independently of us, that it exists as a living being, and that we have, at some point in our history, bonded with it. Nyquist was interested. He felt the enchanter was giving up one of her secrets. She continued, "But imagine if language was poisonous to us, that interacting with it would make us ill, weak, that overexposure would kill us. And then think of language as being an atmosphere, a vapor, a constant companion of the air." In such a world we would need—
Iona finished the thought for him. In such a world we would need a means of protection, a filtering device.
The Centene?
Exactly. This is how they function in their world. They filter the chaos of language, the babble, the multitude of letters and words, and they change it into story, into meaning, by which we might live and prosper.
Nyquist could see an inkling of sense. And in this world, our world, if the Centene reverse their usual filtering process, then the chaos of our life, our psyche—
Yes, yes.
It would be turned into story and be projected
Out into the world. And so the host's charismatic value rises as their story is sent out to the people, refreshed, amplified, turned into myth.
Iona breathed deeply of her own theory.
We love the image wearers simply because they have their allotted place in society. Of course, such practices have taken over from time to time, but the city itself was created for another purpose entirely. Following the principle that the best place to hide a leaf is a forest, the many borders were built in order to hide the yield, the first border of all.
Her fingers were tapping on the back of the second-row seat.
The city's founders believed the yield was too dangerous a doorway to be left open. It would allow monsters into this world, things that could not be understood, and must therefore be feared and shunned. This is the real reason the yield was built. The city grew around it.
And then she made a statement Nyquist could not fully understand, and felt that he did not want to understand.
We are the written world. Language makes us what we are.
Oberon fluttered upwards suddenly, in an attempt to escape Teddy's body, and his halo of colours glowed brightly inside the van. The faces of the passengers were lit with gold, and then with violet, and then the shadows came forward again. June started to sing a folk song, an air of great beauty. The melody had a calming effect on Oberon. Nyquist asked, "Where are we going?" Iona answered readily,
"A field called Brink of Throckmorton, at the far edge of Esher. The remains of the yield form one of the field's boundaries."
Nyquist remembered Dandelion's story of her arrival in the city. "This is where you find the images?"
"It is. The world is porous there, which allows the refugees access. I hope to make the same journey in the opposite direction."
Her eyes gleamed, catching a little sideways glow from Oberon's body.
"Can you imagine the places I will visit, the things I'll see?"
In a short while the van came to a halt, and they all got out. As they did so, Sanesh caught Nyquist's eye, and a look passed between them. Could he be trusted as an ally? They walked down a pathway, led on by a series of flickering lights ahead, a semicircle of wooden poles set in the ground, each topped by a living flame. A small congregation was waiting there. Nyquist recognized their faces from the party at June Holler's house. In total, 13 people were gathered. They formed a rough half-circle within the limits of the torches. Beyond the lighted area, where the other half of the circle should have been, there was only the edge of a forest, the trees planted closely together. The darkness between them was thick and untouched by the light, so that the trees appeared stunted, without any upper branches. At the edge of the forest was a lump of rock in the ground, one of the old boundary markers for Esher. As Nyquist drew closer to the marker stone, he saw the trees for what they were, a forest of abandoned signposts, their uprights tangled with vines and the names hidden by shadows. Only the closest of them could be read: Throckmorton. All around the land was silent, relieved only by the crackle of the torches. The night animals had retreated from the vicinity, but for a number of moths that circled the flames. This was a charged space, a place of magical power.
Iona Youngblood took control of the ritual, intoning a preliminary prayer. "Blessed Termina, we have come here to this, the field of your burial."
You're going to get hurt, Teddy. Oberon will be torn from you, by whatever means. Do you understand?
The young man's eyes were glazed over.
Teddy, wake up. You can fight this. You have to.
Something darker stirred in his pupils, some monster of the id, something wicked and evil. It would not be governed. Nyquist grabbed his friend by the arms and shook him. It had no effect, only to further darken the eyes. It was hopeless. Hyde was too powerful. Nyquist let go and backed away slightly.
You must do. We were trapped there, caught in the markings on the ground. The circle in the square in the circle in the square. Do you remember?
Did Teddy nod at this? The barest movement? Nyquist allowed himself a little hope.
We were close then, weren't we? Close as we are now. Neither of us speaking. We couldn't speak. Frozen. People were laughing at us. Can you remember?
Nothing this time. No smile. Not a sign.
But I thought about being in a country. Our own little country. Just you and me, lad. In the circle. In the square. No one else. We were the only occupants. Population 2.
Teddy's eyes flickered. Nyquist urged him on.
It's like that now. These people are but shadows. This is our world, and you're the king, the man in charge. Think of it. King Edward.
Nyquist's voice had dropped down low, his face near to Teddy's.
I'm your subject, faithful to the end. Everyone on this world belongs to you. We do as you say. Everyone.
Now, for the first time, Teddy's eyes took on a proper focus. Nyquist saw the flicker of light deep inside the pupils. He heard the inverse growling and crying out. Teddy's brows knotted into a series of lines, the skin on his cheeks stretched, his muscles tensed up.
That's right, lad. That's right. You're in charge. No one else. Not Oberon. Not Hyde. Let them go. All of them. Tell them what to do. Tell me to piss off. Go on.
Nyquist's voice was louder now, his tone more desperate. Teddy tried to escape his grip, but Nyquist held him tight.
Let them go.
He was shouting. The congregation looked on. The two men were locked in combat, a combat of words, or thoughts, or emotions. And although it looked for a moment that Nyquist was winning, now the balance tipped. It wasn't Teddy's fault, and it wasn't anything to do with Oberon, or even with Hyde, but with Nyquist himself. Something was happening to him. He loosened his grip and stepped back. He was shaking, helpless, not knowing what to do. His face was streaked with dirt and smoke. His skin itched all over, and his hair started to crawl on his scalp. His lips cracked. His eyes dripped with a black substance that ran down his cheeks. It tasted foul. He tried to retch, but nothing came up. His fingernails were changing colour, darkening, and he fell to his knees, holding his hands to his head, one on each side, as though to stop his skull from breaking in two. And he howled. He lifted his head and howled in such torment to draw gasps from the people around him. They backed away, scared of what was happening. Their own ritual was cast aside. This was a weirder event, more intense, painful to gaze upon, and yet they could not look away. Even Iona Youngblood was in shock. Her hands were locked in a spell-giving gesture. Nyquist clawed at his clothes, pulling his tie loose, breaking the buttons on his shirt, trying to draw a breath, a good breath, just one good breath to cleanse himself. It was no good. He was still down on his knees. His hands were in the dirt, digging. He could feel the worms in the soil. He could sense the vibrations of the earth, deep down. He could feel the dampness in the air, and hear every sound magnified. Boot heels scraping the ground, the rustle of clothing, the crackle of the flames, loud, loud, loud. And one sound above all others, the one from inside, the voice of Samsa, murmurs, hisses, shrieks, and cries, rising to a scream. Gregor, the beetle man, the beetle in the man, the beetle growing out of the man, the moment of change upon him, Gregor's skin and bones breaking apart, cracking open, the legs and antennae forcing their way through, and all this happening in the skull, in Nyquist's skull, the beetle growing to fill the brain pan completely, spreading its pain before it, causing Nyquist's eyes to bulge and his hair to slither wildly on his head and his gums to bleed. He raised his dirt-stained hands high. Moonlight shivered in his eyes. A terrible sound came from him, a loud piercing wail echoing in the night, seeking the moon.
The torch flames trembled, the shadows danced, and then the moths came in, hundreds of them, drawn not by the flames but by Nyquist himself. They fluttered around his head. He looked from one person to another. Sanesh, Manep, Iona, June, the other people in the half-circle. He reached out to them, his eyes pleading, his mouth trying to form words, failing. His face was plastered with soil and blood and the black liquid from his eyes, and something moved on his skin that terrified them all, a shiver of life. Another life, a life that crawled on 6 legs, and one by one the congregants backed away, outside the ring of torches. Only 2 people remained in the half-circle. Teddy Fairclough came forward to help him, to help his friend. Nyquist was still on his knees, his arms now lowered to his side. He looked abject, broken at the seams. Teddy bent down, and he took Nyquist's head in his hands and lifted it up so the light of the nearest torch fell upon it. They looked at each other. No words were said. Teddy smiled grimly. Nyquist's vision was blurred, but he saw enough. Oberon was loosening his grip on the young man's body. Whatever lived inside of Teddy had been beaten in that moment, overtaken by Teddy's desire to aid his friend, this act of kindness. Hyde cowered before its simple power. The image field gleamed and sparkled in the air, flickering where the flames were reflected in it. The congregants murmured at this sight, and Iona returned to the half-circle. Oberon hovered near to Nyquist. His presence had a beguiling effect on the beetle, and Nyquist felt the pressure on his skull relieved slightly. The moths scattered to their various nocturnal pathways, some to the ring of torches, others in search of darker delights. The next phase had begun, something that Franz Kafka had not envisioned, or at least not written about. Nyquist was still a little unsteady, but he let Teddy pull him to his feet. He was glad of the support. Oberon appeared as a ghost in the night air, a shivering apparition of many colours and patterns that still clung to the young man's body, but only just, tethered only by the 12 Omaya, each of which was stuttering and sparking brightly. At any moment the image would break loose. Iona took her former position, as did the followers. Her prayer rang out, "We bring forth our 2 supplicants, that they might join together in a marriage, both holy and strange, Dandelion and Oberon." June Holler and Teddy Fairclough stood facing each other. They looked as any young couple might at the moment of wedlock, nervous, expectant, loving. Yes, love was present, but not in June and Teddy, but in the images that hovered around their bodies. And this love painted the faces of the 2 hosts with its emotions. Iona's voice rose to its strongest effort. "Long have we endeavoured to reach beyond these realms, to become more than words spoken in a language we can barely understand. Tonight we shall move on from such bindings." Nyquist struggled to make sense of the undertaking, waiting only for the moment when Teddy would be set free. Iona's passion took charge of the proceedings. "Termina, Termina, rise up before us. Goddess, take this our offering, and in exchange open a way for us, that we might walk through and seek out worlds beyond those mortal eyes can see." Her hands were raised in the air. She fell silent. Not a sound was heard. The flames stood upright on their poles. Iona moved her arms, one across the other in the form of a letter X. Oberon took power from this gesture. He made a vital effort, his body stretching further away from Teddy's. One by one, the points of contact were breaking. Nyquist heard them snapping, each in turn, with a different musical note. He recognized the scale, taught and copied from the stars, from the earth, the full moon, the flames, the eyes of the onlookers. The first strands met and explored each other, tenderly wrapping themselves into a knot of many loops. In this way, they merged, one with the other, one strand with another strand, one colour with another. Sparks at the feast, flashing, cascading. The congregants stepped back, for fear of being engulfed by this new power. Nyquist stood his ground, watching the progress of the marriage, mapping the 2 images in their journey, as they made between themselves a single, newly formed image. Oberlion Danderon. With a vision born of the beetle, he saw their lives unfurling, all the moments that had brought them to this time, this gateway, this location at the edge of the yield. The light faltered. Sparks fluttered in new directions. June Holler groaned. Teddy started to crumble, his legs almost giving way under him. Nyquist could see that something was wrong. The 2 images were being deflected from their true course.
Iona Youngblood was taking both of them for herself. Both Dandelion and Oberon were being pulled from their respective hosts onto the one body. Nyquist heard their screams, as only he could, on the insectified level of his senses, and he saw the colours, the blues, the golds, the reds, explode in their pain, and the sparks blossom into black-petalled flowers. Beyond the normal spectrum he saw dots and dashes of ultraviolet light, each one imploding in on itself. Where once there had been joy, there was now despair and anger. The images ground, moaning. Sanesh went to her, holding her head in his hands. The former points of contact on her body were glowing with fractured light, already darkening as the energy, the glamour, seeped away. Teddy stirred into life. His own body was suffering in the same way as June's, but far less so, having only worn the image for a short while. Sanesh took them both by the arm and pulled them back a little, outside of the half-circle. The flames whipped to and fro on the poles, but there was little need for their light now. The images shone brightly, casting the scene in a powerful illumination. Dandelion and Oberon were gathered together on Iona's body, their impulses taking over, their shared desires completing the task. They had no choice. Iona's entire body was aglow, her face and hair veiled by a translucent mask that flickered constantly into new contours. Her eyes were ruby red, sending out their own beams of light. Her hands were outspread on each side, her fingertips touched by fire. She screamed, but no scream was heard, and she laughed madly, and no laughter was heard. From every pore of her body the light danced forth, unstoppable. The onlookers were shielding their eyes, as were June and Teddy. Nyquist alone could view it directly, his sight filtered by insect vision. He clicked to a new focus, a faceted view. Mosaics of light flickered as shapes moved from one area of his vision to another. He saw the figure of the enchanter many times over. He heard the air crackling, and he felt on his hands and face the heat of the process. His skull rang over and over with a fierce music, June Holler's voice distorted, stripped of melody, alien and weird. The two images had now completely merged into one being. Their combined strength had its desired effect. The edge of the forest of signposts glowed with a pale light. The congregants formed themselves into a perfect semicircle to gaze with wonder upon the sight. The yield was appearing, fading into view. Iona also turned to witness this unfolding gateway. All eyes were drawn to it. Nyquist saw the border wall as a series of disturbances. Each one existed. Nothing. Only the light. It was crisscrossed by other shapes, patterns, figures, people, their outlines bleeding into the air. Their voices merged with the night, with the crackle of the stars and the breathing of the animals where they hid, close by, in the undergrowth, amid the stalks of grass. And then someone bumped into his side, and for a moment he didn't know where he was, or even what he was. Man, insect, man, insect, man, insect, man. He chose one, and he looked out through his human eyes, taking it all in. Teddy Fairclough had re-entered the field of chaos, struggling to save Oberon and Dandelion from Iona's spell. A great expanse of pure image stretched from his body to the enchanter and back again, and within this combined image they were fighting each other for possession. A single Omaya remained alight, the one on Teddy's brow, a lone point of contact. June Holler looked on, as did the other congregants. The ritual had taken a turn for the worse, and Iona could no longer control the outcome. She screamed and howled in frustration, and her hands reached out to pull the image free of Teddy. But the young man clung on, or rather the thing inside him clung on, for the Hyde character had re-emerged and taken hold of what was his one true possession, his image, Oberon. The air thrummed with silver dust and sparks. Nyquist reached out a hand and felt a portion of the image fluttering around his fingers, across his skin, and his beetle self read the pain in it, and the love, the anger, and the need. Oberon was seen as a web of darkness, splitting this way and that, breaking apart at several places as the two rival owners vied for possession. Dandelion existed as an intersecting pattern within the chaos, made of purple lines and violet circles. Teddy stood his ground, his heels dug into the earth. Iona did the same. At the edge of the forest of old signposts, the borderline was closing. Iona panicked, seeing this. She worked her magic with great skill, drawing on years of experience as an enchanter. But Edward Hyde was older still. He was a stronger, angrier practitioner of evil intent. And so,
The battle raged, back and forth, with no easy winner. The images clung to them both in equal measure, until, with an almighty scream, Iona made her final move. She rushed towards the border and flung herself across, hoping by this action to sever Hyde's connection. It didn't work. He clung on. He clung on. He clung on. Teddy was dragged onwards, across the line, engulfed by a pale globe of light that covered him head to foot. A final gasp, a strangled cry. The borderline had almost disappeared. The beetle stirred anew in Nyquist's skull, stabbing at his thoughts, driving him, cursing him, goading him. He ran and leapt forward, driven by such untold forces he could scarcely call himself alive or dead. The yield enfolded this last visitor, and the night air flowed back into place, into the half-circle of light, worrying the flames atop the poles, cooling the faces of the remaining attendees, June Holler among them. These 10 onlookers, unable to make a single move, frozen by fear or wonder, or the afterglow of magic. A great rush of silence replaced the noise of the border as it closed. In that moment, all things were connected, the people and the moon shining down on them, the smoke, the moths at their flutter, some unidentifiable animal calling out from the shadows, and a fine dust of silvering in the air.
Zone 3. Null. South Null. Linden Lee. Within Without. Edgewick. Chapter 16. A Loveliness of Dots. For want of a voice, he made a voice, and he spoke to himself in the emptiness, the only voice in the silence. My name is... nothing. My name is no thing. Nigh thing. Nithing. Night thing. Night quick. My name is Nyquist. Nyquist. My name is Nyquist. Yes, Nyquist. Yes.
So, he had a name. That was good. But the voice was alone. There was nothing else to be seen, nothing at all to be seen or touched or heard or sensed in any way, not for miles around. No colour, even. Only white space. Only this voice, his voice, talking to himself, about himself.
Where am I? Where am I?
In the silence, this voice, and no one answering. But there was no one to talk to, and no one to listen to. Nyquist didn't even have an eye to see with, and when he raised his hand, he could feel himself raising his hand, but he couldn't see the hand he was raising, only the white emptiness. Not until space forever, no matter where he looked, in all directions. Yes, nothingness.
Where am I? I don't know. What is this place? I don't know.
And so it went on. He put lines of dialogue together, speaking to himself alone. He closed his eyes, his imagined eyes, and saw the same whiteness inside. No respite from it, none at all. Was he blind? Yes, blind. Blind. Nothing to see, because he couldn't see?
Oh, God, no.
But he saw his hand plainly, just before, a few minutes ago. Yes, so concentrate. Say the word aloud. Make the object appear.
Hand.
And there it was, slowly forming again. Fingers, thumb, palm, and his arm, the sleeve of his shirt. Himself, Nyquist, coming into existence as he thought about himself. Realizing,
as I think of myself, I come into being, into existence.
Further,
is that the rule? Yes, must be. Ultimate rule, none other. I am. Never forget this. Keep this rule in place. Keep thinking, this is me. Myself, my hand, my body. Yes, there it is. Fix it in place. Concentrate.
And all fading now. Fading, as his mind drifted to another thought. Whiteness. All around. No horizon, no landmarks, no directions, no sky. All the same colour, or lack of colour. And himself, of equal nothing in the nothingness. Only the voice.
These words. Keep them in mind. Keep talking.
In order to speak, his mouth, lips, throat, and tongue must all exist. Invisible.
And he could hear himself thinking, in his skull, therefore his mind was still in place, and a skull to house it, and by looking out through these invisible eyes he knew that his eyes existed. Otherwise, how could he see the nothingness that stretched out all around? Can nothingness be seen?
Hello? Hello, is there anyone here? Anyone else? Anyone near? Hello?
Silence in return.
Teddy? Iona?
He tried the enchanter's real name, his voice louder now.
Sally? Sally Easterbrook. Officer Easterbrook. Anybody? Teddy Fairclough. Hello, anybody?
Silence. Silence. Not even an echo. Flickers of white in the white. Nothing more. Almost real.
Keep thinking.
And by thinking, he knew there was no beetle in his head now. No Gregor Samsa. Not a single twitch of leg or feeler. All his thoughts were his own, which meant he was outside of Esher town, beyond the marker stone. But there was no forest of old signposts here.
Therefore, I must be inside the yield.
That was it. Inside the borderland, inside the first wall, the old way, as it was called. Yet the borderland has no vanishing, these shoes, these hands, as his mind drifted on.
I exist. I exist.
His hope was to reach the edge of this realm, and so emerge from the other side of the yield, or else to arrive back at where he came from, the brink of Throckmorton, the half-circle of torches, and the congregation. But a terrible sense of loneliness came over him, that he might never reach anywhere ever again, that this world might not have an end, that he might die here, alone.
Keep walking, keep searching, because nothing can be nothing. Nothing must be something. Nothing must have something, must contain something. Otherwise—
He came to a halt and stared ahead, shielding his eyes with the flat of his hand. There was a shape, far away, a smear of darkness. Was it a person? He couldn't tell, not from this distance. He moved on, and was excited to see the object moving towards him as well, approaching. Yes, it was a person. A man. A young man. He hurried on, calling out,
Teddy! Teddy, it's me! It's Nyquist!
He reached out, and his hand met with another hand, which fell through his fingers as white dust, fluttering away, fading as his mind drifted, a figure created only from his need, his own fears.
Don't go, please. I'm the Red King. King John. Whatever I think becomes real.
Nothing. Nothingness. Zero. All around. Forever, never ending. His head bowed. He could hear himself flicker. Another blue and yellow flower blossomed at his feet. A single bloom, mocking him.
Walk on. Keep walking. Reach the end of this. Find the exit, the only possible way to escape this realm, wherever it might be.
But no matter how far he travelled, the world remained the same, with only an occasional flower to add its colour. He crouched down. Realization. He could bring anything he wanted into view, into reality, only by thinking of it, only by concentrating. Begin. Flicker. A cup of tea. Sandwiches. Flicker. Biscuits. Flicker. A rabbit. A spinning top. A playing card. Flicker. A record player. June Holler's voice rising from the speaker. Flicker. A king's crown. Flicker. An apple. A mirror. Mother, father, seeing them now in front of him. His mother's face after the accident. The blood. The blood running down. Why, stop, no more. And he took a sip of tea that disappeared even as his lips tasted the hot, sweet liquid, the cup also disappearing. His eyes closed. He rested. Nothingness all around. Yes, good. It was peaceful this way. Just giving in to it. Surrender. Drifting off, half asleep, half dreaming. No, keep your eyes open. Make the world real this way. But only the whiteness going on forever. No end to think of, no way to envision such a thing. Unthinkable. Only that blue and yellow flower again. Another one. Why? Why this obsession? He plucked it from the white ground and stared at it to record my thoughts as I have them, to make them solid, long-lasting, if possible. Yes. Why not? Think of a pencil. And then? Yes. He held it in his hand, tightening his grip as he noted the lead nib, the colours on the barrel and the lettering on the side. Statler 2B. Fading. fading, but he held it firm and focused his mind, kept it in place, that's it, fully formed. And, acting quickly, he made a mark. He used the pencil to write on the ground, on the white appears before me, walking out of the endless white nothingness. And he waited, scanning the distance all around. No sign. He had to try again, to keep writing.
Teddy is real. He appears before me, a person, someone I can see and talk to, and shake hands with and listen to.
And right in the middle of a sentence, the pencil disappeared from his hand, and then his hand also, fading, and there was only the emptiness, nothing more, and yet, strangely, the words remained on the ground, visible, in place, a record of his attempts, his desires, yes, and this voice talking to itself in the white land, the Red King. Useless. Useless. So he got to his feet and continued on his walk, his endless walk, choosing a direction, any direction. He was aware of the constant background flicker of his mind at its play, conjuring up good things, bad things, images, sounds, evil, lustful, surreal, and mad, but he kept these visions at bay as he could. And he grew used to the act of denial. There was only the pathway ahead. And he stopped. Something was moving towards him, something squat and heavy, trundling along, bright red in colour, some kind of machine, perhaps? He waited for it to draw close to him, until it stopped a few feet away. It was a mechanical ladybird, the size of a coffee table, with 6 legs and a little pair of feelers twitching, its wing case painted scarlet, but scuffed and battered here and there, chipped at the edges. It had been on many journeys. The creature's spots were asymmetrically arranged, 5 on one side of the shell, 2 on the other, each spot painted black. So, this must be Lady Bridlington's pet ladybird, none other, come to visit. Nyquist bent down to examine it more closely. Yes, it was real. It looked real, and it felt real when he rapped his knuckles on the metal casing. He looked away, and he emptied his mind, and he thought of many other things, as many as possible, to dismiss the ladybird from his mind. Birds, chessmen, cheese, fire hoses, battleships, church bells, bus tickets, clock faces, the formula for the area of a circle given the diameter. What was that now? He remembered it from school, or half remembered it, something to do with pi, something squared, and then he looked back. The ladybird was still there, identical in every fashion, with the same scars, the same chips in the paintwork. There was only one conclusion. It was real, a fellow inhabitant of this place, a creature that lives inside the yield. Nyquist ran his hand over the contoured surface. Warm to the touch. He could hear the machine's inner workings clicking and purring. One thing puzzled him. The number of spots was wrong. Shouldn't it be -7? Not 7. But even as he watched, one of the spots peeled off the carapace and took off to float through the air. He tried to catch it and failed. Another spot escaped from the insect's back, drifting away. And then a third, and a fourth, a fifth, and one more. 6 spots, all floating away on some invisible breeze. Only one remained. It seemed important that he prevented this from peeling away, but he was too slow, and now all 7 of the ladybird's spots were drifting in the air. At which the ladybird stuttered into life once more, and continued on its journey across the white plains. Was he meant to follow it? No, he was more interested in the 7 dots, which were still floating around him, clustered together in a swarm. They moved ahead. After 10 minutes of travelling, he looked back and saw the mechanical ladybird in the distance, continuing on its lonely journey.
Keep walking. Keep thinking. There are other directions. Countless many.
The dots drifted here and there, with 1 or 2 of them occasionally taking off at a different angle, only to return to the fold, the swarm, the loveliness. Is that the term to be used? A loveliness of ladybird dots? Yes, why not? And so they went on their collective way, until one of the dots landed on the ground. Nyquist looked down at it. He was curious. The circle had a peculiar texture to it. It shone blackly, etched sharply against the voice this time, an older man saying,
"How do you know that?"
His own voice. Nyquist's voice. And then Teddy again speaking. "That's Vince's handwriting. Seen his autograph, haven't I? And a letter he wrote." No. It didn't make sense. It set his mind reeling. This had already happened. These events, these words, already spoken. The corridor at Vince Craven's house, the circle they had seen on the wall, the locus, and how they had talked about it. All recorded here. Nyquist got to his feet. He looked around, seeking answers. The vast, endless plain stretched away on all sides. No one to help him. No one to talk to. He moved on, following the remaining 6 dots as they drifted along. It took only a few minutes before another of them settled on the ground. This time he didn't hesitate. Nyquist bent down and gazed into the circle. It opened wider, like the iris of a camera, or an eye. Something was moving within, back and forth, a blurred effect. And then it stopped. An image came into focus. His own face. A woman spoke.
Madame Pursglove gave this to me. Actually, I stole it from her desk drawer.
Nyquist recognized the voice. It was Elsa, the maid at Lizzie Pursglove's house. She had a lady's fan, that was it, and on the fan's surface there was a hole, a dot, a locus. He and Teddy were standing in the public square, Navigation Square, unable to move, and Elsa had come up to them, wielding the fan, taunting them. The merchants. Beatrice was speaking. Some of the words are missing. He could see her face. He could see Miss Havisham in her features, half hidden, half revealed. Nyquist bent down further. The missing words were floating in air, just above the locus point. They had escaped the page and drifted here, to the empty plains of the yield. He read them, one at a time, as they flowed across his vision.
I'll tell you what real love is. It is blind devotion, unquestioning self-humiliation, utter submission, trust and belief against yourself and against the whole world.
And the words spun away, lost in another story. He walked on. It took a while for the 4th dot to flutter down to earth. He was dreading it, knowing what lay beyond. The house split asunder, the room chopped in half, and Teddy there, looking terrible, in pain, in confusion. Nyquist stared through the hole at his friend. A small object came up to meet him. It was a pebble. It floated a few inches above the locus and then sprung sidewards to land on the ground. Another pebble followed, and another. He remembered now. Teddy had been dropping these things through the hole in the floor. It was too much. The idea of hearing Teddy's voice, of seeing him in this state. Nyquist stood up. For a moment he didn't move. The soft, fuzzy sky wavered in his sight, merging with the horizon. Far away, so very far away. There was too much distance to cross. The 3 remaining dots floated around his head and then moved on, travelling their own pathway. He followed at a slower pace, his feet dragging. If there was a sun in this place, it was as white as the sky and the ground, and its heat was all-encompassing. The phantoms of his mind fluttered at the edges of his vision, occasionally making themselves known as shapes of skin and blood and hair and teeth and bruises on the flesh, the stars falling, the moon exploding, drops of rain, the billowing of a cloud, the howl of a dog, a clock chiming 9 o'clock, yes. Whatever he imagined became real. June Holler singing in partnership with Vince Craven, the lyrics seen as dust in the air and heard as perfume on the fingertips. Nyquist cried out, to clear his mind of anything but the sound of his own voice, screaming, and the visions crumbled. He walked on and on and on, until at last he saw 2 figures waiting for him, a man and a woman. They emerged from the haze, Adam and Eve, their modesty protected by a couple of fig leaves, and, in Eve's case, a carefully placed arm. The eyes of the 2 statues were blank, without pupils. The 5th dot of the ladybird landed on Eve's stomach, where her belly button would be, if Eve ever had a belly button to begin with. And who knew the answer to that riddle? Feeling slightly ashamed, Nyquist bent down in order to gaze through into the other world, into Ione Youngblood's bedroom. He was looking through Eve's navel, and then through the hole in the automaton's head, at himself, his own face. He could hear the joints of the model creaking. He could hear Sally Easterbrook speaking through the doll's mouthpiece. "How do I look to you, Mr. Nyquist? Tell me true." He couldn't answer her at the time, but now he could.
Terrible, messed up, ragged at the edges, out of time, desperate. The doll has more life than you. Your mind is cracked, bitter. You're fucked up on your own magic, caught in your own spell, torn in two, fueled by self-loathing, ridiculous, pitiful, a crone of the worst order. Lost behind your masks, seething, drooling, stinking of talcum powder and piss. devoid of poetry, bound tight, pouring your own madness onto other people, a lump of coal for a heart, and one drop of tenderness left inside, which you curse every night and mourn and wish to have surgically removed, if only the thing could be found.
Neither Sally or Iona made any reply. By now his legs could hardly carry him. Every step was an effort, but he had to keep going. There was no other option. Once in a while he shouted out, or tried to.
"Teddy! Teddy, are you there? Where are you?"
Only to be met with silence. The last two dots of the ladybird floated alongside, one dodging the other like two moths at their play. He couldn't imagine what the next window would show him. There had been no more holes in the world, as far as he recalled. Even his mind had quietened now, and the visions had crumbled into powder. Until he saw something strange, perhaps the last thing he expected to see here, in the emptiness. It was a signpost. At first he couldn't believe it, thinking it one last figment of his imagination, a mere illusion. Yet it stayed where it was, no matter how he moved his head, no matter how often he blinked his eyes. He shuffled to a halt and rested his head on the post. His arms embraced it, as they might a parent or a lover. The solidity of it, and the grain of the wood, and the smell of it, a mixture of decay and lacquer, made him want to laugh out loud. It was real. His head tilted back so he could read the two place names on display. They meant nothing to him, and hardly seemed to offer any help. The sixth dot had landed on the signpost's upright, at eye level. He had no idea what to expect this time, but the inner darkness drew him closer. The locus shimmered and formed itself into an image, a man's face, his own face, staring back at him, speaking to him.
"It's you." "I was about to say the same,"
Nyquist answered.
"Where are you?" "I don't know. Some kind of landscape. There's nothing here. Well, almost nothing. Just white space, with the occasional object. I've been walking for miles, it feels like. For hours. I don't know for how long. There's a signpost. One direction leads back the way I came, and it says Null on it. That's the name of this place, I think. I'm only guessing. Null, that's right. Any other names on the sign?" "One other. South Null. That's funny. I'm glad you're laughing. What are you looking through?" "The same thing you are." "A signpost?" "Yes."
It seemed perfectly acceptable, perfectly normal even, to be talking to himself like this.
"Where are you?" "That's why I'm laughing. I'm in the forest of signposts, across the border. There's hundreds of the things, thousands, God knows how many. I don't think I'll ever reach the end of them." A pause, and then, "It's still night here, but I can see the light of dawn. I'm sure of it. I'm groping forward from one post to the next. Is Teddy with you?" "No, no sign. Nor of Iona. I think she's just Sally Easterbrook now. We're outside Esher. Either way, we have to keep looking."
Nyquist didn't reply to this.
"What's wrong? You're not giving up, are you?" "I'm tired. I'm slowing down. Listen to me. Listen. You're not going to give up. I won't allow it. Do you hear me? We're in this together."
Nyquist started to laugh. We're in this together. We're in this together. It was the most absurd thing he'd heard all day.
"No, we're separated. We've been separated."
Of course, it all made perfect sense. There were two worlds, one inside the yield and one in the forest of signs. Iona Youngblood's spell had cast him into the null. But the other Nyquist, the real Nyquist, was still insisting.
"Listen to me. You have a signpost, right? Which means directions have been given. Which means this place you're in, whatever it might be, there's a way forward, a way back. I'm not sure. There's a route through the land. For God's sake, what more do you need?"
The other Nyquist was getting angry.
"You should be where I am. There's so many signs, pointing in so many bloody directions, with so many names on them, all different. I'm well and truly lost." "What kind of names? Tell them to me." "Okay, so the post I'm speaking into now, it's got 3 arrows on it. Let's see. Beacon Hill, Lower Dern, Bickerstaff. Nearby I can see signs pointing to Mystique, Bric-a-Brac, South Tombs, North Tombs, Hangman's Gate, Yearlong, Ring o' Roses, Scourge, Owlbeck. You want me to go on?" "A few more."
It was a comfort to hear of such towns and villages, places, the world of things, and homes, and people.
"Tumbledown, Lurid, Middle Distance, East Slur. That's enough."
Nyquist blinked away the sweat. The emptiness blinded him, shimmering. Null. South Null. Null. South Null. He said,
I think my world's less real than yours. Yes, probably. I'd swap places with you, though.
The other voice was quieter than before. The connection was breaking up.
I'm not sure about that. You'd hate it here. Is there anything you can follow? Anything at all, apart from the signpost? Yes, a spot off Lady Bridlington's Ladybird. What's that? I can't hear you properly. Did you say Ladybird? Never mind. You'll tell me when we next meet up, right? You will do that.
Nyquist hesitated, but then said,
Yes, and we'll tell the story to Teddy. He'll call us some stupid name, without a doubt. Here, take this. You might need it.
Nyquist held out his hand to catch the object pushed through the hole in the post. It was a doll's eye.
Thank you,
he said, but the other voice was already silent. The loneliness crept in like a living beast, tightening around his body, suffocating him. He was tired and hungry and weak in his limbs and neck, and his eyes ached and his skin itched all over. South Null beckoned, the only option. The further he travelled, the more his body solidified into place. He was a person in the landscape, the only one, fully visible at all times. He no longer had to think himself into existence, which meant, surely it did, that this region was nearing its end. And so he pushed on. Mirages dazzled the eyes. The heat intensified. The ground crumbled into dust, scuffing his shoes. Nyquist looked back. The final ladybird's dot was following behind, a circle of shadow in this overlit world. Even that single movement of Nyquist's head was painful. He stumbled and fell to his knees. The white sand burned his skin. He was desperate for a drink, and he tried with all his might to conjure such a thing into being, thinking over and over of a tall glass, the clear liquid, the clunk of ice, beads of water dripping down the sides. It hovered before him, and he reached out and felt his hand close on the cold surface. He brought the rim of the glass to his lips.
Keep it in mind. Keep thinking of it. Make it real. Don't let it disappear.
The first drops of water touched his mouth, his tongue. He gasped with utter delight, but the glass vanished, and the water, still real for a moment longer, spilt to the ground and seeped away. It was hopeless. His eyes closed. Chapter 17. Verseland. The white dust caked his face and his hands. It got into his eyes and turned his hair into a dry, matted web. His clothes were torn, and there were numerous tiny cuts on his exposed skin from rubbing against the granules of sand. Any blood dried up immediately, forming a pink-coloured scab. But he didn't stop. Nothing would stop him, not while his hands and knees could move him forward, crawling across the land. His throat was parched. Time was on the walls, offering such dreams of escape. All that time he'd seen June Holler in the cabaret club, singing her heart out, all those songs of forgetting, 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 of broken hearts, lovers in the shadows. Be wary, oh, be wary of dreamers in the daytime. Often they say things that turn out to be lies. One handful at a time he grabbed at life, and used it to drag himself forward. He spat out what he could of the dust, and sometimes coughed up gobs of paste. The single black dot floated ahead, just a few inches off the ground. All that remained of the ladybird. It moved slowly, as he did, setting a pace. Was it leading him on, or leading him astray? Hovering flat to the ground, it almost disappeared. End on, it looked like a rich, dark portal to a dream world of ink and love and danger. And he dragged himself along, as though to fall into its promise. There are 7 dots inside each dot, and 7 more inside those 7, and so on and so forth, never ending. Who had said that to him? Oh yes, Ariadne. Ariadne, the old lady with young Alice living inside her. The mind runs out before the numbers run out. How she had danced and clapped her hands and laughed at her own mad philosophy. The body runs out before the grains run out. That would be his song. He could get June to sing it on stage. The body runs out before the sand runs out. The sand runs out before the time runs out. Or something like that. He would need to work on it, find some rhymes, and a tune. Or maybe June would provide the tune. June and her tune. A tune from June under the moon. No, stop, rubbish. You have to be serious about this. Make it work. Give it meaning. One hand after another, and each leg in turn, dragging and pushing, gouging out a poem in the dust by the marks they left behind. Christ, yes. Recite us some poetry, why don't you? Mr. Crawley, ever creeping, creepy Crawley. If there was one thing his parents had taught him, you never give up. You never bloody give up. Breathe, spit, wheeze. Try to wet your lips, cracked like bark on a tree. Little black dot, how I wonder what you're not. Oh, yes, that was a good one. He would have to remember that. Better than famous Mr. Eliot in his wasteland. Like to see him survive out here, yes. If only I'd kept that pencil, I could write it down then. How many miles now? Surely, South Null must be close. First thing, when he got there, he would find the nearest pub and swig down one ale after another, and then a meal, or maybe a shower and a shave first. Yes, a nice little hotel room, clean sheets on the bed, fresh air through the open window, or a ceiling fan, and a copy of Yachting Monthly to peruse. Yes, why not? He stopped moving. The little black dot stopped with him. Teddy Fairclough appeared in a haze, looking down at him. The young man was speaking, but his words drifted away, never to be heard, and the dust closed in over the figure, like a magician's cape. Disappearance. The only true fact in this place. Everything disappears into everything else. I am alone. First person singular, present tense. Just lie here and let the sand cover me. Yes, why not? A nice little sleep. Safe and warm, forever. The dot landed on his face, fluttering against his skin, waking him. His hand brushed it away, and he sat up, rubbing at his eyes to clear them. The air seemed to tingle and shiver with its own heat, glinting, like rays of light reflected off a mirror, or a series of mirrors. It gave direction, and that was all he needed, a compass point. He struggled to his feet, almost falling, but steadying himself. One last effort. Move towards the light, until it dazzles you. That was always a good rule. He was walking again, and that was all that mattered. No more fucking crawling. A vast cloud of white powder billowed ahead, and then parted, and he saw the mirrors. So many of them stretching into the distance, evenly placed on opposite sides. A rough track between them. Could he trust what he was seeing? Yes, he had to. There was no other option. Just a few more steps would do it. Seeing himself reflected, full body length, not a pretty sight all told. No fashion spread in Man About Town magazine, not this week. Those bloody rags Teddy reads. Now then, which one to pick? If you ever get lost, just keep walking, straight ahead. 23rd mirror on the left. Of course. Good old Ariadne. She never fails. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A thread through the maze. 14, 15, 16. He walked along, keeping count. 19, 20, 21, 22. The black dot arrived first, affixing itself to the glass. Nyquist walked around the mirror, full length, no backing. The silvering exposed, a simple metal frame. Now what? Hands on the glass, left and right. And push. And push. And push. No good, nothing doing. Knock, knock, anyone home? Perhaps he'd chosen the wrong mirror? No. Ariadne definitely said 23rd on the left. He was sure of it, and he'd been very careful with the counting. Yes, and his reflection agreed with him, nodding as he nodded, copying every move. The dot glided over the mirror's surface to a stop near his hand. 7 dots inside each dot, 7 dots inside each dot, 7 dots inside... It goes on forever. He pressed his fingers against the locus, and he pushed again. But the glass was solid. How strange, he said aloud. There's no yield in the yield. Why would they name it so? This time, his reflection gave no answer. There was nothing more to say. He was a person in the landscape. The only person. Alone. His mind was empty, lit by a single spark. He took the doll's eye from his pocket and held it to his eye and gazed through it, into the looking-glass. And he saw another world on the other side. It was still unclear, a little hazy, but real enough. People sitting at a table, 2 of them, it looked like. He banged on the glass with his fist, trying to attract their attention. He banged again, harder this time, and harder, and again harder. It was firmer, a kind of chalky off-white soil. A few trees, miles apart, and several everyday objects were present, all very separate from each other, armchairs, a hat rack, a pair of shoes, an open umbrella, and so on. But it was the table nearby that drew him.
The girl, Alice, was sitting at one side of it, Gregor Samsa on the other. They were playing chess. Alice looked as she did in the books, pinafore dress tied in a bow at the back, her hair pulled away from her brow. Gregor's body and limbs were human in form, his head that of a giant black beetle. His feelers twitched over the board, studying the possible moves. Alice said to him, "Be careful, Mr. Crawley. It's checkmate in 4.5 moves." The beetle spoke with a gurgling voice.
"Stop trying to fool me, and stop calling me that. You know my real name."
The black dot landed in the centre of the board. Alice clapped her hands in glee. "Oh, goody! Now we can play properly." The beetle man picked up his white queen and tentatively moved it across the board. As soon as it reached the edge of the black dot, it was sucked into it, to vanish immediately into the depths. "Oh, poor Gregor! He lost his queen." Samsa moaned and hissed and scattered the pieces across the board. The game over, Alice turned her attention to Nyquist, asking, "Do you have a name?" Nyquist told her. He looked back at the avenue of mirrors, at the empty frame of the 23rd mirror. He didn't know what to say. Alice smiled. "Welcome to South Null. Would you like some lemonade and a fairy cake? You can have both. You don't have to choose one or the other." He drank a tumbler of the lemonade and felt refreshed.
"I'm looking for Teddy Fairclough. Have you seen him?"
"Sorry, I don't know who that is."
"A young man, fair hair, this tall, well-dressed."
"A person of that description passed this way. Some time ago it was."
"He did?"
"That's right, alongside Mrs. Sally Easterbrook. There was an altercation. They made a very pretty display of fireworks between them. Shooting stars, sparkles galore."
"That would be their 2 images combined."
"I really can't say what it was. What do you think, Mr. Crawley?" Samsa's telephone rattled into life. Alice picked up the receiver. "Yes? Hello?" "Of course. Just give me a minute." She covered the mouthpiece with her palm and said to Nyquist, "It's Ariadne, calling me in her dreams. I have to speak with her."
"Alice, you have to help me."
"I have helped you. More than I should have."
"I have to find my friend."
She looked at him with some compassion and said, "Follow the droplets. And now I must be on my way. Wonderland beckons." Alice walked a curved route away from the avenue of mirrors and the chess table. The light glared around her for an instant and then started to darken. Dusk was falling over South Null. Gregor Samsa had trouble returning Nyquist's gaze. Iridescent colours flashed across the many panels of his huge tessellated eyes. A line of drool came from the corner of his mouth, and his mandibles clacked together. He said at last,
"I can show you, if you like."
Nyquist followed him, taking a track between a sideboard and a grandfather clock. The various pieces of furniture and other objects appeared as from a light mist. A green telephone was ringing, with no one bothering to answer it. They passed Medusa lying asleep on the ground, her hair of snakes also in slumber, except for one who raised its head lazily and stuck its tongue out at Nyquist. There were other such characters scattered about, sitting in deck chairs, doing exercises, or chatting over tea and biscuits. Dr. Watson, Mary Poppins, the creature from the Black Lagoon, various superheroes in their capes and colourful outfits arguing over a game of poker, Jigsaw Man, Queen Sinister, the Mighty Levitator, Ghost Girl.
He couldn't as much. Smells are more important, and heat and cold sensations, light and dark, things like that. Signals.
Even saying this much exhausted him. They walked on in silence for a while longer.
"Do all the inverse live here, in South Null?"
Nyquist asked.
"They do, every last one. But remember, to us, you are the inverse. The perverse inverse, actually. But we are the verse. And this is Verseland."
Nyquist thought he had something to say, but he couldn't articulate it.
"Well then, yes."
It took a few more steps before the thought was fully expressed.
"I enjoyed our talks, Gregor. I enjoyed having you inside my head. I'll always be there, and you know that now. I'll come back to Escher one day, and then we can talk properly. But you can still picture me, whenever you need to, human or beetle, wherever I am in the cycle." "That's good to know."
Samsa pointed to the ground, where a splatter of blood was seen, mixed into a semi-paste in the white soil. It was black, darker than human blood.
"Be wary of Mr. Hyde. He's not well liked in these parts." "Noted." "Well, that's my house over there."
He pointed to a lone shack in the middle of a field.
Is that where your books are? And the safe?
A few other items as well. Everything I need. Well, nearly everything.
Nyquist felt saddened.
Why don't you walk on with me? Just a little further.
I think not. I need to rearrange my library.
Right. The two men stood awkwardly, not knowing what to do, whether to shake hands or not. In the end, Samsa tickled Nyquist's forehead with his antennae, and that was that. The beetle man walked away. Nyquist watched him leaving, and then turned his attention to the droplets of blood. They were spaced evenly apart, forming a clear pathway. For all the world, it looked as though someone or something was leaking ink. The sky darkened further, adding a grey shroud to the landscape. Over in the distance, he saw a cluster of buildings with a throng of people around them. He ignored that temptation, following instead where the trail led him. Soon he came to a lonesome figure, sitting in the sand, but it was only young Icarus, idly mending his wings with needle, thread, and wax. The birdman nodded at Nyquist, and Nyquist nodded back, and he walked on. The drops were fresh now, globules of dark fluid. He was getting close. His stomach cramped up, and he was having trouble breathing. The mere idea of meeting with Hyde filled him with fear. A pool of water shimmered. Was it a mirage? A black shadow flitted over the ground, causing Nyquist to look up, expecting to see a terrible winged demon swooping down. But the skies were empty. He stopped at the pool's edge. It was real as anything could be in this place, and he crouched down and scooped water onto his face and hair. He submerged his head fully, reveling in the coolness of the water, and was only vaguely aware of something touching his back, the sensation of his nerves activating. The water around his head turned black in colour, a sudden inking. He pulled his head from the pool, springing to his feet. The air was suffused with droplets of the ink, like a thick fog, or dew, and these droplets all pulled together to form the face and body of Mr. Edward Hyde. He was a stooped figure, with crooked arms and one visible eye. His clothes were also black and ink-like, made of the same substance. The ink moved as shadows on his face, forming his features intermittently. The only whiteness was that one visible in opposition to the movement, as though to compensate, or to prove himself as truly evil, without shame. His voice, when he spoke, was the same combination of denial and torment.
You dare to look at me?
Iona did this to you.
Hyde spat out ink. His one eye blinked rapidly, while the muscles around the other, a mere slit, worked as though to force it open, to no avail. His entire face convulsed, and his wound opened wider.
How's Teddy? Can you speak with him?
No. The connection is...
Gritting his teeth, his smoke-stained teeth. And the phrase was repeated. I am weary. But something stopped the words in his mouth. Hyde looked beyond Nyquist, across the land. A man was approaching, a well-dressed man, of slight build, with neatly combed hair and pale, unblemished skin. He nodded politely at Nyquist and introduced himself. Then he went to Mr. Hyde and lifted the man's head so he could study the wound. The two of them knelt at the pool's edge, and the new arrival, who was a doctor, proceeded to cleanse the wound on his partner's face. I've done this many times before, he said to Nyquist. Many times. Hyde pulled his benefactor close and whispered something in his ear. The doctor listened. He looked at Nyquist again and pointed with an outstretched arm a certain direction over the plains of Versland. It was enough. A clue. The doctor went back to his ministrations, murmuring words of encouragement. Nyquist left them there, Jekyll and Hyde, one tending the injuries of the other. Chapter 18. The Boundary Line. Night moved slowly across the land. In the distance, lights of many colours danced and shimmered, a low-lying aurora borealis. But Nyquist knew it for what it was, two images joined together, making their play, or their combat, or their escape attempts. He had left behind the places of habitation, the huts, the houses, and home-made shacks. Very few of the inverse lived this far out. The atmosphere of the yield changed by degrees, the off-white ground giving way to a dry tan soil in which a few tatty weeds were rooted. Any semblance of a pathway had long since disappeared. From where he walked all the way to the horizon, there was only the darkling air and the scuffed parchment earth. He passed a lone traveller, moving at right angles to him, an old man with a walking stick. Nyquist didn't recognize him. Another unread book. But that was the last of them. From now on, the land was his. Only the dancing lights offered any company. They remained where they were, unmoving. He had to hope Sally Easterbrook was as lost as he was, that she had knowledge of the real world, but not of this one. Sometimes the images flared up in a great arc of vivid light, in glorious cascades of blue and gold and orange, only to die away after a minute or so. Nyquist took it as a signal. He took everything as a signal. It kept him moving on. He thought of his other self, God knows where, still lost in the forest of signs, or in some other place, equally strange, or equally normal. There was no way of knowing. The 7 dots of the mechanical ladybird had settled and vanished, and that was that. The eye of the doll had rolled away into the sand. There was nothing of good use, no more threads to follow. His usual skills as a private eye were useless here. From now on, he walked alone, without knowledge. He came to an old train track, its rails rusted and wrapped in weed raw. She looked up at Nyquist weakly and said in a broken voice,
"I was hoping she'd take me with her, across the border."
Easterbrook threw you out?
Iona nodded. Her fingers picked at a train ticket.
"I tried to hang on for as long as possible, but outside of Esher, it's just not possible."
Nyquist looked up and down the track. There wasn't a train in sight, and never would be. Iona spoke again. There was deep regret in her voice.
"Sally used me as a shield, a mask, as an excuse for her own bad behavior."
She's worse than you are.
"Far worse. Your friend is in grave danger. Sally will show no mercy. None."
Those were her last words on the subject. Her head bowed down. Nyquist followed the train track for a while and then struck off at an angle. He came to a lone signpost, marked with the name Lyndon Lee. It pointed the way toward the battlefield. From here he could watch the action clearly, Sally Easterbrook and Teddy Fairclough locked in combat. Oberon and Dandelion were their weapons, and their protection, a system of magic shared by 2 hosts. The mingled images were enslaved, enchanted, first under Easterbrook's control, and then Teddy's, and then Easterbrook's again, as the fight passed from one to the other. Flashes of blood red splashed across brilliant blues and startled greens. Stars shook within sweeps of darker hues. The air rang with blows and piercing shrieks that sounded like rockets taking off. A comet of sparks shot by with a high-pitched whistling sound, a tail of golden dust in its wake. One after another, fireballs crisscrossed the space between the 2 combatants. Some of these missed their targets, others smashed into each other en route, causing a fierce mid-air explosion. Whenever this happened, Nyquist had to shield his eyes. Some of the missiles hit home, and either Easterbrook or Teddy staggered back under their impact, and Oberon and Dandelion fizzled and burst into flames, or were torn asunder, their forms severed. The 2 images merged and bonded as quickly as they could, stitching themselves back into shape. Their bizarre marriage was still in place, even as the 2 hosts raged over their possession. The images became a weapon, and then protective armor against that very same weapon, as their roles were switched in an instant. The landscape all around was illuminated in sudden bursts of violet light, or beams of silver and washes of scarlet. At one point, Nyquist tried to get near to the center of the action, to maybe put an end to the fight, but the sheer force of the noise and fire forced him back. There was nowhere to hide, no structures, no rocks or trees, nothing, only the signpost. He was exposed. He imagined his body bathed in radiation, and could already picture his skin peeling away and his eyes melting. Yet he was forced to watch. How long had they been going at each other like this? Ever since Mr. Hyde had been ejected, perhaps. And then Iona. Now Teddy was on his own against Easterbrook, and he couldn't escape her spell, only try to destroy her. The battle continued. Another flash of gold, perfectly spherical, traced with patterns of red. Explosions of dust. Spells, as sharp as arrows, fired aloft in gentle arcs, aimed at flesh. Pinwheels of fire. Deadly spinning blades made of pure magnified glamour. Shards of black and white light, solidified by air. Patterns of blood seeping through the veins of the alchemical couple. Swords fashioned from mist. Tiny stars, each with 6 cutting edges, disintegrating. A cloud of poison fog blown into pieces before it could land on its chosen target. The weeds were catching fire. The old railway tracks shone like burnished copper. Nyquist took another step back, away from the heat. His clothes were singed. The two combatants attacked each other with a savage fury. Nyquist had no idea where Teddy was getting his energy from, or his skill. He must be running on pure guile, pure grit, helped by Oberon's input, or whatever remained of the image he still wore like a second skin. The air stank of cordite, fireworks, burning metal and burning charisma, which had a tang of nail varnish and bleach and cough medicine about it, gallons of the stuff. Nyquist retched. His senses were overloaded. Every spell cast had its own particular sound effect. Shrieks, pops and splutters, purrs and whiz-bangs, a long, drawn-out lament as a lightning bolt found its victim, breaking through all defences. Teddy was hit badly by this last missile. He stumbled and almost fell. His guard was down. Easterbrook moved in, her entire body covered in a living shell that fizzled and flashed with energy. She had more control than her opponent, and so many years of experience behind her, and such exquisite knowledge of spells and spellcasting. Bolts of light shot from her fingertips, spinning in 7 different colours. Teddy was hit again and again, and now he slipped to the ground, his hands reaching out to break his fall. With one last burst of power, he shielded himself, and Easterbrook's darting cloud missile backfired and cloaked itself around the enchanter. They were both taken over by the same force. Colours scattered everywhere. Shards of image broke off like shrapnel, brittle, jagged, glittering. A vast fiery glow closed over the land. Nyquist rushed forward despite the pain, the light, the heat, the noise. He was caught up in it, a living hell in one person. He reached out, trying to help Teddy, to protect him, only to be hit himself by a burst of scorching powder. His body convulsed. His hair crackled. His eyes closed tight to protect themselves. Only darkness, only the glare of soft colours in his head, only the heat on his skin, only the sound of someone screaming, only pain, only brokenness, cracking open, bones, splinters. He rolled on the ground to put out the flames, faces. So many of them. Lost, the golden ones. His eyes, golden also, closing, in that moment when, around his hand, his fingers, the glare of so many of them, countless, from beyond the borders melting, so many ghosts calling to him, calling, ghosts, travellers, explorers, refugees, through the various realms, so many words spoken, all different stories at once, all stories ever written, all spoken at once, mingling, voices, betwixt. His hand caught between, his body caught between one world and the next. In that moment, connecting, in that moment his eyes came partway open, and a little grey-red light came in. It seemed the purest thing he had ever seen, this glimmer, and he beheld it dearly. The light flickered. Something was touching his face. A butterfly, or moth perhaps, or a feather, or a falling petal, or the beak of a bird, or a dog's claw, or a knife. He brushed it away. Or a hand. A human hand. Yes, maybe. Now his name was being called, over and over. Nyquist. Nyquist. Who was it? Who was calling to him? His eyes opened a little wider. Nyquist, wake up. Teddy's voice. Nyquist tried to speak, to reply. No bloody use. His hands were trembling. Nyquist! The call was loud enough to stir him awake fully. He sat up and was immediately punished by the effort. His whole body ached. Teddy was close by, also lying on the ground. The lad was injured, his clothing torn, blood on his neck, and on his face a startled look still seemingly etched there. Nyquist tried to stand up. Damn it, his bloody hands wouldn't stop shaking. There was a signpost nearby, and he used that as a support, and managed to haul himself to his feet, just about. The signpost had a single indicator, Lyndon Lee. He remembered the name from the scene of the battle, which now appeared as a dream in his head. Other signposts were clustered around this one, and many more beyond them, their uprights wrapped with flowering vines or decorated with moss. It was dawn. A light mist lifted off the soil, dewing the leaves, before drifting on through the forest of signs. Nyquist was fully in the flesh, made of flesh, bound in the flesh, and he rejoiced in that fact. His muscles tingled. His hands came under his control a little as he felt at a sudden pain in his side, a wound, only now making itself known. He bent down to his friend.
Teddy, are you all right? I can't move. I know. Don't worry about that. Is it bad? Tell me.
Nyquist saw the tear in the lad's shirt and the blood around it at the shoulder, already drying. The skin was badly charred.
We'll get you sorted out, no trouble.
Are you sure? Nyquist, you won't leave me here?
Of course not.
He tried to see through the tangle of signposts. There were too many of them, all pointing in different directions. But he could see darker forms approaching, their voices clearly heard, someone calling out for Sally Easterbrook. But there was no sign of the enchanter, not anyone. Dazed and frightened, she looked down at Teddy and then all around the clearing, asking,
Where's Dandelion and Oberon? Are they here?
I don't think so,
Nyquist said.
They must have fled, escaped.
This news gave Teddy some comfort, and he smiled weakly, then fell back to the ground, just as Manit Kamar arrived. What's wrong with him?
A burn. It's not too bad. But he's weak, very weak.
We'll look after him. What about Sully Easterbrook?
I don't know.
Next to arrive was the other Kamar brother, Sanesh. His first words told the whole story. It's all gone wrong. I knew it. Nobody opposed him. Then he spoke to Nyquist. You've been hurt, my friend. Let me see that.
Just look after the lad, will you? That's all I ask.
Nyquist, wait. But he was already moving away, further into the forest of signs. He followed a trail of broken leaves and cracked twigs in the undergrowth, moving slowly, carefully, on account of his injury. He was finding it difficult to breathe, but he kept going, moving from Hivesgate to Saddlescombe, from Clegg's Castle to Hinchcliffe and the north, and from East Worling to Greenbower to Lauder's Road. His two selves were now joined as one. He took a little rest and, for the first time, dared to examine the wound. A shard of solidified glamour had penetrated his flesh, on the left side of his midriff. A stray spell had caught him. The weapon was small, but sharp, and deadly, and glowed with a spectral light, dotted with gold and silver sparkles. It burned. He took hold of the exposed end and pulled at it, facing down the pain until the object came loose. A little more. Now it pulled free of the flesh. Nyquist held his hand over the wound to staunch the blood, at least a little. His head filled with a clear blue intense light, and he almost fainted. He reached into his pocket to pull out his last remaining talisman, a crumpled photograph of a mechanical ladybird. He laughed upon seeing it, and took comfort from its absurd nature. He walked on, and soon discovered a pair of metal rails hidden in the weeds. It was an old train track, and now he knew he was closing in. All he had to do was follow the track, from one signpost to the next. East Cleeves, Jaunters, Ocklesmere, The Fold, Blinker's Vale, Mickle St. John's, Thorney Down. He found Sally Easterbrook lying on the forest floor, one arm resting on the track, her body still, her eyes closed. There were no visible wounds, as far as he could see. She looked to be sleeping, or dead. His face pressed itself against her chest, hearing one heartbeat after another, slowed down, but strong enough. She was out cold, perhaps even in a coma. He shouted through the forest of signs.
Kamar! Kamar! Over here! I've found Easterbrook!
There was an answering call, but from some distance away.
Kamar! Over here! She needs help!
Nyquist didn't wait around. He moved further into the forest, crouching down. Dawn's light pushed the shadows aside. The space between the signposts grew larger. The forest was thinning out, perhaps even coming to an end. The air was grey, tinged with pink, and a thin mist flower. The signposts offered several directions. Which way? Which way to go? He took another faltering step, one more, but he was weakening. His hand left a smear of red on a signpost, and then he saw them. Or rather, he felt them. A tingle on the skin, the hairs on the nape of his neck standing up. The twin lights flickered, just a few yards away. Flickered and died. Flickered, died. Flickered and died. A sound was heard, a tiny cry, answered by another in a higher key. Nyquist walked on, moving slowly. He didn't want to startle the two images. Oberon. Dandelion. Danderon, Oberlion. The two beings were trapped, suspended from a tangle of branches and posts, joined as one, their translucent bodies pierced by thorns and thistles and half-strangled by vines. They couldn't move. Flowers grew up through the soft mist of their bodies, butterflies exploring the petals with their tongues. Bees buzzed. The images hung there, shifting, fading, slowly, slowly, their waves of energy spluttering, darkening. They were torn almost in two, with great rents in their outer layers. Their inner colours dripped
to the undergrowth, dusk red, midnight blue, a clouded yellow. And they cried again, in two voices as one, two pitches mingling, two words mingling, each beyond understanding, a blur of pain. They were dying. Nyquist didn't know what to do, how to act, but he knew the congregation must not find them, not like this, not this helpless. The songbird had started up again. The blood flowed from Nyquist's side. He longed only to lie down and to sleep the longest sleep. A few yards away was the final signpost of the forest, marked with the place name, Within, Without. Below the sign was a stone marker, its inscription eaten away, but enough of the letters remained for Nyquist to know this was the burial site of a goddess, and beyond that the tree line, and the old way, the other side of the yield. Whereas in South Null he had viewed the wall as a vast glittering curtain of light that filled half the sky, here it was a mere shimmer that disturbed the air, without colour, without form. Tiny insects darted about in the haze, stitching and unstitching the border. Nyquist went up to the dying images. He saw her face and his face, her hands, his hands, her body, his body, all as one entity. They fused and sparkled, and drew a little life from the moment as Nyquist gazed upon them, upon their glamour and their beauty, for even now, even at the end, the spell still worked its magic. The pleasure flowed in both directions, as it always must. He reached out his arms, first one, then the other, allowing the images to flow around his skin. They clung to him, seeping in. All over his body he felt the same forces at work, the same process. I, she, him, they, you. They sought out the 12 points of connection on his body. Now, 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 and so on and so forth, until each was joined. Here follows the ballad of Obernai Dandyquist, outcast of the parish. A weird song in a weird land. All his life he had longed for this moment of ignition. His wound was filled with light and heat, and for a moment he felt dizzy, and was almost ready to fall to the ground. But instead he walked on, leaving behind the forest of signposts, moving slowly into the wall, the first wall, the final borderline. Just a few more steps. As he passed through, he saw that the little flies and midges and bugs weren't insects at all, but words. Words that danced about madly, weaving a story even as he became the story. Like so, and like so, one word after another, never ending. Chapter 19. 5 minutes. They followed Vince Craven down into the basement, into the chamber of preservation. He stood by the first of the cabinets. For a moment he couldn't bring himself to look at the image contained within. Then his stance shifted, and he gazed into the face of Jackanapes. He raised his glass of whiskey and said, "Farewell, my friend, old companion." Teddy could see that Craven was unsteady on his feet. "Farewell." He had now turned to the second cabinet. "Mr. Guttersnipe." "Godspeed you, sir." He finished his glass and looked around at the drinks trolley, probably wondering if he could make it that far without stumbling. June Holler spoke to him. "I think you've had enough, Vince." He nodded. She took the glass from his hand and set it down. Teddy observed them both from the archway of the chamber. He found it difficult to speak, to put together all that the last few days had given to him. All three of the people present had worn an image, had bonded with another species. It was incredible. "I am Teddy Fairclough, possessed and possessor, wearer of shadows, haunted, dishaunted. I have thrown off a ghost." So much given, and so much more lost. June came to his side. "How is your shoulder?" "Better, I hope." He nodded, still struggling with his feelings. Studying her profile, he recalled that same expression, the same pose on the cover of June's second 45 RPM release, 5 minutes from now. Like a face carved on a temple wall. Stoical. Facing danger bravely. It had given him hope, as did her music, as his tiny back bedroom filled with that voice of sadness and smoke. They will meet by the dockyard gate, if time and fortune allow. 5 minutes from yesterday, 5 minutes from now.
Of course, in the song, the two lovers do find each other. The final verse sees the man moving ahead, across those 5 minutes, into the woman's arms. It wasn't quite like that, not with Teddy's life. But did that matter? No. No, not at all. He found the words at last. "June, I don't think I can watch this. It will be over soon. You want Vince to get better, don't you?" He did. And so he waited, and held himself to the spot as Vince switched off the mechanism of the first cabinet, and then the second. The two bodies of light and colour faded into darkness, becoming simple clouds of dust. Stashed within were his shirts and ties, his best cufflinks, a few sparks of glamour in a fold of paper. He had found them this morning when combing his hair, but he was clean now. Even those first traces of fontanelle had left his hand. His eyes turned to the second suitcase. Nyquist's belongings. June asked, "What will you do now, Teddy? Carry on?" I'm not sure." Vince came forward, an envelope in his hand. "The second half of the payment," he said, "as contracted." "I can't take this. We didn't—" "You found Oberon." "But we didn't bring him home to you. And that's what you wanted, Mr. Craven." The film star shrugged. "Adjustments are made. It's part of the plan." Teddy wasn't quite sure of the implications of the statement, but he looked at June, who was nodding to him. And so he took the envelope and slipped it into his jacket pocket. "It will help you," she said. The limo had arrived. Teddy adjusted the knot of his tie in the hall mirror. He picked up the two suitcases and made his way down the steps. The driver helped him put the cases in the boot of the car. He didn't look at the house or at the two people standing in the doorway, but he was aware of them as vague figures at the edge of his vision. They merged into one being, an illusion, of course, unless it was an embrace. But he still didn't turn to look. Keep it preserved in your mind, that moment. It will last. The car's tires crunched over the gravel. Teddy looked out at the gardens, the trees that lined the driveway. It was 11 o'clock in the morning. The sun had clouded over a little, bricks. The driver was passing the time of day with the toll collector, talking about the latest political scandal. Finally, they passed through and headed north. Teddy's mind returned to the forest of signposts. Sally Easterbrook had been found easily enough and carried back to the van. But of Oberon and Dandelion there had been no sign. And no sign of Nyquist. Teddy had struggled to his feet and joined in the search, pleading with the Kamar brothers to not give up, to keep looking. But even as daylight had taken over the forest, there had been no clues found, no marked passageway. Despite everything, he refused to believe that Nyquist was dead. He must still be out there somewhere. Or maybe by now he was already making his way back home, to the office on Bradbury Avenue. Yes, of course. That was it. So Teddy would go there and keep things ticking over. He could use the money Craven had given him and maybe take on some jobs, some of the smaller things, until his boss turned up. That was it. That was all. Teddy drew the last reminder from his jacket pocket, the photograph of a metal ladybird they had found in the forest. Dried blood on the image. The limo drove up the elevated curve of the station approach road and came to a halt. Teddy got out. The two suitcases weighed him down. The station doors opened. The crowd surged this way and that, people chattering madly or shouting to be heard. Kids were screaming for attention. The tannoy crackled with the latest times of arrival and departure. A busker on the forecourt played a ballad. Teddy put his own words to the tune as he walked towards the ticket booth. It was all about to happen. Everything. The next step. Untold glory. Whispers at midnight. Secret passwords. A 6 to the boundary. Riches galore. A kiss from a stranger. The return of a friend. The next case to be solved. Just 5 minutes from now. All he had to do was to keep moving. Chapter 20. The Page. They exist as 3 separate beings to begin with, clinging to each other desperately for safety and comfort against the dark land, their combined form ragged at the edges, in a constant flutter, always in danger of flying apart, disintegrating completely. Nyquist is at the mercy of his fellow travellers as they lead him onwards, enveloped within them. Language swirls around in the air, and he sees it as a thick, black-grey-purple fog, and he hears it as a great tumult of voices all speaking at once, the babble of Babel multiplied many times over. And the words gather and clatter against each other, merging,
breeding, crumbling, dying, being born and reborn, forming new words and phrases in every second passing, but all nonsensical, stripped of meaning. And it scares him. Nyquist screams inside the shell of Oberon and Dandelion and fights against them, suffocating. He has to escape, to break free. And he does so, forcing his way through the image barrier so that his face is exposed, binding them onto his skin, calling on them to close up, pleading with them, protect me. He is weak. Sunlight half blinds him. Everything appears as a haze. Dandelion folds herself around him, Oberon the same, and each around each other. Slowly, one word at a time, one letter, one comma at a time, chaos falls in line, becoming story, and Nyquist sinks into it gratefully. But it lasts a moment only, this peace. He gets to his feet and says to them both, "Again! Show me again!" And they do so. He stands against the chaos this time, willing it to take him over, to become a part of him. No story, no story, no story, only madness. He falls to the ground. The images settle on him, covering him, using the strands and wisps and patterns of their bodies, hoping to calm him. It doesn't work, for he knows that language is poisonous here. His lungs heave, his throat closes up, and he screams again. From the outside nothing can be heard. A man is widening his mouth to its limits and stretching his face in utter panic inside a protective barrier that glows in the fog, in gold and blue and violet, the colours flickering as the man quietens once more, at last, or perhaps he passes out, and so they rest, waiting patiently until their host recovers. Now they are twofold. Oberon and Dandelion have bonded as before, perfectly so, a single being of great beauty and strength, communicating to itself in a flow of dreams across their shared surface and within their form, and across the skin barrier of Nyquist, so that he dreams as well, the strangest dreams of all, where words are people and people are spoken. Nothing makes sense, and yet it all makes sense. Around them the language floats on, with little dots of colours here and there, as a sudden meaning is found, or the fragment of narrative forms, and then breaks, and breaks, and breaks again, into dust. Nyquist comes away one task. His flesh is being rewritten. Now they are threefold: Oberon, Dandelion, Nyquist. One creature. They walk on, further into the wasteland. The first true sight is a series of wooden shacks forming an uninhabited shantytown. As they walk among the huts, Nyquist breathes in deeply of the filtered language the images give to him, and he sees the story of the village, its once thriving populace, and the disaster that led to its abandonment. He can breathe normally. The stories feed him. Beyond the village are other signs of life, people like himself, their glowing images spiraling, sparking, flickering, fluttering in many different colours. And the people inside these images gaze upon him as a stranger and keep their distance. Two of them are talking to each other, their words flowing out of the images as objects seen in the fog, interacting with the atmosphere, and yet somehow meaning is carried forward, conversation takes place. Nyquist feels lost. How will he ever speak, ever make himself known and understood? They come to the outskirts of a town, and here at last they stop to rest. An old man plays a jig on an out-of-tune fiddle, his fingers trembling on the slack strings, one of his eyes covered with a loop of dirty cloth. People throw him coins into a hat. A thriving market bristles with life. Oberon and Dandelion are stared at, and then ignored, and then engaged with. The Centene speak in words of mist and colour, mingling with their brothers and sisters of the energy fields. Pay me next time. And he smiles at this. And so it begins, this new story. Within a few days, Nyquist has settled down, keeping himself to himself in the dark of a room above a bakery. A child brings him food, tiny morsels that taste uncommon on his lips, and water, lots of water, mixed with herbs. But really he prefers to sleep, watching in his skull the dreams that two images conjure for him, learning from them, revelling in their strangeness and charm. Upon waking, language closes in again, and for a full minute he feels himself suffocating, a sensation he struggles against helplessly, until it passes, and then, 4 days after his arrival, he leaves the room and walks downstairs, His wound has almost healed. Oberon and Dandelion lead him to a back road, and they journey beyond the town to reach a small church and a cemetery. A peacock perches on the top of a tombstone, its tail dazzling the fog with splashes of blue and green. Nyquist's eyes sparkle with the same colours. The walls of a great citadel rise in the distance. He learns the name of the city, Esharville, perhaps a kind of mirrored realm to Escher. One day he will visit there. Such thoughts bring with them an opposite impulse, and he wonders whether he will ever make his way back through the Yield to reunite with his friends and colleagues. They move past the church, towards a tract of flat open land called Edgewick Field. The soil here is made of clay, a dirty white or cream in colour, and his shoes leave distinct prints as he walks along. The fog is thinner here, and a sheer haze hovers over the land, illuminated with sunlight. Nebulous figures can be seen. Nyquist is curious. He walks across the field. Close up, the figures are seen as flesh and blood specimens, and yet they exist in this state for a few seconds only, before turning into filigree wraiths that quickly fade from the eye's grasp. Flesh, ghost, flesh, ghost, flesh, ghost. This seems to be their mode of being. All across the flatlands they dance and hover, so many of them, perhaps hundreds, perhaps more. Their number cannot be estimated. But Nyquist asks no questions, for the creature's purpose is made clear after only a minute or two of observation. Their feet are naked and hoofed, like a goat's feet, but instead of being cloven, each hoof has a distinctive pattern, a letter of the alphabet, or a number, or a punctuation mark, and each creature has a different set of hooves. Between them, all the individual letters and numbers are accounted for, in all languages, as their words, one after another. Nyquist feels light-headed. Nyquist feels light-headed. His body trembles. His body trembles within its shell. The two images support him, holding him upright. They whisper to him in their colours and their dreamlike substances. This is the story of his life up to now. Every incident, every instance, as real as the events themselves, and the emotions felt, the crazed ideals and the blood lost, and the wounds healed, the scars, the grasping at love, all recorded here, mapped out in the soil, recorded here, mapped out in the soil. The ghostly creatures appear and reappear in different parts of the field, writing the story as it happens, as it might yet happen, in days and nights, as it might yet happen, in days and nights, in days and nights to come, in days and nights to come. This is the written world. Nyquist sees that now, and a thought comes to him, that somebody somewhere is reading this story, that someone can see this. A person looking down from above might see all of this as words on a page, the whole story, one line at a time, one word at a time, one line at a time, one word at a time. He turns away and walks back towards the church. Oberon and Dandelion flutter around him, their drifting forms painted with sparkles of blue, red, gold, as the light darkens on the fields and the shadows lengthen and the fog returns. Nyquist has this in mind, that each step takes him closer to the final word, but that each word in between will be spoken and lived clearly, in full, as far as he can manage, in this voice, or any other voice that might yet inhabit him. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Within Without by Jeff Noon, read by Toby Longworth. The text copyright is Jeff Noon 2021, and the production copyright is Angry Robot 2021. All rights reserved. If you'd like to find out more about Angry Robot, please visit us online at angryrobotbooks.com. The End.